This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4.
The vast majority of children in Clark County can depend on their parents and family to protect them. But some children cannot remain with their parents when adults are struggling with issues. Substance abuse, mental health concerns, domestic violence, and insufficient resources are just some of the underlying conditions that affect the safety and well-being of families. We need your help by being foster parents when a family is in a time of crisis.
My pride got in the way, so I didn't ask for help. So that was the reason why.
Angel Smith's 3 youngsters are home now, but they needed to be in foster care for 11 months while she worked hard to straighten out her life. At first, she was upset at everyone, but then she realized she could only blame herself.
Good things fall apart so better things can come together, you know. So I think of it as not a bad experience, but as in a learning experience. And now when I know better, I do better.
There are more than 3,000 children in Clark County care. We have approximately 1,000 foster homes. We remove an average of 230 children from their homes every month due to safety or well-being concerns. Janelle Maza is a young artist with dreams and aspirations about her future. But when she was 16, a family crisis resulted in Janelle being in Clark County foster care for 2 years before she aged out at 18.
Looking back on it now, I was extremely blessed to have been where I was. I mean, I couldn't have chose better places. I mean, the mentorship and the compassion and love that I received from the people that work there, it's tremendously vital to me now as I look back. I mean, at the moment, I was a bit shaky, a bit scared. However, it turned out to be a good experience for me. I mean, I believe that I'm such a stronger person because of it, and that if it wasn't for the people that worked at those facilities, that I wouldn't be where I am today.
Foster parenting is about being a family support system. Foster parents are specially trained and licensed to provide a safe, stable, and nurturing environment for children until they can be reunited with their families. Being foster parents is not about rescuing a child. It's helping a family to be reunited once again. It's being the extended family for parents who may not have had anyone else to help them in their time of need. We embrace foster parents as respected partners in our journey to provide homes for children.
This is just a treasure to me to be able to do this, to have the opportunity to work with these children and see them blossom and know that you're getting them through an issue for their natural families that they have not been able to care, that they haven't been able to handle. And that you know you're getting them back on the healthy track and at least where they're able to thrive. And know that the parents are going to have those same options and facilities in place to help them. It's the most rewarding thing we've ever done.
We encourage foster parents to partner with child welfare staff, and especially the biological parents. This collaborative relationship provides fosters with emotional support, community resources, and the tools needed to provide appropriate care for the children.
It took us a while to realize most of the biological parents that we're dealing with haven't had that opportunity. They probably come from dysfunctional homes, an issue of, usually the ones that we've dealt with, drugs have been an issue, lifestyle has been an issue, they haven't had a support system to rely on, and we have. And we have come to the realization that we can be that support system for them. We can help them through this reunification process. I've never doubted with any of the children that we've had that the biological parents did not love their children. They do. They're just out of their depth. They just don't know how to deal. And if we can help them, that's our responsibility.
I felt like I can never tell her how much I appreciate what she did for her, because she went above and beyond too for the kids and stuff. She always made sure I had contact with the kids, and that the kids had contact with me, and that the kids knew who I was. And that was my biggest fear, that the kids wouldn't know who I was, I wouldn't love me anymore. So she made sure that the kids still knew who I was, and we both worked together on getting me back on the right track.
Reunification is always in the child's best interest, because no matter what their situation, children always want to be with their families. Family is family.
Parenting doesn't come in an instruction manual, and people make mistakes all the time. And we provide the parents with those tools and those resources to make the home and the environment safe for the child and all parties involved. You know, we have parents that have maybe given their child up or abandoned their child at a hospital just because they're homeless and they don't have the financial resources to take care of that child. And it's not that the family doesn't love that child or the birth parent doesn't love that child, but they're trying to do what's in the best interest of that child because they don't have anywhere to go.
A lot of people say that they might have a tough time having a child reunify with their parents after they've been in their home for a year and a half or 2 years. But that is our goal, and that's what we're going for. So we need people to understand that we are very grateful and thankful that they provided that service for however long, but when it's time for the child to move on to their home, it's time.
In the case of the one that just recently was reunited with bio family, she went to a grandmother out of state, and it was really hard to let her go. You keep thinking that your heart gets smaller every time they leave because they take a piece of it with them. But actually it gets a little bit bigger because you see that family is so important and that they're able to continue that bond.
Foster parents must be at least 21 years old and a resident of Clark County. Prospective parents must complete an orientation, background check, 30 hours of training, and have their home licensed. The entire process takes about 3 or 4 months.
Anyone who can be a foster parent can be of any particular race or gender. You could be single, married, live with a significant other, gay and lesbian. You can own or rent your home. It could be a condo, a townhouse, it could be a mobile home. And you can have an income level where it allows you to take care of yourself and your current situation, and then you can bring on foster children. So we will look at your income to make sure that you're stable right now in your situation before you bring in foster children.
I think it's important that foster parents take into consideration where they are at this season of life, including the children they already have in their home, what their support systems are, so that it can be a family decision as opposed to just an individual decision. I think it is a decision that we don't walk into haphazardly. It does require a lot of introspection and thoughtful introspection. And again, not just among yourself, but with others who are part of the circle who will be caring for the needs of this child.
Most importantly, foster parents must have the passion and commitment to want to make a difference.
And the itsy spider went out again. Yay! Yay!
Foster parents need to respect each child as an individual. They need to be able to have sound judgment and good decision-making skills. They need to be able to work as a team member with the child and family transitions. And they need to understand child development and the care of children. They need to be able to live in a family.
You know, when you see these kids go from scared to death to comfortable in your home, when you see them get to go home, when you see their parents make that step to overcome drug and alcohol addiction or to learn to be better parents, that's really exciting. When you get to sign on the dotted line because a child becomes yours forever, that's really exciting. When you know that whether they're in your home for 3 days or 3 years or for a lifetime, you changed their lives. It's just the richest experience you can have.
Try and plan and try and pick the best fits for our family. But ultimately, when we bring them in, they become ours. And hopefully, in some respect, we become their parents. And that's what we hope for. We really strive for the family atmosphere, the family traditions, the family feeling. And there's no greater feeling
Foster parents do not receive payment or income per se, but they do receive a reimbursement or stipend every month to cover expenses such as childcare, food, and clothing.
A lot of foster parents may come in thinking they're going to do it for the money. It's not a business. Foster care is not a business. It's changing the lives of children, taking care of them at a time when they're struggling, when they're away from their family, when they're hurting and scared. It's an experience and a fulfilling experience. And so if you're going to do it for the money, it's really better to go get a part-time job. And it's actually easier to go get a part-time job.
Foster care is not designed to make money. You need to be in it with your heart. You need to be in it with the idea that you want to make a difference in someone's life and that you're going to impact future generations.
When reunification cannot work, there is the secondary goal of adoption. If a child is already in a loving environment, bonded and attached with the foster parents, then there is no better home for a child. Josh was 10 days old when he came to live with Mary Ann Pachowski and her husband. Ultimately, his biological family was unable to cope with his health issues. At age 2.5, Josh was in the system as a potential adoptee.
In his case, we thought the race was an issue for him, not for us, but he did not need old white parents when he's 15, but as it turns out, he did. No one else wanted to come forward to adopt somebody with his pretty significant health problems. And we just realized he needed permanency more than he needed to wait in the system for somebody else. And by this time, we thought he needed us. And then we realized we really needed him. And it just felt right. It was just the right time, and it's the greatest joy of our life right now.
Two fundamental keys to successful foster parenting are training and resources. A 10-week, 30-hour parenting training program gives potential foster parents new perspectives about foster care, beginning with Clark County's goal and role as a fostering agency.
What we see when foster parents come into the class is that they have this expectation that they are not going to have any contact with the birth families. And that process of shared parenting is not that realistic to them. They don't understand that concept. So we have to tell them from the beginning that no, birth parents are a major part in the child's life. Birth parents are a major part in foster care. Birth parents are a major part in reunification because that's what we are about as an agency.
When reunification simply can't be achieved, adoption is an option. But adoption is the next step. It's not the first step. We've had parents come to us as an alternative to expensive adoption agencies. But we need to be very clear, Clark County Foster Care is not an adoption agency.
We license foster parents with the possibility to adopt, but there's no guarantee. So you can foster a child for an extended amount of time, and if reunification is not an option, then you may be considered as an adoptive resource. But again, we license foster parents, so our goal is fostering, not adopting.
Private adoption agencies primarily focus on infants and placements of infants, where we focus on children of all ages. Children in our care may have been placed there for any reason within a short amount of time. They may have been in care for a few days, a few months, or even a few years by the time they're ready to be adopted. Our agency provides the training that you need to help children in your care. We provide all of the resources that you need. We provide tools so that you can best serve the child.
As the training class progresses, parents discover insights into foster children's behaviors and even their own families.
And what they find out is that parenting a child that was not born with you, that came to you after the child is a certain age, is different than parenting a child from birth. And so the parents who've come into our program, the foster parents that come in that have parenting experience, are always surprised to learn there's some new strategies or new techniques that they can use to work with not only their own kids, but the foster kids that they encounter. One of the things that we see with the families is that we talk a lot about their strengths, and we talk about what their needs are as well. And families see their needs very clearly, but they don't always see their strengths. And we're able to help families identify what they're really good at and why they would be so good to become a foster family. And we help them to see that their losses that they've had can become a strength when they're working with a child who's also faced that same loss, to be able to build on, have empathy for that child, and help that child go through a situation that they themselves have gone through. And the feedback that we get from families is that this is a personal growth experience for them, that they're really able to think about new things in a new way, or old things in a new way, and really feel good about themselves and make sure that they are prepared to make that informed decision to take a child into their home and be prepared to deal with all of the ramifications of what that means.
We get that in-depth look at how you and your decision to become a foster parent, how is it going to affect the entire family? How is it going to affect the children? How is it going to affect how they feel about their birth order or about grandparents? Is your whole family going to be able to accept your decision to foster or foster to adopt? So knowing your family is very important. And yes, it can be a bit intrusive, but it's very pertinent information that we need to know, because we need them to know their family, and we need to know their family as an agency and as a licensing worker.
By role-playing, prospective foster parents better understand the dynamics involved among them, biological parents, and the children.
But after the role play, they see it from the child's point of view, or they see it from the birth parent's point of view. And they really see how uncomfortable it is for a birth parent to be in a meeting talking about their family as a whole, or how the impact on a child and how that child feels, because now they are the child in a role play, whereas they are the foster parent when they come in.
Obviously, we've been in a situation where my child may be taken, and I am frustrated by this and scared and feeling a little bit threatened. Not sure what to expect from here.
So what this signifies is that when our parents are having problems and the child is being abused or neglected in any way, we have a support system.
What foster parents learn in training is supplemented by a wealth of community resources, support, and tools needed to provide appropriate care. Clark County provides a list of about 400 agencies and organizations that can help foster parents deal with developmental, behavioral, emotional, therapeutic, social, advocacy, legal, and bureaucratic issues. Healthcare, food, shelter, housing, transportation, employment, education, recreation, and insurance are among the topics for which services and counseling are available. Peggy's Attic is a popular service. Foster parents are welcome to select children's clothes, toys, and school supplies for free. And WIC is a special supplemental food program for women, infants, and children. Foster parents can also support each other. The Clark County Foster and Adoptive Parent Association has more than 200 members.
It's important to have that network as a foster parent myself, to see that a lot of times you hit those challenges and don't know what to do or who to call. And so it's kind of a clearinghouse, to one central location to where somebody can contact us through the association and say, okay, this is my challenge, this is my problem, what do you suggest, where do I go? So if we can help alleviate that frustration, hopefully we can maintain our foster parents and help them to have a positive experience, because it's much easier to maintain our foster parents than have to try to keep training new ones. But we take an approach even to expand out there, things like relationship training, working on spouse relationships, because when you do fostering, it affects your whole family. Sometimes people think you kind of live in this little vacuum and you're a foster parent. Well, if you have anyone else in your home, you are a foster family, and the dynamics affect everyone in that home.
Sometimes foster parents come to rely on their own network of friends, neighbors, and co-workers.
Our network that we've set up has been just phenomenal in allowing us to continue, because there have been times where it's like, I can't do this anymore. And our friends have come to our rescue and said, hey, how can we help?
We find great comfort in our community, and our role with our children is to get our children in the community and be part of the community. And the community wants them. And I think that's another misnomer of foster children, is that, well, they must have all these problems. And we've actually had parents that have said, well, don't hang out with that child because that's a foster child. We feel like we're breaking all those barriers.
One of the creative resources available to Clark County foster parents is a special hair care class. Children of different and even the same ethnicities as their foster parents may not have the same hair texture, but taking the hair care class can change a feeling of inadequacy into a sense of accomplishment for both the foster parent and the child.
I was speaking with a foster parent who was also a foster child at one point. And she shared with me, she's an African American female, and her foster parents were Caucasian, and she was in their care for several years, some 12 plus years. And she said for her, I'm just quoting what she said it was a nightmare how she felt about going outside the house. She said she frequently wouldn't go outside. She didn't want to play because she would be teased concerning how her hair looked. She said that she never took school pictures because she didn't want to have memories of her hair being out of place. She said that after several years, her foster parent took some classes and started getting professional hair care for her hair, and she said that her overall demeanor completely changed as a result of having her hair done in a manner what she felt good about. Her academic performance improved. She got involved with extracurricular activities. She was enjoying the compliments that she received, and she said she went and had glamour shots done after she got her hair done.
Foster parents and foster children come in all colors of love. What might be an issue or concern for adults isn't necessarily an issue for the children in their care.
I'm reminded of a young child who I think summed it up best. This was a Caucasian female who had an African American mother, and they were shopping at a local store. And while in line at the grocery store, at the checkout, the foster child wanted to go to another aisle to find a candy item that was not in her aisle. So she asked her mother if she could look a couple aisles down for the candy item. Mother said, fine, that's no problem. So the little girl went and she looked down the aisle for the other candy item. And she couldn't find it, and so she said, well, Mom, I don't see it in this aisle. Can I go to another aisle and look? And she said, okay. And so she found her item. She's like, Mom, I found it. And while she was in the aisle, another little girl saw her speaking with her mother and said, she's not your mom. She cannot be your mother. She's black. And she said, kind of gave her a duh expression. Don't you know, children and mothers come in all colors of love. And I think that pretty much summed up what the whole experience is about. It's not about ethnicity or race or gender. It's about the love, the support, and the care that can be shared.
Loving foster and adoptive relationships have no boundaries.
There was a young teenager who was going through an adoption placement with his soon-to-be new dad. And in that, he had questions about what's going to happen with my name. Am I going to be required to change my name? And his father told him that's completely up to you. And he said, well, I know my last name is going to change, but I'd like to have my first name change as well. And so his father was a little perplexed because he thought that he was speaking of a last name change. And I'll just say that Dad's name is Robert Smith. And son said, well, I know my last name is going to be Smith, but because of the attachment that had been formed with his father and the son, he also wanted to have his first name. So in other words, he wanted to become Robert Jr., Robert Smith Jr.
Are you willing, able, and ready to selflessly step up to the plate and reward yourself in a program of tremendous benefit to the community?
We understand that foster parents may be sort of concerned about, are they doing the right thing? Are they implementing everything they learned in training, and are they doing everything just perfect and just right? And we in the agency have realistic expectations that foster parents are going to sort of grow into this role.
Whether it's support, whether it's being a mentor, whether it's being a friend, whether it's drying a tear, whether it's being an encourager, there's so much that there is to give. And many foster parents have lamented that they've often gained much more than they have put into the life of a child.
Every child, every person deserves to be loved and attached to someone. And if you could be that person to love and attach to that child, you're making a difference.
That it's always a child that's out there that needs love and help and stuff like that. And if they could do it, then I would recommend that they do it because it's a beautiful thing.
We bring them into our heart, our house. It's for me. They become family. And when you bring them in, it grows on you. It's something that you can't not do.
Call 702-455-0181 and we will mail you an information packet that provides an overview of the foster care program and includes the latest orientation schedule. At the orientation, you will be provided with more details in order for you to make an informed decision about becoming a foster parent. If you are ready to make this commitment, we need you, and we thank you.
Preparing today reduces the consequences of a disaster tomorrow.
Do you know when to go on a yellow flashing arrow? They're popping up all over Clark County, and they're the new signal for turning left at intersections with a dedicated left turn lane. Here's what drivers need to know. A flashing yellow arrow means turns are permitted, but you must first yield to oncoming traffic and pedestrians. Then turn with caution. Keep in mind oncoming traffic has a green light. A solid green arrow means turn left. Oncoming traffic must stop. A solid yellow arrow means that the left turn signal is about to change to red and you should be prepared to stop or prepared to complete your left turn if you're within the intersection. And finally, a solid red arrow means stop. These left turn yellow flashing arrow signals are new, so remember, a yellow flashing arrow means turn with caution. For more information, log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and search keyword flashing yellow arrows.
This is Clark County Television, CCTV 4. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to County Critters. Critters will showcase our animals and the men and women who selflessly dedicate and promote animal welfare and safety in southern Nevada. Our first story is about two sets of numbers that correlate to great news about the animal population in Clark County. The number of dogs and cats being spayed and neutered is going up, and the number of animals being euthanized is going down, way down. It's a true success story. Let's meet Harold Vosco from Heaven Can Wait, an animal organization on the front line of sterilizing our furry friends. Harold, we've talked about some of the economics and some of the numbers here. There's your folks here at Heaven Can Wait is doing spay and neuter, as are a number of other people in the valley. Talk a little bit about that.
Well, what has happened is, the numbers have gone down quite a bit, and a big reason is because spay and neuter today is affordable. There are a whole bunch of clinics that do it at a very reasonable, very reasonable price. And therefore, because it's the law, more people have gotten their animals spay and neutered. Therefore, less animals being born, less animals going into the shelter, less animals being euthanized. So that's really a key point. Well, that's the low-hanging fruit. People that can afford, $30, $50, maybe $100. But you see, what really people don't understand, this is a major surgery. And to do these surgeries, some clinics charge $300, $400. Totally understand it, because it costs a lot. You saw how many people we had there today. Well, we have 4 licensed vet techs, and then you have 3 vet assistants, and we have 2 veterinarians. But you add that up at a clinic, that's going to cost a lot of money. That's why they charge a lot. But a lot of these veterinarian clinics have lowered their price to get these animals spay and neutered, which is a great thing, which has been a great asset.
And probably the most important number are the number of euthanizations in the Las Vegas Valley. That number has steadily declined in the past 6 years. You must be very proud about that.
Let me tell you, that's what you live for. You say very proud. I think everybody in the rescue community that has fostered a set of kittens, and they've done, even if they've done it one time, and they stayed up all night making sure that they lived through the night. And all the way to people rescuing animals in the desert, and people preventing animals from going into the shelter, and then the shelter trying to do some reactive, care as well. In 2010, 32,500 cats and dogs were being euthanized here in the valley, the 2 shelters, Lead and Henderson. This year, it'll probably be close to 12,000. Now, that's 20,000 less. I don't even know many cities in the whole country that have lowered 20,000 less than what they had. So spay and neutering and target spay and neutering is really the key, in Heaven Can Wait's opinion, of lowering the overpet population problem and curing the problem. What you see here today, and today we're doing 18 dogs, and probably, I think 16 are either pit bulls or chihuahuas. And that's what we focus in on every day. And again, that's why we believe the numbers that have gone down a lot, because we've been spay and neutering so many. That's what we focus on. So where do we get these pit bulls and chihuahuas? Well, we go to less fortunate neighborhoods. We actually have people that go door to door. We advertise on Craigslist, and we try to put them on special. Again, if people don't have enough money, we try to work a way to at least get them done, because they go to the top of the list every day. Like if you call up saying, I got a pit bull, and I got 2 pit bulls, a male and a female, we're going to try and get you in as quick as possible, either that day or the next day, because we don't want these things to happen.
What are some of the costs, and what are then obviously some of the main benefits for having the procedures done?
Well, the cost, it probably costs us, I figured it out, it probably costs us close to $90 a surgery. So, and we don't charge it. Very few people pay $90, they don't have it. And a lot of people have multiple dogs, 2 and 3. So we have to subsidize, have a sliding scale. or if it's really bad, we just have to, subsidize the whole thing. So Clark County, they give us $120,000, if you really look at Clark County and why the numbers have gone down again, you could give them a lot of kudos for it. Number one, they passed the spay and neuter law, which really helped a ton. And the other thing is they've been giving Heaven Wait $120,000 for spay and neuter probably for the last 5-6 years. So that's allowed us to do like 30,000 spay and neuters, and that really has cut down. So actually, Clark County, the commissioners of Clark County really can take a lot of credit for, all the good that has happened.
The county in general supports Heaven Can Wait with an annual grant, generally of $120,000. A portion of that money comes from the spay-neuter license plates through the Department of Motor Vehicles, and then the rest of that money is made up through impound fees that we collect when an owner reclaims their animal at the shelter. That money is used along with money that Heaven Can Wait raises through all their other charitable outreach, and they spay and neuter generally upwards of about 5,000 dogs and cats in unincorporated Clark County and in the various jurisdictions each year. It's been a long-standing partnership that the county and animal control has had with Heaven Can Wait, and it dramatically reduces the number of unwanted pets that we have on the streets.
Are there any other organizations like that the county works intimately with, whether it's for spay and neuter or for other facets of animal rescue?
Well, we do obviously have our contract with the Animal Foundation to house all of the animals that we or the public bring in. And the Animal Foundation does a certain number of low-cost spay-neuter surgeries and vaccine clinics throughout the year as well. But we don't specifically pay them just for those services. Heaven Can Wait is the one that we partner with as the largest nonprofit in town that actually performs sterilizations. We have a great program that we worked on with Heaven Can Wait. It's called our Fix-It Ticket program. That Fix-It Ticket program, when our officers find an intact animal, we can write a ticket, a citation, and give the person 2 weeks or 3 weeks, depending on how busy Heaven Can Wait is. We give the person the citation, we give them a coupon to go to Heaven Can Wait, and they can get their animal sterilized for a very low price. In fact, for low-income people, it's a fraction of what they would pay at a full-service vet. There are other nonprofits that we work with. We work with the Las Vegas Valley Humane Society and C5, the Community Cat Coalition of Clark County. They don't actually perform surgeries, but they do have the ability to help financially for people who cannot afford it.
It's been several years since Clark County has enacted or changed the spay and neuter laws. What are they, Jason?
So essentially what they are, currently every dog and cat in Clark County needs to be sterilized so that they cannot reproduce any offspring.
I believe a high in the valley was about 33,000 pets were put to death in 2010, and Heaven Can Wait is hoping by this year they can get this down to about only 5,000 animals. Is this feasible? And this is good news regardless.
It's great news. The number of intakes are going down dramatically, and that shows a reduction in the number of pets being out on the streets in all the jurisdictions, and the number of people adopting pets from shelters versus buying them at pet stores is going up, and the public is getting the message that there are a lot of animals out there, and the best place to get them is from a rescue or from a shelter, so that we can help reduce the pet population. Our very stringent breeder laws in Clark County require that in order to breed a dog or a cat, that dog or cat has to be a show animal.
Harold, when you talked about all spays and neuters aren't equal, these cats are prime examples, right?
Yes. In fact, yesterday, you came a day late, we had over 220 here in the lobby, and we did it in one day. And these are all homeless, and we call them feral community cats, whatever. And you can see, if you take close-up, you see how healthy they look. You see how, they thrive outside. They do really well here. The weather, people feed them, people take care of them. So it's crazy just to catch them and have them euthanized, and that's what's been happening for years, and it doesn't work. So it's better. It's called TNR, trap, neuter, return. You spay and neuter them. Now we're going to tip their ears. They're going to be vaccinated. They're going to get their rabies. They're going to get pain medicine. it's really the only humane way to handle the cat situation. This is what probably has lowered the numbers more than anything else. In 2010, over 20,000 cats were being euthanized in the shelter. And this year it'll probably be closer to 7,000. And this is the #1 target that we have focused on. So you take that 110, I bet you 70, 75,000 have been feral homeless cats, because obviously they're the ones that are going to reproduce the most. Heaven Can Wait has a 5-year plan, you know, so you go, I believe it said at the end of 2018 we're going to be under 5,000 euthanasias. And I really believe with a few changes, you know, that are being made, we'll probably have that under in 2017. And in outside chance even next year. So how good is that? You know, and yes, you know, I couldn't be happier because, you know, everyone here at Heaven Can Wait has dedicated their lives to solving this problem, and we're getting there. We're doing much better than we were in 2010, that's for sure.
To learn more about their great work, visit the Heaven Can Wait Animal Society website at www.hcws.org. The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the rescue and responsible pet ownership, primarily of beagles. Let's meet Regina Harmon, who introduces us to some of our cute, floppy-eared pals. Regina, thanks for joining us. Tell us who your friends are.
This is Bull. He is about 11 or 12-year-old beagle. He's kind of large for a beagle. He's more or less our mascot now. He came into the rescue a few years ago. He was going to be euthanized for ear infections, and he was actually really, really thin at that time too. And he's doing quite well. He's got cataracts now, so he can't really see that well. And then these guys, this is Cash and this is Tango, and they are only 7 months old. They had kind of a little bit of a long journey to get here. They were chained to railroad tracks in Kentucky, and this lady saw them, and the guy who had them was a hunter, and he said, you can unchain them from those tracks for $50. Actually, I think he wanted more at first, but they talked him down, and they couldn't get the parents, but they were able to get these guys. And they made their way to Ohio, where they were treated for dehydration and worms and parasites. They were actually quite ill at that time, and this lady took her into her home and fostered them. And there was a rescue who was supposed to back them and take them, and they kind of let them fall through the cracks. So we were contacted by Colorado Beagle Rescue, who had dogs already coming out towards them, and they asked if we'd be willing to take these guys. So we paid for their transport, and they arrived this week. And they, you know, he's a little more timid than Tango, but they've had a lot of changes this whole week with traveling and just everything they've been through. And they just got neutered, and you know, we checked for heartworm, and they got microchipped, and they're actually really healthy now. So they're great little dogs. They've kind of come a long way.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah.
The Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue Foundation's been in operation since 2006. Is that a typical journey for puppies like this, or any of the beagles that come to you?
We typically get most of our dogs locally. We have gotten dogs, though, longer journeys than that. We don't have as many beagles here as they do on the East Coast. They're inundated in the Midwest and the East Coast because of all the hunters. They breed them, they use them for hunting, and then they dump them. After the hunting season's over, if the dogs don't come back, they don't care. If the dogs don't hunt, they don't want them. So, you know, I mean, even though they're hunting hounds and scent hounds, not all dogs will try to hunt. So they want the ones that do. And sometimes they just use them for breeding, and they live in these little tiny boxes, and it's really quite horrid, actually. But they are just have a ton of beagles. So when we can help out and we have the means, we'll try. You know, our biggest thing is transport. Where are you trying to get down?
What? Obviously, these are such great dogs, and
they're great dogs.
What makes a beagle such a great breed to own?
Well, they're curiosity for one, but they're very loving dogs. They generally, beagles' temperament they usually get along with other people and kids and other dogs and cats generally too. But they're just all around great dogs to have.
You have a terrific website with a lot of great information. Tell me the procedure that if somebody wants to adopt or is a candidate to adopt an animal from your rescue, what do they need to do?
Well, they need to go to our website and click the Forms tab and fill out an application for adoption. We do not work on a first-come, first-served basis, so we go through all the applications that come in on any dog, and we could have several. For puppies, we do tend to get a lot more than some of the older dogs. And then the people that are fostering, because we are completely foster-based shelter. We don't have a shelter building, so they will go through all the applications as they live with the dog. They know the dog even better than I do. They know where it sleeps and how it eats and, its routine. So they go through and they decide right off, this could work, this could not work, and then we arrange meet and greets. They can also meet them at adoption events or at our park events. We go to the park pretty regularly. So, and then we try to determine who is going to be the best match for this dog. And then we'll do a home visit as well to make sure it's a safe and secure environment. The yard's all safe and secure, especially with beagles being scent hounds. They will take off if given the opportunity unless they've had some training. And once we find that this is a really good match here, then we'll complete a contract and the rest of the adoption. And the contract basically is to protect the dog. Don't leave them in an open pickup truck, in the back of it. Don't overcrate them. The most important thing on there, though, for us is if for any reason the adopter cannot hold on to the dog throughout the lifetime of the dog comes back to rescue. And that is the dog's safety net so that they don't end up on the street, abandoned, or in the shelter.
I think Tango wants to ask a question about your swag here. You've got Beagle Juice here. That's actual wine and some paraphernalia. I suppose that's kind of the lifeblood of any rescue organization. You're a 501c3 nonprofit organization, so you need to raise funds to get these animals and then get them distributed, get them into loving homes.
Right. The rescue, it's a cost involved. I mean, we do charge adoption fees, but we far exceed that with our medical costs. I mean, all the dogs generally need something. These two needed neutering, microchips, heartworm testing. Bull's had, he almost died twice on us. So, I mean, he went into renal failure and liver failure, and he's had massive ear infections, and so all those things are a cost to the rescue. So yeah, we try to raise money any way we can. We have a ton of fundraisers, but this is another way, and people love our stuff. Why not? It's so really cute. Everyone loves Snoopy, so these are little Snoopy squeak toys. We have wine. We have six different bottles of wine that we sell. This company actually bottles them and ships them, and then they give us an amount back. It's like $6 on every bottle we get back. Sometimes when we can, we purchase the magnets. These are like all different kinds of breeds on here, and we have hats with our logo on it. We have t-shirts as well with our logo. This one is a different type, and then we'll just sell these ourselves to try to make the money back on some of this, and it gives people a way to support us without necessarily having to adopt a dog if they can't at that time. So, and we sell most of this stuff at our events that we have.
You've talked about some of your events. I know you have one coming up in December.
Right.
And tell me about some of your typical events that you do.
We try to do all different kinds of events. We've had popcorn fundraiser where, we sell the popcorn. We've had candle ones, and we usually try to do an Applebee's fundraiser where they open up for breakfast and we serve. And we sell tickets to that, and we get a percentage of that. Though we have one this coming up where it's a beer tasting. We've had a pasta dinner. That one was a really successful one where people came and they, for like $10, they got a lot of pasta and a lot of fun that night.
What are the benefits of adopting a rescue dog, whether it's a Beagle, a Boston Terrier, a Basset Hound?
Oh, rescue is the best. Most people think you cannot get a purebred in rescue, which clearly is a lie. These dogs are so thankful. They give you so much back. And not all the dogs, the puppies not as much, but a lot of the dogs that come into rescue, they're already trained. You know, they have been house trained, they know a lot of commands and tricks, and people are always so surprised. They're really good dogs. They've just been tossed away by someone. And when you rescue, you're just kind of promoting that, not from a puppy mill. You know, the people that want all those really cutesy dogs from the puppy stores, they're supporting puppy mills, which are dogs not being taken care of at all. They live in a box their whole life. If something's wrong with them, no one fixes it. And then when they spend these outrageous prices for these dogs, I mean, I've seen beagles anywhere from $800 to over $2,000 at a puppy store. They don't come vetted at all. Our dogs are always spayed and neutered, up to date on vaccines, microchipped, and then if they've had or needed anything else, we've taken care of that. When you get that expensive dog from a puppy mill, they're not vetted at all. So, you know, you have that extra expense on there. Now, some people don't take care of that stuff, but, you know, and a lot of those dogs are unhealthy. We try to follow the law, though, which is spay and neuter law, so we follow that, and we want the dogs spayed and neutered because we don't want people just breeding them, and those puppy mill dogs are a lot of times not healthy. But you know, none of us have a time stamp on us about what, you know, when we're going to go. But you know, we try to really take care of these dogs, and these dogs know it. You know, they really do give back to you quite a bit. They're very loving dogs.
And what are some of the myths, some of the quirks about this breed? Everyone seems to think that they howl and bay.
That's right.
And stuff
Everyone
like
said,
that.
"Oh, a beagle. Yeah. They just bark all the time and bay." And clearly, they don't.
Really loud, right?
You know, that is a myth I hear all the time. And you know, yes, they will bay and bark when they hear something or people coming in. If they're playing, mostly, that's when. Or if they're out in the park and they're all chasing each other, that's when you'll hear that baying a lot, which is fun then. But they don't just sit there and all day long and, you know, they're not doing that. That is a huge myth amongst them. They are food hounds, you know, but you can easily control that. I mean, some people just want to feed them and let them go, and as long as you don't do that, it's very easily under control.
And finally, for someone watching this to get a hold of your organization to see about these beautiful dogs, tell us all about it.
Yes, they can either go to our website, which is www.southernnevadabeaglerescue.com, all spelled out. They could see us on Facebook. We post a lot of the dogs on there as well. They can email us at snvbeaglerescue@gmail.com, or even call us 702-493-9779 and just see, you know, what we have coming up next, or, you know, where they can see the dogs. As I said, we are foster based, so they wouldn't be able to just come and see all the dogs all in one spot, but we are active enough and have the dogs out enough where they probably can then.
Thank you so much for being here, Regina, and bringing your beautiful pals along with you, and continued success for the Southern Nevada Beagle Rescue.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate coming down.
For more information on adopting, fostering, or volunteering, visit www.southernnevadabeaglesrescue.com. The Animal Foundation operates Lead Animal Shelter, the largest in Southern Nevada. The campus consists of a low-cost vaccine clinic and, of course, is the place for housing adoptable pets and all lost and found animals. The Animal Foundation hosts pet-related events year-round, including the popular Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K, a dog-friendly race that's positively fun. This year's race was at Sunset Park.
Welcome to the Forever Home Family Picnic and Furry 5K. We are here today to celebrate pets and their people.
Hi. For several hundred hounds and their two-legged pavement pounders, the Sunset Park celebration was a howling success. Part road race and part Poochie Party, the Forever Home Family Picnic and 5K is an annual Animal Foundation mainstay, a possum event to raise animal awareness in Clark County.
I think it gives us an opportunity to really tell people our story, where we've been, where we're going, some really exciting times. And you'll notice that around the picnic area, we've got signs up with our new vision and new mission. And our new vision is a humane and compassionate community for all animals. And our new mission is to save all healthy and treatable animals in the Las Vegas Valley. So we're moving in such an exciting direction.
The Animal Foundation operates the Lead Animal Shelter, the largest shelter and pet adoption center in Nevada. The staff and volunteers care for more than 30,000 animals every year. It's their dedication caring for the unwanted and neglected pets that draw animal lovers to this race and support to the Animal Foundation.
Well, there's so many dogs that don't have homes, and it's important because you don't want. These are great animals because they give you companionship, and they deserve a home too. Thank you so much to them.
The Animal Foundation hosts fundraising and community events all year long. Community support is a key in their work, and reducing pet overpopulation is crucial. And it takes every animal owner in Clark County to assist. Responsible pet owners know simple steps can help improve animals' lives and increase the level of companionship between you and your best friend.
Well, of course, spaying and neutering, number one, make sure that dogs and cats are all taken care of and they don't get loose. Make sure your dogs and cats stay on their leashes, in their backyards, in their cages, especially during holidays like 4th of July where they get spooked real easy, and Halloween. And these things are going to make sure our dogs and cats stay inside where they're safe.
The Animal Foundation is selling this Las Vegas to the Rescue calendar. Local stars including Wayne Newton, Carrot Top, pro golfer Ryan Moore, and many more posing with shelter dogs. Jamie Little, a Fox Sports racing reporter and local Las Vegan, is the driving force behind this effort. Visit www.animalfoundation.com to purchase your copy. 100% of the proceeds go directly to the Animal Foundation. And we leave you with our feature pets on Critter Corner, Kaylee and Casey. Kaylee and Casey are adorable, inseparable 7-year-old Cavalier King Charles Spaniels who provide love and companionship to Erica Reynolds and Kimberly Shea of Las Vegas. Kaylee and Casey love Christmas, treats, walks, hanging out, watching their beloved Dallas Cowboys and New England Patriots football teams. Both are members of the Hydrant Club Dog Park in downtown Las Vegas, where they romp and play with their four-legged buddies. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on County Critters.
Driving a car in a diamond lane requires 2 or more people.
Oh, I'm sorry, but diamonds really are a girl's best friend.
Only motorcycles or vehicles with 2 or more people are permitted to travel in a diamond lane.
Now what about hybrids or trucks?
Hybrid vehicles are not exempt. They are allowed in a diamond lane only if they have 2 or more people.
Oh, pooh. Now where's a girl gonna find another person to share a ride with?
Club Ride is the perfect solution to finding people to carpool with. Their website can match you up with commuters who travel a similar route. You'll reduce traffic on our roadways, save wear and tear when you share a ride, and most importantly, you'll avoid a traffic citation by having enough people to ride in those speedy HOV lanes.
It looks like someone visited the Club Ride website.
That's right. These diamonds really are a driver's best friend.
They might call it puppy love, but it's not always so cute. Did you know that an unspayed dog, her mate, and all their puppies' can produce 67,000 dogs in 6 years? Prevent a litter. Fix your critter.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters, and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where the spirits of Native Americans, past and present, walk with today's visitors. We believe a natural garden is an enlightened one. Bugs and bunnies are some of our featured performers. And there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve, where all that matters is what's elemental. In contrast to its urban location that's surrounded by such a diverse modern population, the preserve encompasses distances in time and acreage that, with some planning, can provide a day trip rich in experiences or memories associated with this ever-changing setting.
The great thing about the Springs Preserve is that we are on 180 acres, and about 30 of that is taken up with our buildings, our museums, and our galleries. So there's always something going on, and there's always so much to do.
The first and most popular stop, by design and choice, is often the Origin Museum.
And the way that the site is laid out, if you only have an hour or 90 minutes, a family can come in and go into the Origin Museum. And there are different attractions. We have museums and galleries that will rotate. We have 2 traveling exhibits, and they rotate an average of every 3 to 4 months. So there's always something new happening. Then we have our flash flood exhibit, which all children love. And it's our most popular exhibit, so it gives you the sense of having 5,000 gallons of water rushing at you if you were caught in a flash flood. We have live animal exhibits in the back, which everyone loves, but of course children go toward that.
Beyond Origin, the preserve expands into a variety of themes represented by our innovative Desert Living Center and respected Botanical Garden.
And then the southern half of our campus is all about sustainability and the future. So there are all sorts of architectural marvels really to look at throughout our Desert Living Center. And then 8 acres of just beautiful gardens. So you could come out and take a 30-minute walk in the garden, or you could just start from one end and spend an entire day going across and taking advantage of everything that we offer.
Including the whole world of the Wilder Preserve, which is accessible by foot, or some entertaining yet educational modes of transportation.
We have in the back, we have our interpretive trails, about 2.5 miles of historic walking trail, and there are bicycles which we rent, and families can get a seat for a toddler or smaller bikes for children and take the time to go out around the trail. We have a train as well, and that takes about 20 minutes. And there's a voiceover that lets you know what you're passing and gives you an idea of the historical importance of the site and of the railroad to our site.
There's a wealth of natural history lessons, too, in the renewed activity of birds and beasts in this backcountry of the preserve.
When they rebuilt the Ciénagas and brought the water back to the site, over 250 different species of animal returned to the site. Obviously, the majority of those are birds, but we do have a family of fox that live out there, and desert ground squirrel, and you can see them running around. We have some eagles and falcons who will come by, and you'll catch them perching. I know we are very popular for bird watching.
Then, when you're hungry for something to go along with all of the new knowledge, the Divine Cafe offers refreshing and satisfying meals in your own perch with its amazing vista of the preserve and valley.
The view is unparalleled in the entire city. It actually gives downtown and the Las Vegas Strip. It's a great way just to spend an afternoon and really look at the valley and see why so many of us call it home.
People watching is always another attraction, especially on the many special days at the preserve.
We have seasonal festivals, which usually go with the nicer weather, obviously. So in the fall, we have an Asian Heritage Festival that we've done. We have our Grapes and Hops event, which obviously is focused toward the adults. Haunted Harvest, which is all about the children the entire month of October. We have Day of the Dead at the beginning of November. And we start picking them up again toward the end of the winter. We have our Black History Month celebration, Ohana. There's all types of different events, and we try and keep it always lively and happening.
Which is perfectly in keeping with those important aspects of the Preserve's mission to build culture and community, to inspire and celebrate daily.
And so it's a great gathering place. It was sort of our idea of Central Park, just a place for people to come out and be. So I think it really adds a lot to the community.
Why not renew, upgrade, or become a Springs Preserve member today and receive the discounts, privileges, and benefits you, your family, friends, or colleagues deserve? For more information, go to the membership page of our website at springspreserve.org. Over the years, the Springs Preserve has developed quite a reputation for creating kids camps with the newest and most popular learning experiences that make every summer even more fun.
One of the special things about 2016 is that we have a bonus week of summer break, so we have a full 12 weeks of camp. Because last year it was so popular having each week be a different theme, we decided to bring that back for this year. We took the most popular themes like dinosaurs and holidays and brought those back with a twist. So dinosaurs are now dinosaur carnivores, and the holidays have all different holidays. And then we brought some new themes as well. So every single week of camp will be something that is fresh and different and fun. And there's so much to do at the Springs Preserve, you couldn't possibly do it in 1 week. So this way you get to see all the different elements of the Springs Preserve. You know, you'll see a different part of the museum, maybe go on a train ride one day, or maybe go behind the scenes at zoology another day. You get to be learning all kinds of stuff that you would have never thought about before. It really keeps it very fresh and educational and hands-on. Sometimes we have kids that come every single week, and then sometimes we have kids that come for just 1 week, or a combination of what themes are exciting for them. Either way, you're going to have a good time. Camp itself runs from 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock, but we do offer an extended care, so kids can be dropped off as early as 6:30 and picked up as late as 6:30. Yeah, it really helps out working moms and dads. Camp starts June 6th and runs all the way through the very last week of August. Be sure and check online. When we start putting camps up, they sell out very quickly. Discover a land that's more than just ice and snow at the Arctic Voices exhibit, now on display in the Origin Museum through May 18th. Take a journey to this polar region where visitors can mimic animal life, travel with scientists studying cold water whales, and adapt like the plants at the north end of the earth. For more information, visit springspreserve.org. From Bugs Bunny to Brer and Peter Rabbit, in popular culture, these animals can be cute and cuddly, but also quick-witted tricksters. All images drawn from the real lives of our own desert cottontails that reside and hide here at the Springs Preserve.
So the desert cottontails are a really neat animal. So that's a native mammal that probably we're all really familiar with, right? This is one we see quite a bit in our master plan communities here in southern Nevada. You might see them down in golf courses here in town. They're really attracted to, just lush landscapes, and so they're going to eat all that vegetation that's in there. So. And just with that abundance of resources, and we just have some really healthy populations of these animals here in town.
They love these Las Vegas luxuries, but they're also perfectly designed desert survivors. Little but hardy, plain and fancy, with the ability to keep cool and become nearly invisible.
They've got that small body, gets that name cottontail because of that white tail that they have. So that's a feature that really stands out. One threat for them is just going to be predation. So whether it's fox or bobcat, that sort of thing. If we look at temperature, one thing, they've got those really long ears with lots of blood vessels, right? And they kind of act like little heat exchangers, right? So kind of helps them maintain the right body temperature and cool off. They also have that pallid, tannish color to them. that helps out as well. You'll notice a lot of desert animals tend to have kind of those muted color tones, and that really helps so they don't absorb too much heat from the sun, right? Now it also serves a really good thing of camouflage. So the cottontails are masters at this, so they're able to just blend in with their environment. And so if there is a potential predator in the area, the cottontails will just freeze, so they'll be completely motionless, and they really do blend in very well with the environment.
Although you can see them frequently but briefly throughout the valley, the best place by far to observe more of their clever behaviors is at the Living Collection habitat that's specifically but naturally designed for these tricky rabbits and our keenly interested visitors.
Even here at Springs Preserve on exhibit, sometimes it can be a little interesting to try and display such an animal, right? Because they do blend in. What's really neat about the design of our exhibit here is all the different vantage points that guests can utilize to catch a glimpse, right? So we've got areas all along the front and sides of the exhibit. We also have pop-up domes, acrylic domes that visitors can pop their head inside to get some different sight lines inside the exhibit. So it's letting our guests get as close as possible to the animals and get in there and get some different vantage points.
With the coming of spring, butterflies are on the wing again now that we've reopened our unique natural habitat. Visit springspreserve.org for more information. It's our profession and our privilege to share all of our passion for the Mojave's wondrous creatures. And once you've experienced our new wildly interactive show, which runs on weekends and holidays through May, we know you'll join us in our love for bugs.
Since spring at the Springs Preserve oftentimes means a lot of insects in the air, we thought a show that talked about insects and bugs would be something that a lot of people would like to see. So we're doing a show on weekends from March, April, May that's going to be all about bugs, creepy crawlies, things that have 6 legs, 8 legs, even hundreds of legs. And the interesting facts and interactions that we have with those creepy crawlies. We have done bug shows in the past, but this one's going to be a little bit more interactive, both for those of us putting on the show and the very brave people sitting in these seats behind me. So there's going to be some more interaction with the guests of the Springs Preserve who are going to be able to get up close and real with some of our stars of the show, sometimes maybe too up close and real. We'll see. Some of the insects we have featured in the show are going to be giant centipedes, tarantulas, vinegaroons, even a hissing cockroach or two, some beetles, all the little things that you're unhappy to find in your house, but you're happy to see here at the Springs Preserve on stage. The show's going to run on weekends during March, April, and May. It's going to run anytime there's a holiday during that period, so anytime that you have a day off, come on down to the Springs Preserve and learn a little bit about their animals you share the Mojave Desert with, whether you want to or not. It'll be fun.
Coming in June to the Origin Museum, the traveling exhibit, Playing with Light, will ignite your imagination as you open your eyes to our big, bright world and the many ways explorers and scientists go toward the light of lasers, telescopes, and the infrared spectrum. Visit springspreserve.org for more information. Whether you're nurturing the smallest plant or an intricate garden, the path to creating fertile soils, beautiful blooms, and nourishing produce begins and ends most successfully by doing what comes naturally.
There's quite an appeal for natural gardening, particularly in a desert environment, because we have limited resources such as water. If you choose native plants, for example, they're adapted to the soils and the water. It's going to be much easier to grow them if you stick with natives. You can really use natural gardening methods to apply to any type of plants that you're growing. So you're looking at what soils you have, how you're amending those soils, how we're irrigating, how we're harvesting, how we're looking at pest control and disease resistance and plant selection. All of those can apply to pretty much anything you'd like to grow.
The best investment is likely to be in the very earth from which everything grows.
There's lots of ways to amend soil. If we're using native plants again, the native soil is what they prefer, so nothing needs to be done to amend soil if you're planting just native plants. but a lot of things like edibles and maybe plants from other places are going to appreciate a little bit more nutrients that are available to those plants, and that can be done by amending the soil with an organic material like compost, leaf molds, soils that we purchase from nurseries or bagged products. But what we want to look at is what we're purchasing and what we're adding. So each plant has specific needs, and those really differ depending on what we're growing.
The trick to dealing with insects, good or bad, is first to do no harm, and then to do the least harm possible.
So one thing that we look at with natural gardening is IPM. It's integrated pest management, and it is the least harmful to people and environment method of attacking these pest problems. So we start with the least invasive methods. First of all, making sure we're identifying a pest as a pest and not that it's a beneficial insect. Sometimes the larval stages of something like a ladybug are mistaken for a problem and eradicated, and then the problem insects can multiply without their natural predators present. So we want to make sure before we deal with an insect pest that it truly is a pest.
And targeting specific insects with non-toxic pesticides is necessary for protecting our most precious birds, bees, and bugs.
Pollinators are an essential part to most every garden because we need them to actually produce the fruits that we eat. So we want to encourage them to our garden, and we can do that through having a natural garden without poisons and things that would be toxic to them. So when we're talking about pollinators, it's a whole host of things from bees, wasps, butterflies, birds. There's a lot of things that serve those purposes in our garden. So we can draw them to our gardens by making them natural, have some small water sources if it's birds, bees, butterflies, they all appreciate that.
By applying some of these basic principles of permanent agriculture and horticulture, you'll be getting the healthiest growth possible out of your naturally attractive garden. In our well-designed desert landscape, there's something wonderful to see every weekend. So why not join one of our free guided garden walks to learn more about what's in bloom, what's unusual, and what you can add to your own botanical collection. To find out more, visit springspreserve.org. The impressive historical reputation of the Springs Preserve is greatly enriched by the living memories, cultural traditions, and archaeological finds that reveal its importance as a promising land and often a chosen home for many generations of Native Americans.
Here at the Springs Preserve, we have sort of the full range of cultural groups that you would have seen going back in time all the way through to the modern period when you see the European American settlers come in, the Mormon settlers and the explorers pass through this area. So if you're looking for a place to see the wide swath of history of the Las Vegas Valley, this is your place.
Evidently, it's been the place for ages thanks to an abundance of water that once made the preserve flourish as a feeding and hunting ground.
We know that when we were measuring water in the earlier historic period, water coming out of the springs, that it was about 1.5 million gallons of water coming out of the ground a day in a 24-hour period. So that's a significant amount of water. And this area at the Springs Preserve, we know would have been very wet, not necessarily swampy, but very lush. And that definitely would have attracted all types of animals and definitely would have attracted the people. The people follow the animals, the people find the water. And so you would have had animals and people interacting in this space pretty regularly.
Including some prehistoric animals that are now extinct and people who have come and gone yet continued to settle here.
Here at the Springs Preserve, we know that we have evidence of human activity here going back 3,000, 5,000 years. Probably not so late as 10,000 years, but it would be fantastic to find something associating human activity with these early fauna like mammoths or mastodons or camels or bison. As far as habitations on site, the earliest evidence we have for habitations on site come from the pit houses that we've discovered that are associated with formerly called Anasazi peoples, what we now call ancestral Puebloan peoples. When we talk about ancestral Puebloan people living in a place, we have evidence of their houses here. And so that discovery in itself allows us to redraw a map. It allows us to include Las Vegas in the wider southwestern cultural area, which is something very, very rare that happens. It's very rare that you actually get to redraw maps and include an area that hasn't been included before.
Although the Puebloans were dispersed by a massive drought and would eventually be followed at the preserve by the Patayan, Mojave, and Paiute tribes.
Well, according to Paiute tradition, they've always been here. This is their homeland. This is where they were created. This is where they were born. The archaeological evidence it tells a slightly different story. We see evidence for people coming out of the desert, the California desert, probably about 800 to 1,000 years ago. We see a change in technology associated with ceramics and pottery. We see changes in technology associated with things like projectile points. We start to see very, very small projectile points, as previously they were a little bit larger, a little bit wider. So finding the structures, the habitations, the places where people live, we know they were here for a significant period of time. They weren't just passing through the valley. This is where they were living. So that's very important.
And it makes them well worth recreating in our Native American village.
When you go outside here at the origin, we have a reconstruction of a Mojave pit house, which is slightly different than what you see in this area down along the Colorado River. These were large mud and log constructions with flat fronts on them. And we also have reconstructed Paiute houses called kani. Some people might call them wiki-ups, but the Paiute term is kani for the houses, the brush structures that they would have used here.
The other notable structure is the silo that contains grains and seeds for our traditional garden.
We've planted corn, we've had sunflower, we've planted wheat. We've also planted chilies, which is something that Native groups would have known and probably would have grown all throughout the Southwest.
We're aware of their desert-wise ways because members of our local tribes have been involved in the creation of the preserve and join us frequently as guest curators to share their knowledge of this ancestral homeland.
This is a real chance for people to learn firsthand from the Native Americans that live here about their lives, about their traditional lifeways, their crafts, what they're doing still today. And so it's an important part of what we do here at the Spring Spurs also to bring people together. We're a very, very diverse community. We have people from all over the world, and to highlight the people that are here is something very important to help build community.
Chef Cicely is working some more of her kitchen magic as she conjures up a beautiful and flavorful Mexican dish that is the toast of tostadas.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely, joining you here from the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Today we are going to be making tostadas. Now, most important part of the tostada is actually the tostada shell. So how can you get those amazing, beautiful productions of what is essentially a taco bowl at home? Well, that's what I'm going to show you here today. So what I have are 3 different types of tortillas. I have little baby corn tortillas, I have large flour tortillas, and then I also have medium-sized flour tortillas. Any one of these can get fried up to make either a taco shell or a tostada shell. So let's go over to the stove, and that's where we'll start. There's a variety of things to set up before starting to fry because it's a very fast process, so everything I want to make sure I've got lined up. I have a large round saute pan with very open edges to allow steam to come off as it cooks, and I'm going to place enough oil in the bottom so that it coats it evenly, and it actually is a little bit, maybe a 1/4 of an inch or so high. I'm going to pull that over the heat and let that heat to medium high, and then you'll see I've also got the ingredients I'm going to fry. I have some paper towels out, I have 2 bowls, a tong, and a baking sheet with a drying rack on it. So all of these things are going to come in handy when I am making my tostadas. These 2 bowls, I'm going to flip one of them over, the smaller one, on my drying pan, and I'm going to take 2 paper towels and just lay those over the top. We'll come back to that later. And I'm going to start with my big flour tortilla. And put it in, let it flop down so that it pops out that way. And you can see I've got sizzling going on right as I add it in. I'm going to use my tongs and spin it around so that I get oil on the top, and there's also oil on the bottom. You can see that the air pockets in that flour tortilla are poofing up. I'm just going to use my tongs to gently press those back down so that it continues to get nice even cooking through the whole process. I'm going to check on it, and I can see that as I check, I'm checking it and pulling it away from me that I'm starting to get some nice browning on those areas where it's lifting up, where it's getting more contact with the bottom of the pan. So I'm just going to keep spinning it around until it gets nice and brown. And that's just about right. Flip that guy over. It's going to poof up on the other side. Now here comes the fun part. I've got a bowl here with 2 paper towels over the top, and I'm going to put one here with 2 in the basin of the bowl. Pull this guy out, tap some oil off, put it on top of the smaller bowl, take my larger bowl, press it down. I'm going to let that guy cool, and while it's cooling, I'm going to go ahead and just do one of these little guys. Same process, pop it in, spin it around. Now my next step, my final step, is going to be as I open the paper towel, I want to put my toppings on my tostada shells while they're still hot. So that's going to be a little bit of salt. Salt can also get added into the pan as it's cooking. Some paprika. And then also some cojita cheese. And the main reason I want to put the cheese on while it's still hot is so that it melts to it and sticks. Sprinkle that over. These guys are going to go in the oven to get held hot while I prepare all the rest of the ingredients for my tostadas. Or if I had a whole bunch to make, that way I can keep making them and each one is going to seem like it's fresh out of the fryer when I serve it. And I am ready now to build my tostada. So I have hot shells, I've got cheese and spices on one side, so I'm going to take that and flip it over. And while it's still warm again, I want to get the edges of my bowl and what will be my chips and servingware for this dish with the cheese. Let it melt so that it kind of sticks on there nicely. And then also, of course, touch of salt around the edges. And then from there on out, it's a buffet line as far as what I want to fill my tostada with. So I'm going to go with a little bit of greens, of course some black beans, sauteed or roasted peppers is also a wonderful, nice touch. Next I'm going to go over here to some tomatoes. Green onions for, of course, lots of that nice fiesta style flair. Let's see, next I want some guacamole. Nice big old chunk, can never have too much of that. And how about some chicken? Do this vegetarian or with ground beef. Any different style that you would like. Sour cream or creme fraiche, whatever is your guilty pleasure. Touch of salsa. And of course, some good old cheese right on the top there. So now, what was a salad now becomes something a bit more extravagant. What was a bowl now becomes my servingware to eat it. And I can also do this in a variety of sizes. So this could be my dinner or lunch. This could be snack time or first course. Or this could be a wonderful hors d'oeuvre at a party. So thank you for joining me today at the Divine Cafe at the Springs Preserve. I hope you enjoyed making tostada shells and that you soon enough make your own. And I also hope to see you here.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where all the elements of a history that is being made every day, the never-ending display of animal adaptations, and humanity's nature-friendly innovations mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
next edition of Clark County Chronicles, a multi-agency effort is cracking down on lawbreakers at the Clark County Wetlands Park. Mojave Max has emerged from his winter slumber. We'll tell you about a prize-winning prediction, and a local boxer continues to shine in the ring and as a mentor to teens at Spring Mountain Youth Camp. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Clark County Chronicles, right here on Clark County Television.
I'm Deborah Norville. If you know a veteran who seems angry or sad or isolated, you may be seeing warning signs of depression or suicide. The VA is ready to help. Call 1-800-273-TALK and press 1.
Hi, I'm Rita Rudner, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
The Regional Flood Control District was created in the late 1980s. For most of this time, Gail Frazier was the general manager and chief engineer. Although you might not know his name, he has been the head of most projects in flood control in Clark County for the past 27 years. Today on the Flood Channel, we're going to talk about his legacy and what's next for the district. Before the district was created, there was no regional approach to flood control. In 1987, when Gail Frazier started his job at the district, he didn't know his job would become his legacy.
When Frazier retired this spring, those who had worked with him over the years came to pay tribute to his career.
Recall in the early days of the district, it was pretty controversial trying to get that initial master plan in place or just get the district created. We had people coming forward and protesting almost every meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, I think of all those projects, Virginia described a lot of them. You know, think of what it took to make it where the Charleston underpass doesn't flood, the multi-year Twain Avenue storm drain project, huge detention basins, projects in Mesquite, Boulder City, Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Moapa Valley, Laughlin, Searchlight, it just goes on and on, where we had massive flooding before. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that you will lead the board in singing the district fight song, because due largely to Gail's efforts, now the rain on Twain falls mainly in the drain.
The district's first general manager was Virginia Valentine. Turns out she was also once Gail Frazier's boss.
Under his stewardship, over 90 detention basins and 590 miles of channel were completed. 50 square miles were removed from flood hazard areas. That's 50 square miles that otherwise could not have been developed or housed our residents who live here today. And remember, all of this happened during a period of phenomenal, unprecedented, and maybe growth we'll never see again here in Clark County.
During Frazier's last meeting, a number of national representatives came to offer recognition. Frazier received honors from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Representatives from U.S. Senator Harry Reid and Representative Joe Heck came with proclamations and certificates. Frazier also received an award from the National Association of Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies. Local governments each thanked Frazier in their own distinct ways, with proclamations, facility name, and other recognition.
A powerful influence and a change agent for Southern Nevada, and clearly best practices in flood control came into place because of the hard work that you did. And so our mayor and council and the 280,000 residents in Henderson have deemed this Gail Frazier Day in Henderson. So you have free parking in Henderson today.
He made a remarkable difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Southern Nevadans over the many years that he has served. I am grateful to him for doing that and keeping my family and other families in Clark County out of harm's way.
Now that we've taken a look back, we want to introduce you to our new general manager and chief engineer. Steve
Parrish may be the new general manager of the district, but he's been working his way up to this position for quite some time.
I began my career at the Clark County Department of Public Works. I worked as an engineer there, reviewing drainage studies for private developments. And then I chose to move over here to the Regional Flood Control District and began here as a senior engineer, worked up to principal engineer and engineering director, eventually was promoted to assistant general manager, and now I'm general manager. I've been living in Las Vegas since 1978. I went to elementary school here, I went to junior high and also high school here, and then I went to UNLV and got my degree, my bachelor's degree in civil engineering at UNLV. Las Vegas has changed a lot over the years since 1978. I remember as a kid, driving with my mom and dad around town and seeing the flooded areas even back then. And, we've come a long way since then, made a lot of progress, and a lot of those problem areas that used to exist have, now been taken care of and aren't much of a problem anymore. So it's been good to see the changes over the years.
The district has worked hard to complete the projects over the years. With so many projects built already, Parrish knows exactly where he wants the district to go in the future.
We've made a lot of progress over the years. We've built many facilities. We just surpassed the 600-mile mark on the channels and storm drains, on links of channels and storm drains. And, so we've got a lot of momentum, I think. And I think one of the main goals of my after I got promoted was to continue that momentum and make sure that we continue building these facilities as quickly as we can.
Building on that momentum, Parrish also wants to continue the tried and true regional approach that's made the district so successful.
All of our projects are important to us. It doesn't matter if it's in an outlying area or if it's in the city of Las Vegas. I think every project that we do is important to Southern Nevada as a whole. And so, our philosophy has always been to do everything regionally, to build up the system throughout Southern Nevada and not just focus on one location and try to fix that one location. And so I think that served us well over the years.
Environmental concerns are some of the immediate challenges the district is tackling.
That's the main focus right now. We do have a lot of challenges ahead of us, particularly on the environmental side of the house. Trying to make sure we're in compliance with the Clean Water Act and with, staying in the good graces of the EPA. We need to make sure that we're handling our NPDES, National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, well, and we just got audited on that permit from the state, and so we got to deal with the results of that audit, and also we got to deal with getting that permit reissued here in the near future.
Despite the challenges, Parrish has found his job to be rewarding.
We see it every day that we get these projects completed, and people that have dealt with flooding issues for years and years and years, suddenly they don't have to worry about flooding anymore. It's not something that's on their radar anymore, and they don't have to think about it and just go on with life, and it just improves the quality of life for the people that live in Southern Nevada. We're constantly hearing from people thanking us about, we were able to get removed from the flood zone, and beyond that, we're not going to get flooded anymore, and we don't really have to worry about that. It's just a great thing.
Hey, my name's Katie, and I'm in the 9th grade. I'm an A average student, and I'm an athlete working towards a scholarship. And everybody tells me how much potential I have. But I just wish someone would tell me where my next meal is coming from. Katie, how'd I do?
Do you have to be so serious?
Well, I mean, I did like a crazy dance in a movie, if you want me to do a little, no.
Play a role in ending hunger. Visit feedingamerica.org/hunger and find your local food bank.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
I'm Agent Smith.
And I'm Agent Jones.
We're busting people who pollute Clark County.
Uh-oh.
Sir, your dog left a little gift for us.
He did?
Sir, pet waste can wash off lawns down storm drains untreated into Lake Mead.
Oh.
Sir, when Fido leaves a gift, do your duty. Scoop it and toss it.
Oh, okay.
Do something positive.
Don't trash Clark County. It's our home, too.
As you just saw in that ad, pollution continues to be a problem in the district, and we need to try to find new ways to address this. Today on the Flood Channel, we are debuting our new commercial with the animals of Lake Mead.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The animals of Lake Mead are a great way to teach children about pollution. We also go right into the schools and bring the message of flood safety.
The district school outreach program is critical to get youngsters aware of flood dangers from an early age.
So that when it rains in bedrock, all the water goes right here, and then it goes into one of these channels, like this, and then your houses and roads don't flood. Isn't that cool?
Children learn the reasons it floods here in the desert and learn ways to keep both themselves and their families out of harm's way.
How many of you guys have been to Lake Mead? Yeah, that's cool. So when it rains in Mount Charleston or Bedrock, which you guys are really close to, all the water wants to go from Bedrock to Mount Charleston to Lake Mead. But guess what's in the center? Who's in the center? Yeah. We are in the center. So we do all of that and a little bit more.
District engineers also visit schools to talk the science of flood control.
What happens is the channels then all drain into a detention basin, right? So they'll flow into the detention basin, and the water's coming in just like we saw on that where it was coning. It's coming in really hard. If you put it across the river, then it's actually called a dam, right? But the levees run alongside so that as the river rises, the water doesn't come over here and flood this area.
This year, we had a successful flash flood season with no fatalities and only a few problems. Here are some of the ways we communicated flash flood safety to the community.
Monsoon moisture was already in the air when the district held its Flash Flood Safety News Conference in late June at the Cal Canyon Detention Basin.
This is one of 90 detention basins that have been built throughout southern Nevada and Clark County. It's designed to capture flows that are coming essentially out of the mountains, detain those flows, and release the flow at a much more controlled flow rate downstream.
Numerous television, radio, and print reporters were on hand to help spread the message. And local leaders stress how important the district's construction project on nearby Grand Teton Drive is making Northwest Las Vegas safer.
And we know as we have Sky Canyon being built out, this will in fact protect them as well. Mother Nature certainly has issued her challenge to us, and we have responded quickly and specifically as possible. But each one of us, and you too, need to think and act responsibly. Stay out of compromised and probably dangerous driving and pedestrian roadways. It's up to each one of us to make sure that those we know, we spread the word, stay away from flood waters, don't go around barricades, and be mindful of the flash floods.
Another big focus of our communication this year was making sure the public knew about Senate Bill 156. The new law, which took effect on July 1st, makes drivers liable for their rescue or the removal of their vehicle from floodwaters if they enter a barricaded area.
If you drive through a flooded roadway or drive around a flood warning barricade and you need to have yourself, your vehicle, and the other occupants of your vehicle rescued, if the danger of getting swept away and the possibility of being killed by floodwaters doesn't resonate with you, maybe the expense of having to pay for your rescue will.
Another way the district reaches out to the community is through our smartphone app, Flood Spot. Here you can get up-to-date information about flash floods in your area, and there's a game for your kids to play.
This year, the district also moved some of its advertising to smartphone apps like Pandora and to electronic billboards with live flash flood watches. Of course, our flood safety advertising was also all over television.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
If you want to learn more about the district or flash floods, you can like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter. You can also download our smartphone app, Flood Spot. It might be the safest thing you have on your phone.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Clark County Wetlands Park contains many kinds of landscapes for you to explore, while never having to leave Las Vegas. Whether you visit to see the beautiful desert expanse or the cool, shady wetlands, you'll find an array of plants and animals unique to each habitat.
We don't have very many places in the Mojave Desert where we have a corridor with running water in the middle of it. The biggest variety of habitats, of course, in the valley occur here in the park. Our rarest habitat probably has to be the aquatic wetlands, which is the water and the water's marshy edge. There just isn't that much aquatic wetlands in southern Nevada anywhere. We have the riparian zone, which we kind of call the ribbon of green. Desert washes are places where we have little trees and small shrubs. They have to reach way far down for water, and they get watered periodically when we have storms.
Because life depends on water, you'll find an abundance of wildlife in the park's wetlands. Dragonflies and damselflies make their homes here. Although they look delicate, dragonflies can fly up to 35 miles an hour. You'll find them skimming the water in search of mosquitoes to eat and perching on tips of grasses while guarding their territory and looking for mates. Although they look similar, they're easy to tell apart. Dragonflies hold their wings flat and off to their sides when perched. Damselflies have thinner bodies than dragonflies and hold their wings together above their backs when resting. The desert habitat of the park features many native plants of the Mojave Desert, including cacti, an ancient plant family estimated to be 30 to 65 million years old. Many clever adaptations allow them to thrive in the hot, dry desert. During rains, cacti expand to grow temporary roots to absorb the water. During dry spells, cacti stems contract, allowing them to survive drought. Cactus spines shade their stems and deter predators, while their colorful flowers attract pollinators.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower. And it's
The park features native plant species found in both wetlands and desert environments.
come in and land on that. This is what they call the screwbean mesquite. You've got sugar and honey coming out of the flowers, and then you get this bean. A native plant is the plant that evolved and grew in the place. So it's in the habitat that has had the longest time to evolve together, so that it's a much nicer kind of marriage to the land. And an invasive is something that either we've brought in as a human race or has moved in through wind or dispersal agents. The worst invasive for us in the park itself is the salt cedar. It goes by the Latin name tamarisk. There are many hundreds of acres in the wash here now that are nothing but just solid tamarisk.
Tamarisk removal at the Wetlands Park will require work for years to come, so the beauty and diversity of the native plants, like desert willow, globe mallow, and yerba mansa, can flourish. You'll find that the Wetlands Park offers different experiences during different seasons. Cottonwood trees, typically found in riparian areas near water, are seasonal indicators. When the bright green leaves of summer turn golden in autumn, winter frosts will not be far behind. The park is home to hundreds of species of birds. Many make their home here year-round, while others stop here during seasonal migrations. Some birds change their looks with different seasons. In breeding season, American avocets change the color of their plumage, and the bill of the male ruddy duck turns a bright blue. The park's urban location provides critical habitat for wildlife, something not always found in city environments. Biologists monitor the park's wild creatures to measure their numbers.
Baby animals, hands down, have got something over all the rest of us, some indefinable sway. But what from a biologist's perspective is so wonderful about it is it means that that bird has been able to successfully complete reproductions, to successfully nest out here at the Las Vegas Wash and to hatch their young. And the odds against that are actually pretty steep. Hopefully now it'll be able to raise those young up to the point where they fledge. And fledge just simply means that they're ready to strike out onto the big bad world all by themselves. That's one of the key reasons why people often conduct bird surveys, is because they're an indicator of what's going on in your environment. We've identified more than 200 species now in the some 10 years of monitoring out here on the Las Vegas Wash. Yellow warblers, if we hear them sing again, which I expect that we will. That's the yellow warbler right there. The tone's always there. It's very, very sweet. One of the descriptors for their song is "Sweet, sweet, I'm so sweet." Yeah. Or "Sweet, sweet, I'm so very sweet." And also what's fun about the yellow warbler is, okay, indicator status, riparian habitats, all fine and well, but the yellow warbler is what Tweety Bird is based on. Birds are such a diverse group. There's just always something to learn, and I love that. They always offer something new. You can never know all the answers, and they're always going to throw a curveball at you. They don't read the same guidebooks that we do. They don't know where they're supposed to be.
Visiting the Clark County Wetlands Park offers a rare glimpse into Las Vegas's origins.
This was one of the kinds of meadow that you would have found originally in Las Vegas before the entire city was urbanized. The one that we're actually sitting in right now is probably the largest piece of saltgrass meadow that we have left. When the town began to grow and we began to have suburbs developing, a lot of the meadows began to depart. I think to me, conservation means trying to hang on to as much as we can of what's natural in an area. Sometimes you can't be perfect, but you try to keep what you can keep as a heritage for the people who are going to follow you. It's wonderful to be part of actually being able to hold on to a large parcel of land with so many diverse habitats in it, and to make that available for everybody that lives in Las Vegas and everybody that visits from around the world. We're hoping people will be able to come to the Wetlands Park to fall in love with nature and to be able to take the things that they learn here and apply them in other wild places.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand. The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Team Challenge is the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation's largest endurance training program that trains you to run or walk a half marathon while helping the foundation raise funds to find a cure for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease.
On the next edition of Where Fun Happens, love is in the air for some happy seasoned citizens. We'll tell you about the Cupid Connection speed dating events. Poet Vogue Robinson shares her hopes for longtime love and companionship, and Aurora says to take a hike to get in shape this spring. Those stories and more coming up on the next edition of Where Fun Happens, right here on Clark County Television.
I am for the child who lives in motels, cars, and shelters, now in foster care, a group home, where he sleeps not on a bed, but on a temporary cot. He is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
If you're wild about the Clark County Wetlands Park, you'll love the Wetlands Park Nature Center.
Its exhibit gallery gives you a whole new perspective on this desert oasis located right in Clark County's backyard. The interactive displays, educational videos and activities, and hands-on exhibits are for kids of all ages. There's something for everyone at the Wetlands Park, indoors and outdoors, and it's all free. Visit today.
Are you a fan of Sunset Park? Clark County Parks and Recreation wants you to volunteer for its new Sunset Stewards program aimed at improving the visitor experience. Volunteers accepted into the program would be asked to patrol the park for at least 4 hours each month, report problems, and interact with park patrons in a positive way in order to educate them about the wildlife and caring for the 323-acre regional facility. For more information, please call 702-455-8200 or email sunsetstewards@clarkcountynv.gov.
Hi, I'm Louis Anderson. You're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hello and welcome to Waterways, the Southern Nevada Water Authority's news information program. I'm your host, Scott Huntley. We join you from one of many Clark County schools on a mission to save millions of gallons of water for Earth Day. We'll show you how they're doing it. Also ahead in this half hour of Waterways, make your own Earth Day commitment and get off your grass and earn some cash through SNWA's Turf Rebate Program. Learn how your water meter works with tips to track your water use. And help your landscape be water smart as temperatures trend upward. It's officially spring, but the Water Authority is already thinking about summer. To help our community conserve during the peak summer months, the SNWA Board of Directors approved changes to restrictions eliminating Sunday as a watering day. Summer watering restrictions are in effect May through August. Eliminating just 1 day of landscape watering will save Southern Nevada an estimated 900 million gallons in the summertime.
We did some research on how often people were actually watering, and we found a significant number of people were already skipping 1 day, even during the summer months. So we think it's an opportunity to capture additional savings by restricting Sunday watering. We picked Sunday because it's the 1 day that's not assigned to anybody's schedule during the other times of the year.
The watering restriction would be voluntary for the first year and would need to be considered by each member agency before it takes effect. For now, you can water up to 3 days a week, but you may not need to. As Crystal Zelke explains, in spring, it's water smart to monitor your landscape and gradually add days as needed.
Water conservation is a must in the desert. Adhering to your assigned landscape watering days is one easy way to use water wisely, avoid overwatering, and reduce water waste. But you can save even more water just by monitoring your landscape and fine-tuning seasonal needs. On average, Valley residents use about 70 to 90% of their water outside in a typical month. That means outdoors is also where residents have the greatest potential to conserve water. In March and April, both sprinkler and drip watering is limited to 3 assigned days a week, according to your watering group. Properties in groups A, C, and E can water on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Properties in groups B, D, and F can water on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Watering on Sunday is not permitted for any group. If you don't know your assigned watering group, simply look on your water bill, call your water provider, or visit snwa.com for help. Turf watered by sprinklers and plants and trees watered by drip emitters have different needs, so let's focus first on sprinklers. Check your irrigation clock first to ensure sprinklers are running only on your assigned spring days. Next, set your clock start times to run sprinkler cycles in early morning. Water applied in the morning packs more of a punch since it won't evaporate under peak daytime temperatures or get swept away by afternoon winds. Another key to efficient lawn watering is spacing sprinkler cycles over a few hours to ensure your turf doesn't get more than it can possibly drink.
Usually turf can absorb only so much water at one time, so we suggest the cycle and soak method,
which is basically instead of one long watering event of about 10 or 12 minutes, you break it down into like 3 events of 4 minutes. For example, in the spring, you may water at 9 a.m. for 4 minutes, 10 a.m. for 4 minutes, 11 a.m. for 4 minutes. So then it's healthier for the lawn and you don't have any runoff.
Many warm season lawns, such as Bermuda grass, can stay healthy with even less water. Think about testing this on your lawn. If you remove 1 minute from each of your 4-minute sprinkler cycles, you can reduce sprinkler watering by 25%. Water dry spots with a handheld hose and test sprinklers for a minute or two after every spring mowing. Look for misaligned sprinkler heads and replace broken parts promptly to avoid water waste. It's time to switch gears and talk about drip irrigation. Drip watering is needed less frequently. However, you'll set it to run longer, typically 30 minutes or more once a day. That's because drip irrigation delivers water more slowly and deeply to a plant's root zone, in gallons per hour rather than gallons per minute. Delivered properly, drip irrigation promotes deep roots that provide better anchoring and stability, protection from hot surface temperatures, and a greater amount of nutrients. Drip irrigation is permitted 3 days a week in spring, but established plants often do well with less.
In the springtime, you have cooler temperatures still, especially at the nighttime. And because of that, you can slowly transition from your winter watering into your spring watering. So in winter, you're watering 1 day a week, so just up it to 2 days, and then monitor that for a month or so and see how your plants are doing. They'll probably do fine up until maybe late March or April, and then you can increase it to your 2 and 3 days and go from there. But just continue to monitor the plants and don't just jump from 1 day to 3 days.
Like sprinklers, you should routinely check your drip system to keep your landscape's lifeline in good working condition. Walk through your landscape monthly and look for broken lines or clogged emitter heads. Flush your drip line through the end cap in both spring and fall. Now, what about the needs of newly planted areas? If you have some landscaping projects planned this spring, the key is to think smart from the start. New desert-adapted plants will need extra watering as they get established, which is allowed for the first 30 days under watering restrictions. After that, it's time to taper down.
So after the initial 30 days, you have been watering every day of the week probably to get your plants established. So what you want to do is slowly transition them down in watering. So ideally, you maybe want to first go to every other day of watering, monitor the plants, see how they're doing, see if the leaves are droopy or if they're doing well. If they're doing well, then you actually can knock it down even a couple more days after that, and just continue to monitor the plants.
Finally, take 5 minutes for a quick refresher with the heart of your irrigation system, your irrigation clock. Managing your clock is a great way to maximize the efficiency of your outdoor water use. If you're ready to upgrade an old clock, consider a smart irrigation controller. The SNWA offers a rebate for qualifying smart clocks, which use weather data to assess and apply water only as your landscape needs it. Visit snwa.com to learn more about water smart controllers and to print the coupon. As you enjoy another mild spring in Las Vegas, you can help your landscape do the same. Increase watering gradually and only as needed, no more than your 3 assigned days a week. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Crystal Zelke.
If you need help remembering to change your clock seasonally, sign up for text reminders. Message and data rates may apply. Your water bill reveals more than how much you owe each month. It details your water usage and tracks monthly trends. As Jason Gifford reports, reading your statement is just one part of understanding your water use. The other part is reading your water meter.
If you've ever wondered how much water you really use, your water meter holds the answer. The device records how many gallons you use each month and relays the information to your water provider. It's a good idea to get familiar with your water meter so that you can track your usage trends and identify potential problems before they drive up your water bill. Southern Nevada's primary source of water comes from Lake Mead. Water is drawn, pumped, and highly treated before it makes its way across the valley and into your home. Once delivered, a water meter tracks your water usage. Utilities like the Las Vegas Valley Water District use water meters to measure your water consumption and bill you appropriately. Water meters can help you identify leaks and can also encourage conservation. Water meter technology can vary, but most operate in a similar manner. The Water District and the City of North Las Vegas both use automated meter readers. The AMR system records the water usage data at each meter and transmits it through radio waves to specialized receiving units. The Water District system consists of a small electronic device that is attached to the water meter. AMR is an efficient way to track and record customer water use.
AMR allows the meter readers to pick up reads through a radio frequency, which is more efficient because we don't have to walk from property to property.
A water meter has three basic components: a dial, a low flow indicator, and an odometer. The dial, or sweep hand, rotates when water passes through the meter. One full rotation of the sweep hand equals 10 gallons on 5/8 to 1 inch meters. The low flow indicator helps you determine whether you have a leak on site. The small triangle or star rotates with very little water movement. Any water moving through the meter is detected, so even a small leak will register. The odometer records total water use, similar to how the odometer in your car records miles driven. Read your odometer from left to right to get an accurate count of your water usage.
This is a standard 5/8 residential meter, and it displays water usage in thousands of gallons. So you have the furthest black stationary dial, which represents ones. The next two black rolling dials represent tens and hundreds of gallons. And then the third white rolling dial represents thousands of gallons. So if you're tracking your consumption, you really only have to track the white numbers.
While your water provider gets accurate readings of your water usage from your meter, customers should know how to read their meter as well. Follow these simple steps. First, locate your meter. Most residential meters are near the front yard or in the front sidewalk of the home. The meter lid is marked water, or the name of the water provider. Once you've found your meter box, remove the lid with a screwdriver or another tool that can gently pry it open. Some lids have removable inserts to make access easier. Next, lift the meter cap to uncover the lens and face the meter so that the zero on the outer dial is at the top. The odometer tells you how many gallons of water you've used. To track your usage monthly, you'll need to go back out to the meter and read the odometer again. Subtract your current reading from your last reading. Check your meter the same time each month for accuracy and write down your usage. Compare the results printed on your bill. It's important to read your water bill monthly because it can help you identify a problem such as a leak before it escalates. Familiarize yourself with the bar graph to compare your monthly water use and see when it peaks and declines. Once you understand how much water usage affects your bill, you'll be more inclined to conserve, and you'll see those savings in your water bill when your bill decreases. For helpful tips on how to read your bill, visit lvvwd.com or contact your water provider directly. Be proactive and know how much water you use. Read your water meter once a month to help you save water and money and help our community conserve its most valuable resource. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Jason Gifford.
Spring is the ideal time to replace your water-thirsty lawn with a water-smart landscape. Get started now and earn a cash rebate from the Water Authority. Christine Vaughn shows you how to apply for the program and remove your turf in 3 easy steps.
A water-smart landscape here in the desert pays off in more ways than one. As Southern Nevada continues to weather the drought, we're all being asked to conserve. With the incentives increased in SNWA's most popular conservation program, it's even easier to get off your grass once and for all. Since 1999, the SNWA's Water Smart Landscapes rebate program has paid cash back to homeowners and businesses who convert their water-guzzling lawns to Water Smart landscaping. Since then, Southern Nevadans have replaced about 177 million square feet of turf. That's enough to roll a strip of sod around nearly 90% of Earth's circumference, and it's helped our community save more than 98 billion gallons of water. To keep those amazing savings going strong, the SNWA increased the cash rebate offered to Water Smart Landscapes program participants. Currently, applicants can earn up to $2 for each square foot of turf they convert to Water Smart Landscaping. That means using less can earn you more than ever.
People tell us why they can't do these projects. They may be interested, but they have various reasons they can't. I'm not sure what to do. We've got the Springs Preserve, we've got classes, we've got other things to help you. One of the other challenges is financial. I'm not sure I can afford to do it. So we bumped the rebate up to $2. Now more than ever, we're going to be giving you more financial assistance so that you can undertake these projects.
With the increased $2 per square foot rebate, there's no better time to replace your unquenchable grass. Most homeowners use most of their water not indoors but outdoors, watering their landscapes. In summer, up to 90% of the average resident's water use can be attributed to watering. The biggest culprit? Thirsty grass. The best way to reduce water use? A water-smart landscape. You'll reduce water use by up to 75% and eliminate weekly mowing and heavy maintenance. The SNWA estimates your water-efficient landscape can save you about 55 gallons of water per square foot per year. Those savings add up. For an average 1,200 square foot conversion, that's 66,000 gallons of water saved yearly, which goes a long way to reducing your water use and keeping bills manageable.
Well, what people don't realize is that here in southern Nevada, people are typically putting 8 to 10 or 12 feet of water on their lawns. And so it's important that we have lawns only where we need and use them, but where they're purely ornamental, we've got a lot of other beautiful plants can do that job on a fraction of the water.
It is okay to keep some grass areas in your water-smart landscape, but remember, if the only time you walk on your grass is to mow it, it's probably not a functional part of your outdoor living space. No matter how much grass you decide to convert, it's easy to get started. The WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program works in just 3 simple steps: check in, dig in, and cash in. First, check in. Enroll online at snwa.com or call 702-258-SAVE for a rebate application. Before you start your project or take out a single blade of grass, Water Authority staff must visit your property, review, and document the lawn areas you're converting. They'll also be happy to answer any questions you may have. Step 2 is fun. Dig in. Start planning your landscape design now. You have 6 full months to complete your conversion. Whether you do it yourself or seek help from landscape professionals, the SNWA offers helpful how-to videos, online resources, and more.
I think one of the greatest resources is right here at the Springs Preserve. So we teach classes here. We've got gardens you can walk through. You can see plants at different stages of their life and also at different times of the year. And you can learn more about them. We've also got a great online database. So if you want to learn about types of plants that fit a certain need, you can go in and put those criteria in online, and we'll return some plants that might fit your need with photographs. We've got classes here. We'll teach you how to do drip irrigation. We'll teach you about garden planning, about composting, all kinds of different things. So if you really want to invest yourself and learn more about it, it's all here between the Springs Preserve and snwa.com.
If you're not ready to upgrade your landscape right now, it's still smart to apply for your rebate. Remember, you have 6 full months to plan your WaterSmart landscape, talk to contractors, and get bids. With all this in place, you'll be ready with shovel in hand or experienced professional help by fall. Experts agree it's the best season of the year to plant in southern Nevada. When your conversion is complete, it's time for the final step: cash in. The rebate check you receive from the SNWA is just the start. You can also look forward to long-term water savings and the opportunity to enjoy a colorful and ever-changing outdoor living space that's right at home in our Mojave Desert. If you're ready to use less and get more, with desert-friendly beauty you'll enjoy year-round, there's no bigger way than a WaterSmart landscape. With the SNWA's increased rebate, saving water has never been so easy. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Christine Vaughn.
A dozen Clark County schools will be greener this Earth Day. A nonprofit conservation organization helped the schools remove water-intensive lawns through SNWA's WaterSmart Landscapes rebate program. Lisa Reese tells us how much water the effort will save.
Clark County is the 5th largest school district in the country, with more than 320,000 students attending 356 schools. It's no wonder CCSD is also a large consumer of water. But the school district is working to reduce its water footprint one school at a time. With the help of local organizations, turf is out and gardens are in. Green Our Planet is a nonprofit organization on a mission to help Clark County public and private schools plant vegetable gardens. The group's outdoor garden classroom project has helped more than 80 schools build gardens since 2013. By Earth Day, 12 more schools will join the crop. The project is called Earth Day 3 Million. 3 million represents the number of gallons of water the schools expect to save by removing approximately 55,000 square feet of turf through the SNWA's WaterSmart Landscape rebate program. Since 2004, 23 schools have participated in the program, converting more than 707,000 square feet of turf to water-smart landscaping. Since the Water Authority increased the rebate to $2, there was no better time for more schools to take out non-functional turf and build outdoor garden classrooms.
And we realized that that money could be put towards building raised vegetable beds or herb spirals, planting trees, and so it's a really fun way for schools to expand their gardens and at the same time save water for the school district.
Well, our school district is one of the largest in the country. So by each school removing approximately 2,000 square feet, that makes a huge impact on our conservation efforts. The more they take out, the more that we save.
It takes a village, or in this case, hundreds of community volunteers and partners to build outdoor garden classrooms. Organizations like Los Vaqueros contribute labor and resources to remove turf at each school, while sponsors such as Wynn Resorts, Cosmopolitan, the Downtown Project, Lowe's, and more provide the funds and manpower to make this project successful. At Decker Elementary, dozens of volunteers expanded the school's existing garden in just a matter of hours. They installed drip irrigation, built raised beds, and planted seedlings with the students. Outdoor garden classrooms are designed to teach children a variety of subjects, including STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and health and nutrition.
As part of our school's vision, we see kids making healthy choices. So that, of course, includes their personal safety, wellness, so that they can make the choice to have a healthy diet, to be outdoors, to do things that are good for the planet. So we wanted to instill that in our kids through experiencing the outdoor classroom at our garden.
If you take a teacher's teaching area and perimeter in a classroom, which is very abstract, drawing lines on a board, it's complicated and hard for children to understand the concept, or they can go outside and the students can measure the beds, the garden beds, figure out the perimeter, figure out the area, figure out the volume, figure out how much money it costs to buy all the soil for that garden bed, and then because it's a lot more practical, kids understand it, they get it.
There's a lesson in water conservation too, as educators show students how to grow food with minimal water in our desert climate.
Converting turf to gardens is a great way for students, especially at a young age, to learn about water conservation. They're getting hands-on experience growing a garden with minimal water use, while at the same time they're learning the life cycle of water and sustainable horticultural practices.
I've learned to keep all the plants healthy because there's no telling when we can need them in case of emergencies. And plus, one thing I also learned is that all of these plants are supposed to be durable to the weather.
Greener Planet's Outdoor Garden Classroom program is the largest in the western United States. The nonprofit partners with garden farms to install the gardens and visit the schools weekly to conduct workshops with students. The farmers also help each school maintain their garden for the first year.
One of the other goals for Green Our Planet is to connect students to the environment in a meaningful way, that they will fall in love with their garden because they're having fun out here, they're learning well out here, they're surrounded by butterflies and bees and hummingbirds, and so they fall in love with the planet, which means when they grow up, they probably won't destroy it, and I think that's very important.
With grass out and gardens in, more youth can learn how to be water smart in a community that depends on conservation. Learn more about SNWA's Turf Rebate Program and get tips to grow your own water-efficient garden at snwa.com. Reporting for Waterways, I'm Lisa Reese.
If you're also planting a new garden this spring, there is one important step to take when you get home from the nursery. Horticulturist Norm Schilling explains why you should immediately remove your new tree's transport stake.
We're here in downtown Las Vegas with a newly planted tree from the city of Las Vegas, and this tree was planted about 2-3 weeks ago, and it's been staked properly out here with these stakes, but it still has what's called the transport stake or the nursery stake. That's that stake that's right up against the trunk of the tree. And this stake should be removed the day that the tree is planted. Hopefully your tree is sturdy enough that it doesn't need to be staked at all, but if it doesn't, you use a different method of staking it with stakes outside. But what you want to do is take this off on the day you put it in the ground. And to do that, you just cut all these ties away, and hopefully that stake is loose enough that you can turn it, and this one seems pretty loose, and you just pull it and lift it, and it should come right out. You just take it right out, and now, and there's a good reason for this. There's a couple reasons, actually. One, you want this tree to be able to move. That flexing of the trunk in the wind is actually going to strengthen that trunk, causing it to grow in girth. If it's too tight and it's not allowed to move, this trunk won't strengthen, and you want this tree to be able to stand up on its own. The other reason, though, is very apparent once I take that stake out. That stake up against it rubs in the wind, and it causes injuries, and you can see some wounds here on the trunk in various locations. So remember, if your tree needs to be staked, you're going to stake it with stakes outside away from the trunk, and get that nursery stake off the day that you plant it.
Thanks, Norm. There's still time to enter the annual Southern Nevada Landscape Awards contest. The 2016 contest is split into 4 categories: designed by homeowner, designed by professional, maintenance by professional, and the Lynn Mills Community Garden Award. Learn more about the awards program, see photos of past winners, and enter your landscape at springspreserve.org. The deadline is May 2nd. That's it for this edition of Waterways. If you have any comments or questions, contact us at Waterways, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89153. Or send us an email through our website at snwa.com. Connect with us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, and watch more videos on SNWA's YouTube channel. Thanks to Decker Elementary School for letting us feature their garden. And thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time, right here on Waterways.
I was born in a small fishing town in Scotland.
Prior to Metro, I served in the military for approximately 7 years.
My dad was a pilot for the LA County Sheriff's Office.
It was my dream to become a police officer. Approximately about 9 years old.
You know, I wanted to make a difference. What could I do to enhance the community that I lived in?
Our organization is extremely diverse. It gives you a lot of opportunities to be able to go do whatever you want to do. When we're out doing public demonstrations, I tell people, if you want to go fly a helicopter, you want to be a detective, you want to go work a dog, you can do that. And that's the truth.
Clark County may look like most local governments, but we aren't your usual county. The Las Vegas Strip, McCarran International Airport, and other major landmarks are located in unincorporated Clark County. In fact, 954,000 residents of the Las Vegas Valley live in unincorporated areas of the county. These residents get their streets, parks, and other services typically provided by cities from your local county government. In addition, Clark County provides regional services like elections, courts, and UMC Hospital to everyone who lives here, all 2 million of us. So get to know Clark County. We're here to serve you.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Hi, I'm Joe Gloria, the Clark County Registrar of Voters.
and I'm here to explain how you can help us save more than $1.5 million this year. Every election, we print and mail hundreds of thousands of sample ballots. This is a significant cost and uses a lot of paper and other resources. But now voters can choose to receive their sample ballot by email instead of through the regular mail, and help us save taxpayers money and save hundreds of trees. Here's how you can help. Go to the Clark County Election Department website at clarkcountynv.gov/vote. Enter your information in the Registered Voter Services box to log in. Then click on the drop-down arrow next to Voter Services and select Request My Sample Ballot Electronically. Go green. This election season, help us save taxpayers' dollars and hundreds of trees. Choose email over regular mail for your sample ballot.
Want to know what's happening in your community? Stay in touch. Log on to ClarkCountyNV.gov and subscribe to free electronic newsletters created by your county commissioner so you can stay informed about what's happening in your district and your neighborhood. New building developments, fun neighborhood events, how to access services, people making a difference. It's all there when you subscribe, and it'll come right to your computer. Subscribe today at www.ClarkCountyNV.gov.
I'm George Wallace, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Tonight we'll talk about the upcoming TEDx event here at UNLV, what it's really like to live in Las Vegas, the drought in the American Southwest, and student access to and success in higher education. We've got a lot to get to tonight, so let's meet our first guest. Joining us now is geoscience professor Matthew Lockneat. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, your research is in, let me get this right, paleoclimatology, stable isotope and geochemistry, and geochronology. I could kind of work out definitions of those words, sort of, but I don't really know what you're doing. Tell me what you're doing.
Well, I'll get to the important parts. Paleoclimatology is the study of past climates.
Right.
And what we're interested in doing is extending our record of past climate variations beyond the instrumental record, where thermometers only go back 150 years. We try to take that back hundreds more, thousands more, hundreds of thousands more years back into the past.
How do you do that?
I use what are called cave deposits, and those grow upward over time in places like Lehman Caves in Nevada or elsewhere. And we can measure the differences in the chemistry of those deposits over time, and they tell us how climate has changed when you have warm periods and cold periods and wet periods and dry periods.
How does knowing that affect us? I mean, what good does that do us in our current climate situation?
Well, one of the biggest questions we have is, what is nature capable of doing in a place like the Great Basin in southern Nevada? Can it be even drier than today? And what we've been finding is the answer to that question is absolutely yes. It can be both wetter and drier, and we need to understand those previous dry intervals to know what nature's capable of doing in the future once temperatures start to rise.
We've been in a drought for I don't know how many years now here in southern Nevada. I go out to Lake Mead occasionally, and it's down 100 and some feet from where it was in the early 80s. I mean, obviously, there's not a lot we can do about that, but we can sort of learn. Are you trying to learn kind of why all of this is going on?
Yeah, we're interested in knowing the why, but also having some past analogs that we can use to try to understand what's happening into the future for things like drought. And drought is really the most salient feature of climate change here in the Southwest. So we've been in a 12-year-long drought. Some of our data shows that the droughts have extended up to 50 or 100 years in the past. And we have to be able to plan for that eventuality in the future.
Is there a way for us to survive if it lasts 50 years?
Sure there is, and that's a question for policy of water resource allocation more than it is a question of climate change.
The La Nina, El Nino that we're going through this winter, maybe a La Nina this summer, I'm not sure, but the El Nino, what does that do to us here in southern Nevada?
Well, typically El Nino events produce wetter winters, and that results in filling the reservoirs like Lake Mead and Lake Powell. For some reason, that's not happening this winter. It's actually been slightly below average in southern Nevada, so we're not making a lot of headway in terms of filling Lake Mead and some of the other reservoirs on the Colorado river drainage basin. However, normally that means wetter than average.
We need rain, we need snow in the Western Rockies.
Yeah, we need snow in the Western
else?
Rockies for many years, really, to bring us back up to where we were the last time Lake Mead was overflowing in 1998.
You work here in the Southwest. You also work in Central America and some of the tropical climates down there. I think of when they figure out climate change and what winters were like and all that, taking the core sample out of the ice, not really something you can do in southern Nevada or in El Salvador, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. We do look to places like that have ice for ice cores to do this type of work. Because there's not ice here in Nevada, we need to find different sources of information, what we call proxies. And the cave deposits fill that need for a place like southern Nevada where there's not ice, where there's not marine sediments, where there's not lake sediments that we can generate those longer records from.
So the best ways the caves is because they're undisturbed?
That's typically the case, and they grow material over thousands to tens of thousands of years that give us a very long record of past climate changes.
Wow. I know I've seen Lehman Caves, and I've been in some of the others, but I never thought really that this was going to be discovering our past and predicting our future.
Yeah, that's right. That's why they're very useful, and we have been working in a cave in the new Great Basin National Monument, which is really showing us some of the very interesting results over the last 10,000 years or so that show that Nevada has experienced even drier climates than what we're existing in today.
Wow. Matt? Well, not terribly cheery, but at least keep up the good work.
Okay.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We don't want you to go away. When we come back, we will talk with Magdalena Martinez. Stay with us.
Lazy bones, loping through the day. You always seem to find the easy way, moving like you roll the grave. Never heard a word I say.
All over America, entire families are backsliding. We're no longer just sedentary, we're stationary, and that's bad news for your bones. At any age, bones need weight-bearing activity to grow strong and stay strong. So go outside, take the steps, play with the dog. Just get up, get out, get moving.
Never keep your bones that way. Never heard a word I say.
A public service message from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons.
Welcome back. Our next guest is Magdalena Martinez. She is Director of Education Programs with the Lindsay Institute. You're a local person. You graduated from high school here, went to UNLV here, and then went off to conquer the world, and you're back. Tell us about what you did in the time you left us and what you're doing now.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me here today. So I'm a graduate of UNLV. I received my degree in business here and went off to Harvard University to obtain my master's in education administration, planning, and social policy, and still had the bug to go to graduate school. So came back, worked a few years here, and then went to the University of Michigan. What brought me back? So with a PhD, there are many opportunities, and in fact, I defended right in the heart of the recession. But I made a conscious decision to stay in Southern Nevada because I felt that if people like me who had invested so much in this community didn't stay, then how do we expect other people that are not a part of this community to stay? So I made a conscious decision to stay here and really put my skill set to work to help solve real problems that our community is facing, particularly as it relates to educational issues.
What a great way to say that. That's wonderful. I agree with you. Tell me a little about the Lindsay Institute. It was started, Kirk Kerkorian started it, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So the Lindsay Institute is a fairly new research institute here at UNLV. And the purpose of the Lindsay Institute is really to look at 4 core areas, education being one of them, health services, social services, and technology, the other 3 areas. I have wonderful colleagues that I work with that focus in those areas. I focus primarily in education, and my portfolio actually includes looking at K-12 and higher education, not just K-12. When people think about educational researchers, they often think about K-12. Right. But my focus really is also those critical transitions from high school to the university, and particularly for our most underrepresented populations. So the role of the Lindsay Institute really is to conduct meaningful research that is relevant and timely for our community so that we can expand the discourse, particularly as it relates to public policy making, beyond the few select, right? So a lot of the work that I do is doing research that is specific to Southern Nevada. And it's been a wonderful experience, a very unique experience, and I think one that is fitted well with the university that's up and coming, particularly at UNLV.
The jump from high school to college, even for the best students, is the toughest probably of all, right?
Absolutely. In fact, Southern Nevada, or Nevada as a whole, has one of the lowest college going rates in the nation, sadly. And
you're going to change that.
I hope so. With the research that I've been collecting, oftentimes you hear it's said here that Southern Nevada just doesn't have a college-going culture. Parents don't value education. And I thought that was a good empirical question. So I'm putting that to test. And I, along with several other colleagues from other universities in the area, and practitioners who are actually doing frontline work, have been collecting survey data for about 4 years from some of our most hardest hit schools, high schools, and asking kids, you know, what are your aspirations? Who influences you? Do you feel you have the support you need at school, at home? And those survey results are very interesting, and we're hoping to share those through a series of white papers and perhaps even some community convenings in the future.
I look forward to seeing that. You're part of the Nevada Consortium for Teacher Pipeline. What is that?
So what that is I primarily serve as a facilitator, and it was really spearheaded by 2 individuals, our dean here, Kim Metcalf at the College of Education, and a community member that was with Teach for America, or still with Teach for America. And really the idea was that we knew that Nevada as a whole, in particular Southern Nevada, was experiencing a teacher shortage. And so what the consortium does is bring a number of stakeholders together to really problem solve and to really expand the discourse around what we can do around the teacher pipeline. And I'll give you an example. So we have been meeting for about almost 2 years, and it was initiated right before the legislative session. And so as a collective, the group came together and identified key policy recommendations they could present to the legislators during the last legislative session. And so my role really has been one as a facilitator, knowing educational issues nationally and then locally, and helping to people coalesce around key areas.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I look forward to that one as well. It will be very interesting to see all of that and your recommendations to the legislature.
Thank you.
Magdalena, thank you very much. We'll be right back with our next guest right after this.
Where are you headed?
Just gonna hang out.
It's a school night. With Gary and Todd?
Yeah.
Not sure about those 2. I've been meaning to ask you. This is tougher than I thought. Is there any drinking going on in this crowd?
No.
I hope not, because alcohol can lead you to say things and do things that you really wish you hadn't. Isn't this what you're supposed to say?
I know.
So if any of your buddies ever pressure you to take a drink, just tell them you promised your dad you wouldn't. I'd do anything to keep you safe.
Okay, I will.
I hope this is working.
I promise. Love you too, Dad.
They really do hear you.
Ryan.
Yeah?
So start the conversation even before they're teenagers.
Good idea.
For tips on what to say, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov. A message from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration.
Our
remember the moment clearly.
I'll never forget that moment.
As long as I live.
I realized at that moment, when we first saw the damage, these people really needed us. And I was going to make a difference, right here in my community. Together with local responders, we cleared trees and collapsed walls. We had to get to the family trapped beneath. As a citizen soldier, I made a difference.
Be there for your community at NationalGuard.com.
Welcome back. Our next guest is Associate Professor of Sociology, Christy Batson. You are a social demographer. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes, you did.
And you do research on immigrant adaptation to Southern Nevada. Exactly what are you finding and why is this important?
When I moved here in 2007, I was continuing a line of research looking at immigrant adaptation, specifically focusing on Hispanic immigrant adaptation. And my focus has primarily been examining second and third generation, the children and grandchildren of immigrants, and how they assimilate into mainstream American society. And I've focused specifically on looking at fertility patterns and patterns of interracial and interethnic marriage and occupational mobility. And for the most part, immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, assimilate in mainstream patterns consistent with most adaptation research. But in recent years, some of my research has shown a pattern of ethnic resilience, where immigrants, particularly those who live in large metropolitan cities that have large immigrant communities, cities with ethnic enclaves, that in those types of communities we're seeing a slowdown process of assimilation, and in some cases assimilation patterns that just aren't existing in the same way anymore.
Wow. You've done a lot of your research here. Is Las Vegas the same way?
Las Vegas is the same way. We have a large immigrant population. We have a very large immigrant community. We have ethnic neighborhoods in Las Vegas. And so the patterns the patterns in Las Vegas have been consistent with patterns in other cities similar to Las Vegas, and we are seeing some emergence of ethnic resilience among immigrant communities in large spaces.
Has this been true for other immigrant populations over the years, the Irish in New York, thinking of things like that? Maybe it's not a question I should have asked you.
Yeah, no,
here,
in most of those cases, assimilation, there was not an alternative to assimilation, and so assimilation was the mainstream norm at the time, because you couldn't live in a city and not adapt to that city's culture. Today, you can live in parts of a city, you can live in an ethnic enclave in particular cities like San Francisco or New York City, and not necessarily need to have English language skills to make it through the city, not necessarily need to have the same educational patterns or the same occupational patterns as if you picked yourself up and moved into a rural place in the United States where language was a much harder barrier.
What about the police connection here? You're part of the Las Vegas Police Social Survey and also the Las Vegas Smart Policing Initiative. What are those?
So a few years ago, I partnered with some senior colleagues in my department, and we were interested in trying to understand community and community quality of life in Las Vegas. And surprisingly, there wasn't a large survey in Las Vegas that had been conducted to study social issues of residents in Las Vegas. So we decided to create the Las Vegas Metropolitan Area Social Survey, and it's a neighborhood-based study. We studied 22 neighborhoods in Las Vegas and surveyed residents that lived within those neighborhoods. And we asked them questions about neighborhood satisfaction, neighborhood quality of life. If you preferred to live somewhere else, would you stay in your current home? Would you move? Would you leave Las Vegas? Would you leave Nevada? We also asked important questions about environmental awareness, water, air quality, and who Las Vegans trust for their information. Do they trust scientists? Do they trust the media? Do they trust their coworkers?
Yeah.
And so it was the first large-scale social survey conducted in Las Vegas, and we're trying to revamp it to do a second wave at the moment.
Are you going to see? Are you going to see this make a difference? I mean, is this going to come out and make changes?
We hope so. What we found, we sort of have found a dichotomy in our work. So in many ways, Las Vegas residents are not unlike other residents in other cities. We still want to go home at night. We still want to be safe in our neighborhoods. We still actually want to know our neighbors, and we still appreciate the neighborhood space as a very integral part of our life. But Las Vegas is a unique city, and so we have barriers to forming relationships at the neighborhood level that are unique to Las Vegas that don't exist in other cities. So we're a 24-hour town, which means that your neighbors are always working different shifts, and you might not see them as often as you might see your neighbors in other cities. We have environmental barriers to our architecture that inhibit social connectedness in our neighborhoods, right? We have concrete walls, garages, no driveways, no front yards, narrow streets. And so all of these things in combination work to isolate us in ways and create this myth that Las Vegans aren't neighborly. But through our work, we found that Las Vegans, we want to know our neighbors. We just have some barriers to that.
Real quick, you have 10 seconds. Who do they trust?
Who do they trust for their information? They trust scientists.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's
nice
good.
That's good
for me.
That's good. All right. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate it, Christian. Well, we will be right back after this. Stay with us.
If you keep tanning, indoors or out, the effects of harmful rays will show up on your skin. Wrinkles, age spots, and an increased risk of skin cancer, including melanoma, the deadliest form of skin cancer, and the second most common cancer in women 15 to 29. Stop tanning. Time may not be on your side. Learn how to protect your skin at spotskincancer.org. A message from the American Academy of Dermatology.
Drownings are a leading cause of death for young children. Simple safety steps are the best way to prevent these tragedies. Make sure kids learn how to swim. Always watch them in and around water. Properly fence all pools and stay away from drains. Consider the steps you take, then add a few more. Because you never know which pool safety step will save a life until it does. Simple steps save lives. To learn some new ones, visit poolsafely.gov.
Our final guest this evening is David Waldman. He is assistant professor in the Department of Film here at UNLV. I know you had a successful career in film. You're now back here at UNLV. Why did you decide to join UNLV and not make it, become the next Scorsese in Hollywood?
Well, I'm actually still a working cinematographer.
Oh, good.
I still get out there and practice what I know. Yeah, when my wife and I had kids, I kind of slowed down a little bit, stopped traveling for work quite as much. So I've always enjoyed giving back, teaching. So I came from USC and AFI, and an opportunity opened at UNLV.
Very good.
Opportunity opened up here. I took it. Yeah.
You refer to yourself as a format agnostic storyteller.
Yeah. What
do you mean by that?
So that's a good question. There's a lot of politicization with the media that we shoot on. I was trained on 35 millimeter motion picture emulsion. Right as I was coming out of graduate school, high definition acquisition became a thing. And these days, the medium that you shoot on tends to indicate something about the quality of your work. And I have a business card that says format agnostic, meaning we'll pick the right thing for the right project. You know?
I saw the Quentin Tarantino movie in 70 millimeter.
Yeah.
In 70 millimeter.
As did I. Yeah.
It was it was fantastic.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been the same on video, although it did show in some places in video.
Exactly. That's a good question. I think the majority of that movie, since it was interior, probably would have done okay.
Would it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
but it was just
one guy's opinion.
the big deal of it.
I loved seeing it in 70, though. It was really great. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about TEDx.
Yes, sir.
TEDx is what?
TED stands for Technology, Entertainment, Design. TED's a nonprofit out of New York City. They hold conferences throughout the year, probably 4 or 5 major conferences throughout the year, where they bring together leaders in each of those areas and others, education, things like that. And their tagline is "Ideas are worth spreading." So they bring together these people in a conference setting, and they have them present their big ideas. Not so much selling products from the stage or anything like that, but more why their idea is worth spreading. And the X in TEDx indicates that the event is locally produced and locally organized.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were part of the first one here.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be the director of the second one?
Oh, I'm just a faculty advisor. I'm a faculty advisor of the second one. Yeah.
So big names coming here?
Well, we have we have a good group of speakers, actually. We have 19 slots, 15 of whom will be speaking. 3 of those will be performance. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. We've got about 50% of them are from out of state, 50% from in-state, many of those from the UNLV community. The subjects range from the economics of local food to the grammar of visual data to intersex people. There's a lot of variation.
This one's going to be bigger and better than the last one here?
It is going to be bigger. Yeah, it's going to be a little bigger. We have seating for about 180 people. We're doing it in the Black Box Theater. The event's happening on Friday, April 8th, from about 8:30 in the morning till 4 p.m.
It is, okay, the Black Box Theater is where?
On campus. It's in the theater complex.
Okay. And it's open to the public?
It is, yeah.
Do you have to get tickets in advance, or you better?
Advisable. Of those 180 tickets, I think we have maybe a quarter of those left at this point.
Oh, wow.
But tickets can be found at the TEDxUNLV.com website through the PAC.
All right. It sounds very exciting. I've seen the TED Talks. Yeah. I've not seen this. There's a difference between the two?
There isn't, actually.
Really?
The format's the same, yeah. It's somebody, an expert, somebody who's passionate about whatever they're speaking about, standing on stage and telling people why it's important.
These are not panel discussions.
They're not.
Individual presentations.
No, these are TED Talks. These are, the format is exactly like the TED Talks that you're referring to, yeah.
Well, those are fantastic. Yeah. And I'm sure that there's an awful lot of people here who are very good and have ideas for this.
Yeah, their ideas are worth spreading.
We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
I'll find you a ticket somewhere along the way.
Yeah, TEDx.com.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, David. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Come and see us again. Let us know how it went.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
That's all we have for you tonight. We hope you will join us next time on Research Files. I'm Gary Waddell. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
I just moved in with his family, and it's embarrassing. The little one, he likes to go outside and crawl around in the giant litter box. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, poop already. You're making me nervous.
Of all the choices of water available to you, only one must meet all federal standards of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Do you know which it is? The answer may surprise you. Your tap water. For objective information about water quality and water treatment products, ask the authority. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm Bill Brown with Brookings Mountain West. This is our first lecture of the spring semester, so you can pick up a printed schedule outside. We'll have 4 or 5 more. You can always see it on our website, and if we have your email, you'll get announcements of our lectures and other programs from us. So see me if you'd like to do that. And let me introduce our speaker, our colleague Philippe Lacour, who comes to us from the Brookings Institution. He's a visiting fellow in the Center in the United States and Europe at Brookings. His research focuses on Asia and Europe, their political and economic relations, China's foreign policy in Europe and France. And we originally were going to have Philippe talk a lot about that, but with the Paris attacks now of not even 3 months ago, still seems even shorter, we asked him to incorporate that topic into his talk tonight, larger issues of global terrorism and also America's role in this, what we do or don't do here, how it affects that part of the country. So I'm going to turn it over to Philippe, and we'll follow our usual format of about a 30, 40-minute talk. We'll have some time for questions and conversation at the end. Philippe?
Thank you very much, Bill, and thank you for having me. Thank you to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. I'm sorry I misspelled the name of the university in this slide. And I came to this city 37 years ago, so I was barely, a teenager. And it's changed a lot, obviously. Those of you who've been living here all these years would tell me more about it. But not just Las Vegas has changed a lot. The world we live in has changed a lot. And tonight, normally it's good to start a talk with a joke, but I'm not going to make many jokes, I'm sorry. Since we're going to talk about something quite serious and quite dramatic that is taking place in today's world, and in particular in France and in Europe. There's a lot to say about this subject, really, and I'm going to cover a sort of wide range of angles, so to speak. And what I'd like to do is perhaps not to talk for too long, so that you can ask me questions afterwards. So, well, we were just in January, and January is the month of greetings, and it's quite a big deal in France, and that's the time when you celebrate and you wish people all kinds of good things for the year to come. And this year, there have been fewer greeting cards and emails coming, and those who wrote didn't have perhaps the same cheerfulness about it. There's a sense of gravity, perhaps, and all the official ceremonies that normally take place in January were marred by this gravity. Now, obviously, the year 2015 will be remembered for France having faced an unprecedented wave of terrorist attack. And it started in January the 7th, when, as you may remember, 10 journalists were killed at a satirical magazine called Charlie Hebdo, 2 police officers, and then a kosher supermarket was attacked, and also several customers and staff were killed randomly by people who had not only automatic rifles, but also bombs and all kinds of weapons that are presumably forbidden in France. And the year ended, as Bill just reminded us, on November 13th, with the random killing of 130 people in Paris. One of them outside a stadium, but many of them inside a theater called the Bataclan, which is an old theater of Paris, and where in fact, an American rock band was performing. And last but not least, people were also shot on the streets, and some of these people was a sort of not too cold nights for Paris, and there were a lot of people sitting outside in bars and restaurants, and they were shot by people who really wanted to shock the French, shock the Europeans, and shock the world. So, you know, it's a lot of people have compared this to 9/11. Now, obviously, it's perhaps less people killed, but of course there were hundreds of wounded people, and very badly wounded people, dare I say, and thousands, if not tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people traumatized by this action. Because in fact, the victims were mainly young professionals, people watching a soccer game, people going to a theater, and people just having a drink or dinner. So that's, you know, it's not the first time a free and democratic society has been targeted by terrorism, but it's certainly the first time in Paris. And of course the Americans know about this, because 9/11 is not so long ago. So the question many people have been asking me is, why France? And in fact, these are some of the issues I'll be covering in my talk. And it's not a very, I mean, you won't have 30 slides to watch, I'm sorry, but I will refer to a number of graphs that you will see later on. So the question is, why France? Why not Spain? Why not Britain? Why not Italy, Germany? Well, in fact, it's not just France. It's London, Madrid, it's Turkey, Lebanon, Mali, Indonesia, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and many other countries, just to name a few. And of course, they were targeted by different groups, by different organizations. And of course, I don't want to forget something that took place not far away from here, in the western part of United States, San Bernardino, a mass shooting. But as for France, it appears as, of course, one of the countries symbolic of free speech, one of the birthplaces of democracy, Western democracy, and a country that also has had a long, complex history of relations with the Middle East. And historically, it also has, as a consequence, one of the biggest, perhaps the biggest Muslim population in Europe, and the biggest Jewish population. And, you know, the system is what it is. It's a secular country. It's been a secular country for 200 years. And a country that's been coping with globalization, sometimes with difficulty. The colonial past keeps haunting France. And of course, you know, economically, it's been less good lately than it was due to all kinds of factors, globalization, the debt crisis, and the deindustrialization, perhaps. But what I could add is perhaps that the mainstream French perhaps thought for too long that you know, we were living in a happy multicultural society, and you know, there wasn't any problem. Immigration, of course, has come primarily from former colonies, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, but also more recently from other countries. Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and sub-Saharan Africa, and even Syria. I'll come to that in a moment, as you can imagine. And immigration was encouraged by the successive governments, because unlike some other European countries, France has always considered that immigration is a good thing, just like here in this country, and that it helps the demographics. But the problem is, at a time of high unemployment, the second and third generations of these immigrants have been finding it much more difficult to adjust to this environment, where with a high unemployment, and some of these young men in particular are facing unemployment rate of perhaps 25%. It's better for young women, but many of them have been resentful of a system that doesn't integrate them the way they would like. And they think it's to do with Islam. They think it's to do with their religion, with their name, with their origins, with the fact they are not really French, they're not really European. And in other words, that the system does not allow them to be what they are and to be part of the mainstream at the same time. Now, of course, we're talking about people who have acquired French nationality. And it's the case also in Belgium and a number of other European countries. I'm going to focus mainly on France because, you know, there's enough to say, and obviously towards the end of my talk, perhaps I'll speak more about Europe. But it's very difficult for these young people, and some are not that young, really, they're in their 30s now, to believe in, you know, the French luminaries of the 19th century or 18th century, Voltaire, you know, Montesquieu, these people. They don't really, it's not a reference to them. And many of them have not really achieved enough academically and do not really find that useful. And the principles of the French Constitution, the right to vote, the right to express yourself, irrespective of ethnic background and faith. I mean, these are parts of the French Constitution, but they don't really believe that it's for them. Many of them are angry, they feel ostracized. And perhaps the most worrisome part of all this is that most of these terrorists that committed these attacks are European passport holders. French, Belgian mainly, but Dutch also, and several countries. And as you know, you can now circulate freely within the Schengen area, the European Union, without having to show your passport. This is one of the great achievements of the European Union. So there, you know, a professor called Gilles Kepel recently demonstrated in his book that the current wave of jihadism meaning, you know, going for Allah, the, you know, Islamism, the concept of achieving a closeness to Allah, is a complex mix of social dereliction, colonial pasts, political disillusion, and Islamist intensification. And it started gradually about perhaps 20 years ago. Actually, Keppel talks about 2005 as a critical year. I was myself in the French government at the time. And it's a year very important in the sense that it's the first time large groups of second or third generation immigrants would actually take some kind of violent action on the streets against the establishment. And of course, it wasn't terrorism. It was really people coming out of their suburbs and wanting to demonstrate that they were unhappy about the system. And it started with two youth being killed, being electrocuted by mistake, really, because they were trying to escape the police. And it started all this, really, the 2005 movement. And somewhat the Salafism, which is an extreme Islamist movement, started to grow in France. I guess it started before 2005, but it became more pregnant, more intense. And of course, social media have helped this phenomenon to increase. Meanwhile, of course, the situation in the Middle East has also helped to convert people who were somewhat lost in their lives, didn't have jobs, didn't have a future, to get involved in some fairly extreme sides of Islam. Because you ask 95% of Muslim people, they would tell you that this is not Islam. Several hundreds of these young jihadists who have committed crimes have moved to Iraq and to Syria over the past few years. They joined Daesh, which is what people call the Islamic State, but I call it Daesh. And to find this sort of holy war against well, it's not necessarily the West, but it's all the people they call corrupt. So the corrupt regimes, we're all sort of more or less corrupt in this sense. The Western governments, the capitalism. So it's some kind of anarchies, really. And of course, a handful of them came back and committed these horrendous crimes, mainly through these random attacks, and also suicide bombing, which is unfortunately something very difficult to handle, as you know. So the response, of course, has been striking Iraq right after November 13th. Striking Syria, even more so, trying to build a coalition of countries. That's what the French president, François Hollande, has been doing. And also trying to sort out the situation internally in France. Talking about, homeland security. Those of you who were in the US, I guess most of you, after 9/11, know that this whole process of homeland security was started in the years following the Twin Towers attack. And of course, it was at the time very complicated to enter the US as a foreigner, because there was all these restrictions. But now, of course, you could argue that this system is working. And in Europe, meanwhile, we were sort of opening our borders and behaving in a way like we were going to live in this peaceful world, which obviously is not the case. And somewhat now we're regretting, especially as Syria has become such a messy place. And we've also had hundreds of thousands of refugees. And And meanwhile, the extreme movements I was referring to has been striking in different countries, not just in Europe, but also in many Muslim countries, in fact. So the consequence of that, of course, is that people are scared. And so the government, and I would say not just the French government, but also the German government and the British government, and, have been putting more police forces on the streets, more military. They have passed a legislation, anti-terrorist legislation in parliament, in the respective parliaments, and have really started warning people that it may happen again. Because being defensive is one thing, protecting people is one thing, but finding solutions, that's more difficult. And interestingly, the current president of France, Hollande, has become quite popular, just like President George W. Bush after 9/11. Wasn't always the case, but he became popular because people rally behind the president. He's the symbol of the nation. In some ways, a situation like that makes a country, a nation, stronger. The French are resilient, and they have long seen multiple races and colors becoming part of their society. And the country has a long history of immigration, and perhaps it's even better prepared than some other countries to face this kind of situation. If you think about Scandinavia, for example, which is now panicking, very extreme reaction from Sweden, Denmark, Norway, these places which were, sort of models of social democracy, and that are now sort of, the police is now protecting the immigrants because they're worried about some counter-reaction from the mainstream Swedes or Danes. Or just to tell you what a different world we live in. I mean, Sweden hardly has a Ministry of Defense. I can tell you, I worked in the Defense Department in my country. And Sweden thought, why should we have a defense ministry? No use. Maybe they are rethinking. Of course, another problem, a consequence of this situation, is the future of the European Union. I was referring to the Schengen Agreement, which is basically what's allowing people to cross borders. That's one of the two achievements, really, of Europe over the past 20 years. Actually, there are more than that, but two symbolic achievements. The European currency, made a big difference, really, for a number of countries, and even for visitors, tourists. They could just, use one currency, the euro. And the other achievement is Schengen. And Schengen means no borders. So when you say, all right, I'm closing the borders, what does it mean? Nothing. Impossible. Unless the European Union decides to reinstall a real sort of control of the borders, of the European borders, which may actually happen again due to the dramatic situation of these 1 million plus refugees that have come from Syria, a country that has more or less emptied itself of its population, or is in the process of doing that, and that is fully at war with itself. One reason being, of course, the terrible Assad regime that's been in power for several generations, but basically one ethnic group has been controlling the country, the Assad family, the Ba'athist movement. But there are also other groups, including the extremist jihadists I was referring to, who of course want to get rid of Assad in order to control the whole country. and possibly merge it with Iraq, a place that was once attacked by the United States. And that obviously had consequences. So one of the other consequences is this populism. What do people do in a democratically elected system when they get attacked by terrorists? What do they do when they feel, there's also some injustice, perhaps, as having immigrants getting social benefits or, having access to schools without speaking French, or, Well, people vote for the extremes. And the extremes are either left or right. And the left is not as popular as it was in France. You might remember 1968, but that's a long time ago. That's even before I came here. And unfortunately, the movement that has been quite popular over the past few years, and that could have been even more popular after the November 13 attacks, is the far right. And the far right is called the National Front. And so that's the dark blue one for you. And that is the result of the first round of the French regional elections that took place 3 weeks after the Paris attacks. You can imagine what the result could have been. That's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 major regions being won by the far right. Now, fortunately, what happened was that the red is left, that means the Social Democrat Party, the one in power, and blue is the center right. So none of the region in the end, because we have a 2-round system, none of the region in the end, none of the executives was won by the far right. Having said that, 6.8 million people voted for the National Front between these 2 rounds of election. That's quite a lot for a country of 65 million people. And obviously, a lot of voters would say, well, we've tried the right, we've tried the left. Imagine here, we've tried the Republicans, we've tried the Democrats. Why don't we try something else? And something else is a movement that is basically anti-immigrant. You can imagine the risk for a society, a free society, to go into this kind of rhetoric. Now, the situation is like that in Europe. It's not just France. Pretty much every country now has a populist movement that would really play with this threat of having badly integrated immigrants, people who take the locals' jobs, who don't have the same culture. I mean, it's all about culture, integration, and often Islam, although, very few people would actually use Islam openly as, in the political language. But, National Front, 27% of the votes. United Kingdom, UKIP, which is not exactly the same, it's more sort of pro-independence, but 12.4% is a populist movement as well. And all of those, including in Italy, 27% for the 5-star movement. So we do have a problem. We are facing a Middle East that is in complete disarray. And Europe, which was this peaceful place with a fantastic project of, everybody being friendly with each other and, a democratically elected union with a European Parliament, a European Commission, and so on and so forth, now is facing the problem of some of these countries there towards the east, criticizing Germany, obviously, for being so open about for refugees from Syria, and are now threatening, or in fact, not just threatening, they are building walls, literally, to prevent more refugees to come. Right, it's just giving you an idea about the situation of unemployment. The figure under 25, of course, shows that France is much higher than in the other parts of Europe, the dark blue one again. And of course, among this under 25, there are a number of immigrants. But I have to tell you that France has a very peculiar system. We do not distinguish people by religion. France is a secular country. You do not claim your religion when you vote, or when you answer questions from a pollster. This is not part of the French system. Therefore, we do not know how many of these under 25 are actually from, second or third generation immigrants. I'm conscious of the time, but what I'd like to say, perhaps, also is, despite all this, and by the way, the EU in 1957 was only 6 countries. And today, 28. Most of them belong to this Schengen agreement. Which means you can cross borders, and obviously it's much more difficult to ensure any kind of security or control. So there are all kinds of discussions at the moment whether borders should be reinstalled, whether a sort of European border police should be implemented. That would be, of course, very costly and very complex. But at the end of the day, Europe is not going to be disappearing. You can hardly ask countries that disagree with some of the measures to leave the European Union. So it's either going to be a two-tier Europe with a core Europe made of the sort of these founding members, perhaps. But then what will happen to the others? Will they become pro-Russians? Probably not. Will they sort of close themselves with their small economies? Probably not. Will they become more pro-American? I doubt it, because America is far away, and it's not the Cold War anymore. Will they welcome Chinese investments? Probably. But at the end of the day, what will save us from this situation is, perhaps the French can set an example. The collective bravery that people demonstrate, and also the values that the Europeans have demonstrated over the past 50 years, since World War II, really. For example, I've never noticed that many French flags in Paris. People sing the national anthem. I mean, they seldom do that. There was a movement. I was in Paris briefly in January, as Bill said. I live in Washington now. But there were signs. Help your bistro. Go to the local bar to encourage people to show they are not afraid. I mean, of course, it's difficult to say you're not afraid. I have friends. They are on medication. A friend of mine, his wife is on medication because she's become, paranoid about this. And we know that terrorism could happen again, could strike again. I still think that France, in particular, will manage to reinvent itself with this diverse population. I think the answer, in many ways, is to do with the economics, creating jobs, and trying to find long-term answers. and celebrate the fact we have, one of the best education systems, one of the best health systems, one of the luckiest geography, strong demographics, and a dynamic population that is overall willing to fight for its quality of life. And as far as the future of the EU is concerned, I do believe the obvious solution would be for France and Germany to strengthen their cooperation, their partnership, because at the end of the day, they complement each other. You have France, which is good at diplomacy, defense. We have a strong military. That's why we've been striking Syria. And Germany is an economic powerhouse, definitely the most powerful economy in Europe. And the chances that the two countries will continue to work together on all the difficult issues are very strong. Europe was created on the ruins of World War II. Eventually, Germany joined in. Even Britain joined in, although that may not last for very long. There's a referendum coming up for those who have been following. But it's now an obligation, really, for Germany and France to act, of course, with the support of the United States. I think one of the solutions, really, would be to try to sort out Syria. That would certainly prevent more people fleeing out of the country. The Middle East is in a very messy situation. It's only a handful of people that have been training themselves as jihadists. The social media have been very damaging, but there's not much we can do about it. And unfortunately, this situation, the security situation, will be sorted by having more intelligence sharing, more security, and also trying to maintain the society. So, in other words, a mix of repression and security, and also of more positive feelings, and especially protecting the Muslims of Europe. 5 million Muslims in France. Now, do you think that would help if there were more anti-Muslim sentiments, anti-Muslim riots? Certainly not. That would just make things worse. So that's what we need to prevent in order not to steer the passions and the anxiety. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, and I'd be happy to take any question on anything you like on France, Europe, Syria, whatever is on your mind. Yes, please.
Just a couple of questions related to French politics. What do you think currently of the state of emergency and its recent approval of being extended in France? And second question is, what do you think, more of a broader international question, what do you think might have been the impact of the coalition in the first place in attacking, because it's not really French history to align itself with the United States and attack regions in the Middle East. Just a couple of questions I was interested in finding out what you thought about it. Domestically the first, and international the
right.
second.
Well, the state of emergency, I don't think it changes anything. The problem is, when you have a situation like this, which is once again, random attacks against citizens in the middle of the capital city or anywhere, people expect the body politic to take action, to make a decision. So when you're an elected politician, what do? You send jet fighters to where the origins of the movement presumably are, Syria, Iraq maybe, but it's such a complex movement with different sides, different factions, that it's obviously complicated. I mean, you have Yemen, Libya, Sub-Saharan Africa, and there are different groups. There's even a group that strikes in Asia, the Central Asia, Chechnya. And some of these people all go to Syria to be trained, because that's where one does jihad, presumably. So there's a risk that the movement might actually move towards Libya or somewhere else. And certainly one of the countries that is actually in the most critical states is Tunisia, which is the only country that came out of the Arab Spring with a democratically elected government, but it's also on the border of Libya, and doesn't really have a strong government at all. So to answer your question, I would say state of emergency. I mean, in fact, France has been under some kind of state of emergency for quite some time. There were terrorist attacks in the 80s and in the 90s, and not of the same scale, not suicide bombing, but just bombing. That's probably enough. So since that time, they've been police patrolling the streets, and sometimes military also. They're not allowed to use their weapons, but you see a military presence, which is of course not the job of the military. Job of the military is to fight wars, protect the territory, things like that. So I think it's just a way to show people that we live in a very dangerous world, and try to reassure them about this environment. As far as the geopolitics are concerned, now obviously a lot of these people who have been committing these crimes and have been joining these extremist groups have been using some geopolitical arguments. For example, the state of the Palestinians in the Middle East, who are presumably oppressed by Israel. That's an excuse for them to attack, some countries that are presumably friends of Israel. The fact that France, as a military power and as a friend of a number of African countries, have come to the rescue of the government of Mali, which was under attack by a jihadist movement. It's another reason to attack France. Things like that. And of course, this has been explained through a wave of propaganda in the Arabic language, in French, in English, and it's come to the ears of young people who basically have nothing else to do, and who see, and some of them are criminals, spent a lot of time in jail. Some of them tried to be even soldiers or policemen, police officers, and were rejected. Their application was just rejected. You're not suitable to be a policeman. So some of them actually ended up being criminals. Can you believe that? So unfortunately, a sovereign nation cannot stop its foreign policy, and especially when it has international agreements with a place like Mali. In fact, there are many people from Mali living in France as well. So there are many French people living in Mali, and many Malians living in France. If the government of Mali, a friendly government, asks France for some help because they don't want to be overthrown by some radical faction or party, well, France, decides what it has to do, and in this case, handled that operation fairly well, I think, and it's been recognized as such by the Pentagon and other countries. And of course, there are a number of countries on this map where people don't have a military. I was referring to Sweden. And of course, they don't play a role in the Middle East, and they don't have the same history Of course, the UK has a history with the Middle East. And of course, the US has a history, more recent. But as you know, the reputation of the United States in the Middle East is appalling. Since the war in Iraq and since, before, and, whatever the Bush administration tried to do, whatever the Obama administration is trying to do, the result is the same. People don't like the United States. And they see France, they see the UK, they see Germany as allies of the United States. So therefore, we have a choice. Either we give up, we just close ourselves, a little bit what some of the presidential candidates are advocating here in this country, but I won't go in that territory. Either you engage with some situations where you think you can actually improve the geopolitics, and especially in the case of Syria, where we've really messed up as a group of nations, because there are just thousands of people leaving Syria every day, including babies. There are babies dying on the beaches of Greece and Turkey. How long can we take that? Nobody can sustain this. It's just horrendous. And meanwhile, one could hope that the Syrian situation will be sorted through diplomacy. That's what the current process is about. And at the same time, of course, there's a military action taking place with a coalition in Syria and in Iraq. Yes, sir.
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it? And my second question is, you talked about second and third generation extremism. Is that a trend, or is it solely based off unemployment statistics in the early portion of this decade?
On the latter, obviously there are people. I mean, it's not like every Muslim in France cannot find a job. I mean, 5 million people, that's a lot, I mean, they are really, we have ministers who are, Muslims. The former justice minister was a Muslim. There are people who are doing well, but there are also people, because of the current economic environment, and I would say it has increased since 2008, because there's been a world crisis, as you're all aware. Therefore, when there's a crisis, when the unemployment is rising everywhere, of course the weakest parts is in even a worse situation than it was before. So I cannot give you statistics, but what I know is that in some parts of France in particular, the unemployment rate is very high, whether it's for young people or middle-aged people. And sometimes it is true that there's been some discriminations in the way people are being hired, and that's created a lot of resentment. But it's difficult to fight, and sometimes there is actually a law which was established, kind of affirmative action, a little bit like here, to prevent this to happen. That means you can send your resume to an employer without giving your name or having your photo or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's complicated. There's a cultural thing, and also many of these people are not educated. They didn't go to university, and therefore it's harder for them to find a job, and so they would end up with blue-collar jobs, which is fine. But for some of them, it's obviously not enough. Sorry, what was the first question?
Has the Schengen area furthered European security or further perverted it?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's perverted it, because it's a great idea. I mean, it's the idea first of all, economically, it was a great idea to have this continent unified, especially when you think about World War II, which wasn't that long ago, where you had Germany basically taking over most of Europe, and you had Britain with the help of the US, and what remained of France trying to fight the Nazis. So 60 or 70 years ago, you have a unified Europe with a kind of unified government, which is mainly sort of on the trade and economic issues. And Schengen was meant to help, this sort of internal trade situation. So the problem is, of course, many of the countries on the eastern part of Europe, central and eastern part of Europe, are now, which are former socialist countries, if you want, which were part of the Soviet bloc after World War II, are now behaving like they don't want refugees. They don't want to have anything to do with this because the countries are small population, and I mean, I can give you several examples: Hungary, Slovakia, even Poland now, which is obviously one of the biggest countries, the biggest of the new wave of EU members. These countries have elected populist governments, right-wing governments, that basically are restricting refugee arrivals. So I don't know whether I'm answering your question. I think it was a great idea, but the problem is the reality we're facing now is questioning this concept. Yes, sir.
Have the military and police forces for the French experienced an increase in enlistment from the immigrant populations to perhaps erase the suspicion that surrounds them?
Well,
kind of signal that they are in fact on the French side rather than potential enemies?
Well, I don't really know the answer, to be honest. I mean, I'm sure they are, just like anywhere. I mean, the military has its own ways to recruit people and make sure that once they belong to the military, they just, fight for the same master. So I don't think there's any problem on that side. Having worked myself in the Department of Defense, there are even imams. There are priests, of course, and there are imams for the Muslim soldiers in the French military. Now, obviously, I don't believe those people fighting in Syria. First of all, there are no ground troops, as you're aware. No Western country at the moment, in fact, no Middle East country either, has offered to send troops on the ground in Syria. So at this stage, it's mainly airstrikes. And as far as the French troops in Africa or in Lebanon or in other parts of the world, I mean, I don't think there are quotas or anything like that. I mean, there may be some Muslims, there may be not. I mean, we don't really ask people's religion. And that's, as I said, it's part of the French system.
But they look, don't they look a little different than someone who's clearly French, a North African?
Sure, but I mean, if they have a French passport, so they're as French as the others. I mean, they can be white, black, they can be of any religion, as long as they have the French nationality. There's nothing preventing them from joining the military. I mean, otherwise, it would be the end of the system, really. I mean, if you start selecting people based on their race, their religion, their identity, their sexual preferences, whatever, of course we don't have any of these. Yes, in the back.
Has there been any shifts in immigration policy in France since the attacks in 2015?
You mean recently? Well, actually, France has not had that many refugees for the past year compared to Germany. And the big story has been Germany because, I mean, that's another, yes, I'll come to you in a moment. Obviously, Chancellor Merkel had made this stunning offer to welcome 1 million refugees to Germany, which the French didn't do. One reason is we already have a lot of refugees, I mean not refugees, but immigrants, and the economic situation in France perhaps doesn't allow to have 1 million refugees. It would be a very complicated thing to do, even even 200,000 would be a problem. So I think we're talking about 60,000 or 70,000, something like this. I mean, there are constant waves of immigration coming from pretty much everywhere in the world, including Asia, including a lot of people from sub-Saharan Africa, and many of the countries I mentioned. I mean, there are different processes like asylum seekers, some family reunion. It's not an easy process. I would say it's slightly easier than here, but it takes less time. But still, it's a very lengthy process to become French. And even if you marry, if you're a foreigner, you marry a French national, it takes you at least 5 years before you can apply for French nationality. And asylum seekers, I'm sure it takes at least 5 years as well to become French. But once you've got the passports of any of these countries, you can basically move from one place to the other. And if you're Estonian, you can go to Portugal and live there, work there. You can even go to the UK, unless they leave, of course, the European Union. I don't think that's going to happen, but. So that's also, I mean, when you open the borders in that way, it has led to a lot of opportunities, business opportunities for a lot of people. For example, I mean, there's a high unemployment in France, but many of these people, maybe they are in London or in Spain. It's economically, Europe has become a unified market, job market, which is very interesting in itself. But politically, and that's where our British friends disagree, politically it is still a kind of association between countries. Now there's an elected European Parliament, there's a commission, there's even a kind of foreign ministry in Brussels. But at the end of the day, in a crisis situation like this, national governments take the lead. And in fact, Bill was mentioning the US. I mean, when Ash Carter or John Kerry, go somewhere, in Europe, they tend to go to Paris or Berlin or perhaps London. But they don't waste their time in Budapest unless, there's a big issue there or a big meeting. But, I mean, you remember this joke about Henry Kissinger, who was asking which phone number he should use to call Europe. Well, I mean, for a while it was Brussels. And it's turning to be Berlin and Paris for all kinds of reasons, but certainly on the security issues and the foreign policy issues. France has become the sort of best partner to the United States because the two countries are cooperating on intelligence and Syria and all kinds of issues that where France has become a big player, and of course that's offering more dangers to the French and leading to more dangers perhaps. But on the other hand, there's no choice. I mean, France is not going to sit there and wait. There is a very dangerous organization called Daesh, which is based in Syria and in various countries, and someone needs to tackle it and to prevent more terrorism and to prevent more Europeans to go there. And that's another issue, tracking these people.
Thank you, Philippe, for helping us better understand a very complex and changing situation in the world. And I'll invite you all to join us for our next lecture, which will be 3 weeks from tonight, which would be the 24th. Thank you. We'll turn to a domestic topic. We'll have another colleague out from Brookings of ours, Elizabeth Kneebone, who's written a fascinating book on the changing demographics of poverty and is going to look at a phenomenon called suburban poverty, and particularly with its applications in Nevada. So I hope you can join us for that, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. Thanks again for your great questions.
Coming up on our next edition of In Your Neighborhood, we're out here at the beautiful Wetlands Park with District E Commissioner Chris June Kiliani. In Your Neighborhood, right here on Clark County Television.
All feral bee colonies in Clark County are considered Africanized, which means they are aggressively defensive. So if you see any swarm or colony, stay away. Quietly move out of sight. If attacked, run in a straight line. Use your hands to shield your face, but don't block your vision. Take shelter inside. Do not jump into water. If you have buzzing insects on your property, the only beeline you should make is to an exterminator. If you see a beehive of activity on Clark County property, contact Public Works Vector Control.
Hey, it's Carrot Top, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County.
Good morning. I would like to call today's meeting for the Board of County Commissioners for April 6, 2016 to order. Good morning, Ms. Amundsen.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on today's agenda is public comment.
This is the first time set aside for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the board on any item on the agenda, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. If you speak now, you will not be able to speak when we get to that agenda item. So you can speak now or speak at that item. Yes, ma'am. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Irwin. I reside at 7220 Hinson Street. I am here to speak on item number 50 regarding a sea container. Saddened to say I'm here. I've been a resident in this area for 10 years. It's been a very lovely, peaceful area, and all hell is pretty much broken loose over a container. I had a container stored at my neighbor's directly to the right at Mary Bell's house at 7216, and she was given a notice that she would be fined $1,500 if it was not removed. I did remove it immediately, and I also informed Ed and Rebecca that this was going to be a problem in this neighborhood, which of course we see it is. Again, it's very sad to see a peaceful, loving neighborhood turn into such a hellhole. We've had doorbell rings, gunshots, personal threatening messages. I'm not blaming it on any one person, but I can tell you in 10 years we've never had anything like that. So it's a very hot subject. Because of all the comments that have been made on this little neighborhood internet line that a lot of us are on to help find dogs and help each other reference different people to help us, it's turned into like a hate line. And a lot of the neighbors that have been making comments said, oh fine, we're going to get containers also, and we're going to wave at everybody going by, and everybody can pretty much jump in the lake. I personally did not receive a letter or a card stating the meeting before, or probably would have had to come down. And because of all the high profile and chatter going on, my partner, who I think has sent a letter, is vehemently opposing this container being on the corner. So that would be I'm 2 houses down. That's our opinion, and that's our request, that it is denied, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak during the public comment section?
My name is Jack Weaver, 7685 Hinson Street, and item number 50.
You understand, if you speak now, you can't speak when we get to the item, right?
I'm sorry, sir?
If you speak on the item now, you will not be able to speak on it when we get to item number 50. And I've got a lot of people here. I was out on the site yesterday, so I'm very familiar with this.
Okay, so the recommendation is that we speak during the agenda item as opposed to now.
It's your choice. It's your choice.
If we speak now, we won't be able to speak during the agenda
That's
item.
correct.
That's the understanding. Okay, I will wait till the agenda item comes up then.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much. 12. Anyone else wishing to speak during the initial public comment section? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn their public comment, turn it over to Ms. Ammons.
The next item is the approval of the agenda. After considering any additions or deletions of any items, we've received the following 20 requests. Item 14, WS 005016, hold to the May 4th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 18, ZC 076015, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 22, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 23, VS010216, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 28, VS040915, hold to the April 20th, 2016 meeting per the applicant. Item 29, WS040815, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 30, TM12215, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 31, VS009616, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 32, DR009716, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 33, TM002016, the applicant has requested that this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 34, TM1214, WC2016, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 35, UC79715, WC 001916, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 37, WS007116, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 38, WS007515, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 41, NZC 1816, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 42, NZC 002416, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per Commissioner Brager. Item 43, NZC 002516, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 44, VS 002616, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. Item 45, TM 000516, hold to the April 20th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. And item 49, UC 82915, hold to the May 4th, 2016 BCC meeting per the applicant. The applicant will be responsible for re-notification fees. The items just read will be opened as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these 20 holds, withdrawals, or deletions, that is items 14, 18, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 49. And if there is no objection from the audience, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Thank you. Do we have any commissioners want anything additional held or withdrawn? Mr. Roger, did you have something you wanted to withdraw or held?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. George Rogers, 6325 South Jones. Item number 9, and we met in your office last week regarding it. I sent a hand-delivered a letter to Ms. Amundsen last week regarding it, requesting a 6-month hold if the board.
Yeah, I've got a hold on that one.
And I've got a copy of the letter here for the record.
Sammy, can you grab the letter, please? Thank you. Yeah, no, we did. You did want to hold this one. This is by 215 Jones. I remember.
Thank you.
So item 9 will be held for 6 months.
Is that what you want? 6 months?
Yes, sir.
And the applicant will be responsible for re-notification fees on that.
Yes.
They're aware of that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Anyone else have any additional items they want held or withdrawn? Anybody else want to hold an item? Last chance. Okay, that being said, do I have a motion to approve the agenda with items number 9, 14, 18, 22, 23, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 49 being either held or withdrawn? We have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Brager, are you with us?
I am. Thank you. I thought it was best to not infect anybody.
No, we appreciate that. Commissioner Brager is not feeling well, but she's on the phone with us today. We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
That'll be an aye.
Commissioner Brager is an aye. Motion passes.
Item 3, the next item is on today's agenda is approval of any previous minutes. There are no minutes for your consideration today. Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 24, except for any items that have been held or withdrawn. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. Staff has the following amendments and comments. Item 4, the Sunrise Manor Town Board.
I'm sorry, I apologize on it. Was anyone in the gallery here to speak on any of the items that we held or withdrew? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Amundsen.
Item 4, DR 009316, Sunrise Manor Town Board approved. The applicant has submitted revised plans that remove the Mexican fan palms from the landscape plan. Item 6, NZC 085513, ET 1816, Spring Valley Town Board denied. Item 7, ZC 26300, ET 1560, the Spring Valley Town Board denied. Item 11, UC 80415, Paradise Town Board approved. Staff has received 6 cards in support and 1 in opposition. Item 12, UC 8516, Paradise Town Board approved. Staff has received 4 cards in support. Item 16, WS 8416, Spring Valley Town Board denied. Staff has received 2 cards in support and 4 cards in opposition. Item 19, ZC 8816, the Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 in opposition. Item 20, VS 8916, Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 in opposition. Item 21, TM 1716, Enterprise Town Board approved. Staff has received 1 card in support and 1 card in opposition. And item 24, ZC 10316, Enterprise Town Board approved, subject to moving the northeast exit to the south and adding to Public Works condition the following: Valley View not to be extended further than the northeast exit on the property, to have barriers on the east side of the street to prevent traffic going north, and the exit on Valley View to be built to allow right out only. Staff has received 4 cards in opposition. Any person who does not agree with the conditions recommended by staff as listed on the agenda or as amended should request that the item be removed from this portion of the agenda and be heard separately when the public hearing has been opened. Additionally, items that have been recommended for denial or with different conditions of approval by the respective town boards are not automatically removed from the routine action agenda. If you wish to speak on any item on the routine action agenda, you must now come forward and request that the board remove the item from the routine action agenda and hear it separately. With these comments and amendments and no objections from the audience, the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. Do we have any commissioners like anything routine action agenda heard separately? Anyone in the audience want anything on the routine action agenda heard separately? Seeing no one, do I have a motion to approve the routine action items 4 through 24? We have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Brager?
Aye.
Commissioner Bragerson, aye.
Commissioner, would item 24 be per staff or per town board?
It would be per staff.
Thank you.
Per staff. Item number 24 is per staff. Commissioner Brager, okay? Commissioner Brager? Commissioner Brager?
That is correct. I got it. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. Motion passes. Next item.
For the audience's information, anyone who wishes to speak on an item this morning should move to the first couple of rows and be prepared to speak as each item is heard. If there are several speakers on one item, it is suggested that a single representative be appointed to present the issues. The next item on the agenda is item 25. Item 25, UC 3016, holdover use permit for the proposed retail sale of landscape materials, rocks, waivers of development standards for the following: design standards for a temporary modular structure, street landscaping requirements, eliminate parking lot landscaping, eliminate loading space, eliminate trash enclosure, on-site paving, and full off-site improvements, excluding minimum paving. Design review for a landscape materials, rocks and concrete pavers, retail wholesale and storage facility, including a modular building on 2.1 acres in an M1 light manufacturing zone in the MUD 3 overlay district, generally located on the northwest corner of Alita Avenue and Man Street, 300 feet south of Blue Diamond Road within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of the use permit waivers of development standards 1 through 6 and the design review, and denial of waiver of development standard 7. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval. There were 4 cards for approval and 8 in protest.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Randy Black, Jr., 10789 West Twain, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134, here on behalf of the applicants and as a percentage owner in this property. A little bit of history. This is a holdover from a broken project back in the early 2000s. There were zoning conditions of approval that were mandated for originally a hotel bar restaurant on 5 acres, which would have included the parcel to the north. It then, during the downturn, was a paintball facility, a temporary zoo, and ultimately the last couple of years it was a decorative rock business with a business not affiliated with the current tenant. So we've received this as conditions of former approvals. The current owners took it back under a deed of trust and were absentee owners. Kevin Parsons, who is the tenant on the property, went to receive a business license. These conditions came up. So That's a little bit of the history to understand why we're where we're at today. We are in concurrence with all of staff recommendations with a couple of specific considerations. On Man Street, Man dead ends at Blue Diamond to the north. The adjoining property owner to the north has no intended use going forward right now. It gets very cost prohibitive under the current lease if we were to do full half-street improvements on Man. We agree that we should be putting half-street improvements to where the ingress and egress point is on this west gate. So we would bond for full half-street improvements. We would engineer them, but we're requesting consideration to only pave to the point where our entrance is, barricade it so there's no further traffic movements to the north of that. And then in the event and any time that the county requires or circulation to the other properties is required, we would complete the half streets. That's the biggest expense that we have. And it actually cost us more to do these improvements than would generate from the lease terms on this. So that consideration for the paving on Man Street and allowing the current tenant to operate while we're completing these improvements as a business licensing issue is another consideration that we need to discuss. With that, I'll open it to any questions.
Does that complete your presentation?
Excuse me?
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, it does.
Okay, this is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 25. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 25, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing now. Mr. Black, I'm going to have Commissioner Breaker ask questions. She's on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I did meet with Mr. Black. I have a question for Eric in regards to the paving and where it is, because I understand the dynamics that, you know, not a lot is out there doing the work just for the sake of a dead-end street. Are we good with the conditions that they're asking and that they bond, and then when we need these done, that would be taken care of?
We would have to get so they would still be required to do the paving for the entire length of Man. The reason being that is the one of the sections of code that is non-waivable because of the air quality standards. Now, once they bonded for it and designed that road, then, you know, construction is a part that we work with them time frame wise and get that put in a reasonable amount of time, but it's not due tomorrow.
Okay. So that makes sense to me in regards to that we can get a business up, continue to be running, and then have you work with them as to a time frame on the parts that we need to have done to complete the project.
Correct.
Okay. I would, if there's no other questions or comments, I would make a motion for approval on this project per, who do I need to do this for, staff conditions then?
Yes. You understand the comments that were made, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. So the staff understand? Eric, you good with this?
So we're good with waiving the full offsites and just getting the minimum paving on Man, and then we'll just execute a deed restriction in place of the full offsites.
And the business is going to operate while this is going?
They will have to design and bond their improvements. At that point, they're considered to have satisfied the condition because we have the bond, and then work with them on the construction part of it.
Do we have, go ahead, Commissioner, how long is that going to take? How long is that going to take to?
Which portion? The design or the construction? Design bond could be.
So that Eric is satisfied.
6 to 8 months, max.
Commissioner Brager, 6 to 8 months to design and bond.
Okay, I want to make sure, though, that the business can be operational, because I do think it's important not to put people out of business during this time frame. Right. I just want to be clear on that.
I'm asking Rob Warhola now. Just a little, Rob.
Right. They have to put in the paving, I think, before the business can become
They have to have the paving in before the business can operate.
And so Mr. Black says that's 6 to 8 months. That sounds like a long time. Or is there some other paving or something that can go down to improve this, but not complicate the business opening? I mean, I just think businesses are important.
Can they put another palliative on the dirt while they proceed with the paving, Eric?
I guess if, because it is our right-of-way, so ultimately we're responsible. It's unusual, I guess, if they're directed to meet all air quality standards with a palliative to allow to be able to operate until such time, we would just want to make sure they move forward as quickly as possible with achieving the paving.
Looking at Eric's face, I think you got a hesitant yes, Commissioner.
That's what it looks like. The TV is a few seconds behind, so it's kind of weird. Okay, then I would like to see that happen due to the fact that I think that when we put people out of business, it's not a good thing.
So we do have a 2-inch plus dust suppression coverage on both of the approaches into this property. So we've done what we can currently to mitigate without getting fully engineered civils done so that we can pull the building permit to pave.
Does what you have on there meet air quality standards?
I believe it does.
We believe it, we don't know. Eric, do we know?
We don't know. We haven't gone out and looked, but we haven't been cited, so that's a good sign.
This is a picture of it here.
I've got a question, Commissioner June Kiliani.
Thank you. I think, though, the issue is the bond, and I think that can happen very quickly. So is there a reason you're lumping the bond with the design at the same time?
Just getting through the drawing process and the approvals.
Commissioner, the bond is based on the design.
On the design.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's why they're parallel. Okay.
Mr. Black, you understanding what the whole discussion?
I believe so, yes.
Eric, Rob, Nancy? Okay, Commissioner Brager, are we on the same page?
I believe we are. Just like I said, my goal is, of course, to follow everything legally, but to not get somebody out of business in that 6 to 8 months, and that they stay diligent with moving through the process to do what they need to meet the motion.
Okay, so is it 6 or 8 months?
I think that between that time frame, within the 8 months at the very most, to get that accomplished.
So we're looking at December?
What I would recommend then is we have something in there that speaks to air quality while they're designing the roadway or, going through design. They have to
Can you give the
obtain-
Commissioner some suggested language since she's not here?
That the applicant stay in compliance with air quality requirements until.
How about if that the applicant stay in compliance with air quality requirements while they're undergoing the design and bonding, Commissioners?
That would be part of the motion.
That is part of the motion. Mr. Black?
Correct.
You good?
Perfect.
Eric, Rob, Nancy, everybody good? We have a motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes.
That'd be an aye.
That was your motion, Commissioner Brager.
Yes.
Passes.
I'm voting yes on it.
And recorded as a yes. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 26, UC 4116, holdover amended use permits for the following: increase height, deviations to development standards as shown per plans on file, deviations for the following: reduce setback, which is no longer needed, reduce, allow alternative landscaping, portion along Reno Avenue no longer needed, reduced height setback, and all other deviations as shown per plans on file. Waiver of development standards to reduce the setback to a street, Reno Avenue, which is no longer needed. Design review for a proposed parking garage in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, Excalibur, on 232.5 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment, AE 1665 zone, and an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in Mud 1 overlay district, generally located on the southeast corner of Frank Sinatra Drive and Tropicana Avenue within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Borgell, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Greg Borgell, 300 South 4th Street, here for MGM Resorts. Appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation. The applicant has reviewed and accepted the conditions, and further appreciates the board's willingness to have had this matter held last time to make sure that we had the conditions correct, which we now certainly agree with. This is a photograph of the building, and I'm advised that it is not just artwork, that the building is going to look like that. It will not be a plain garage. It will be colored in the manner you see and with the landscaping that you see. We think it'll be a great amenity there, and it'll always good to have extra parking. This is behind the Excalibur, as you're aware. In terms of the site plan, which reflects the primary facing onto Frank Sinatra. As you heard staff identify, many of the waivers that were originally before you were corrected by plan changes as we came along. So with that, I'm not inclined to belabor the issue. There are representatives of the MGM Resorts here if you have questions appropriate for their consideration.
Thank you, and I've got a couple, so I know Mr. Ham is here. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 26. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 26, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on this. This is in my district, so just so I understand, the public understands, Mr. Borgell, it's actually attached to the other garage. Bill, if you want to, and you're going to connect and knock through the wall when you can drive cross between the two garages?
That is a Mr. Ham question.
I knew that.
Good morning, Commissioners, and the answer is yes. Actually, there is an existing three-level garage that is directly to the east of the proposed new garage, and the intent is that those two garages will be affixed to each other with a seismic separation, and so you'll be able to drive on the first 3 levels of the new garage to the existing garage and vice versa.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. In that picture, if you want to put up that first board, Mr. Borgell.
The photograph?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Coming up. You want to? Thank you.
I'm sure that the number of cars that are depicted in that picture is not reflective of the amount of parking in his garage when we see the success that the arena currently is having. So it's a welcome addition to solve the parking. I don't think we have a parking problem, but to further provide parking. So I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions. We have a question, Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Either to Greg or Mr. Ham, good to see you. As we look at Frank Sinatra Drive with this overlay, the traffic is an issue, and we're very narrow there. Is there? Do you still have to then have Metro on site for your employees coming and going, or because everybody down the strip, it's not just you down that corridor, have to have officers letting employees out, at least from when I've seen it, when I've traveled.
A portion of the garage will be dedicated to employees. However, particularly with the attachment that was previously discussed, I don't think we have to assume they will all be pulling out on Frank Sinatra, but to the extent that they are, then Metro would be involved.
Okay, thank you, because it's kind of crazy when they're off shift at that time period, so thank you.
Any further questions? Commissioner Scow.
I think it's good, too, to show the ingress and egress where that is in all the parts of the parking garage. Could you show that?
Certainly. The obvious entrance here off Frank Sinatra, but in addition...
Could I get the booth to put the picture back up, please? There you go. Okay.
The obvious one, which is kind of gets emphasized because that's where we're doing the landscaping and the sidewalk. That is, however, only one of the access points. There's an access point off Reno, which frankly we think most people will be using. There's another access point here at Private Drive, which does come out on Frank Sinatra, but also leads through the property out to Las Vegas Boulevard. So there are multiple entries to the facility.
Any further questions? That's not part of this agenda item. It's not part of the agenda item. I have a motion on the floor for approval per staff conditions. Man, you're tough on me already. Please cast your votes. Commissioner Brager?
Yes.
Please record Commissioner Brager as an aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck. Good luck today with your opening. Thank you.
Item 37, UC 4216, holdover use permit for deviations to development standards as shown on plans on file. Deviations for the following: alternative street landscaping and all other deviations as shown per plans on file. Design review for pedestrian walkway for a recreation facility, Las Vegas Arena Event Center, in conjunction with an existing resort hotel, New York, Monte Carlo, and City Center on 16.8 acres in an H1 limited resort apartment, AE 60 zone, and H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 overlay district, generally located on the northeast corner of Frank Sinatra Drive and Tropicana Avenue within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Borgell and Mr. Ham, welcome back.
Thank you. Still 300 South 4th Street for me. This is a new sidewalk and landscaping along Tropicana Avenue at the arena site. We worked with staff and got very clear direction from them that this was an area that needed to be addressed to get a full 15-foot sidewalk here, along with landscaping on the entirety, neither of which currently exists there, and also defining the pedestrian route across Arena Drive in the best location for people who happen to be in that area to get to and from the arena. Again, have reviewed the conditions that staff's proposed. The applicant's in agreement and would hope for your approval.
Thank you very much. That completes your presentation?
It does.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 27. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 27, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing, turn it over to Commissioner Commissioner Scow. I apologize.
Thank you. And I think this is a great improvement, having the 15-foot sidewalk along Tropicana, landscaping, and providing that access for the pedestrians. So I move for approval.
Do we have any questions? We have a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Brager is a yes. Motion passes.
Thank you. And again, a special thank you to staff for working with us on this project that had its little complexities.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, I noticed you're sitting in the audience. Did you wish to speak? Thank you very much. I didn't think so. Just thought I'd offer. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thanks, Dana.
Next item is item 36. WS 800-15, amended holdover waivers of development standards for the following. Allow a proposed metal building where not permitted, which is no longer needed. Cross-access with parcel to the west, which is no longer needed. Roof line variations, which is no longer needed. Decorative roof elements for an office warehouse building, which is no longer needed. Waivers of conditions of a zone change ZC 23108 requiring the following. Right-of-way dedication to include 30 feet for Wagon Trail Avenue with a related spandrel. And if Wagon Trail Avenue is not dedicated, the applicant will need to coordinate the access and termination of West Wind Road with APNs 17601-102-006 and 17601-102-009. Design review for an office warehouse building on 2.5 acres in an MD Design Manufacturing AE60 zone in the CMA Design Overlay District, generally located on the west side of Lindell Road, 700 feet south of Sunset Road within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of the waivers of conditions and design review. With the revised plans, the waiver of development standards are no longer required and may be withdrawn by the applicant. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval per revised plans and provide a cross-access with the parcel to the west if the development is compatible. Waivers of development standards 1, 3, and 4 were withdrawn based on revised plans, and there was 1 card for approval and 2 in protest.
Good morning.
Good morning. Casey Camus, Architect, 652 Middlegate, Suite B, Henderson, representing the owner. And since last time, we've had an actual rendering so that everybody can see what it really looks like. We're not asking for any waivers of development standards now. The only things we're requesting are the vacation of Wagon Trail, which is supported by the neighboring property and the Department of Aviation behind us, and that we not coordinate with West Wind because it's over 300 feet away and doesn't connect to our property.
Perfect. Does that complete the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on number 36. Anyone wishing to address the board on number 36, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on number 36. This is also in District A. I want to thank you. This is the item that last time was going through smoothly, and then we had some folks that were here on an unrelated item popped up on this. I sincerely appreciate you working so closely with Tiffany and staff to get this done. I think it's a welcome, it's a great looking project. It's a welcome addition to the district, and I recommend approval per staff conditions. Any questions? Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Braggers and I. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Easier than last time, huh?
Yes.
Item 39, WS 8316, waivers of development standards for the following. reduced height setback ratio, reduced setbacks, reduced landscaping, and reduced parking. Design review for 2 proposed hotels and parking garage on 3.0 acres in an H1 limited resort and apartment zone in the Mud 1 Overlay District, generally located on the southeast corner of Tropicana Avenue and Dean Martin Drive within Paradise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval of development standards 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, 3B, 3C, 4, and the design review, and denial of waivers of development standards 3A. Staff recommends deletion of current planning bullet number 1 and the addition of a condition to read, modifications to landscaping, lighting, or signage plans are subject to an administrative review that will include input from Metro. The Paradise Town Board recommended approval.
Good morning, Ms. Lazovich.
Good morning, Jennifer Lazovich, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here today on behalf of the applicant. We appreciate Ms. Amundsen working with us on the condition to delete bullet point number 1 and replace it with the condition she read into the record. We, through your office, Commissioner Sisolak, had a meeting with Metro and Tiffany Hesser. As I understand it, there's some issues in this area, so it was important to have Metro's feedback on our lighting, signage, and landscape plan. They were wonderful to work with, so Nancy has read in the revised condition that if, as we move forward through the process, there's any minor tweaks that Metro might want to see, we have the flexibility to do that administratively and keep the project moving forward. We did also submit a revised plan to staff that showed a detached sidewalk along Dean Martin Drive for a majority of it. That also addressed one of their points in our waiver. We still need the waiver because there is a portion of Dean Martin that it has to be attached to connect on to Tropicana, because we're not changing any current configurations on Tropicana. So we're still asking for the waiver, but we did make that revision based upon staff's comments. So with the amended condition, we would ask for your approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 39. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 39, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. This is also in District A. Thank you very much for meeting with me and working with Tiffany and staff on this, and I appreciate especially the work with Metro as it relates to the lighting and the landscaping. That's a concern on the trap corridor there. So we appreciate working them, and I want you to have the flexibility. Ms. Amundsen had another comment.
Public Works has another requested condition that I wanted to read into the record, and it's detached sidewalk will require dedication of backup curb and granting necessary easements for utilities, pedestrian access, street lights, and traffic control, which may require a vacation of excess right-of-way or execute a license and maintenance agreement for non-standard improvements in the right-of-way, and that's related to the detached sidewalk in that area that Ms. Lazovich spoke about.
Yes, we agree.
You agree? Thank you very much. And before I get to the motion, there's not a demolition permit pulled on this yet. So does that come before us, Robert? Does that not come before us? How does that? Is that just done by staff?
Usually it does not come before you.
Okay, because that's obviously a very sensitive corner there with, does that come through you, Eric, or who's that come through? Building?
It goes through the building department.
Okay. If you work with our office on the demolition permit in terms of hours and how they're bringing that building down, the one that's currently there.
Okay, we will do.
Perfect.
Commissioner, if you want to add conditions related to that, zoning plans, okay, because zoning plans just does look at the demolition.
No, I'm good. I'm sure they'll keep us.
Okay, we'll work with your office.
I'm going to recommend approval per staff as revised conditions.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Yes.
Commissioner Braggers and I. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 40, ZC 73815, holdover zone change to reclassify 20 acres from RE Rural Estates Residential Zone to PF Public Facility Zone. Design review for proposed elementary school on 14 acres, generally located on the east side of Arville Street, 660 feet north of Windmill Lane with an Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval, the Enterprise Town Board recommended approval, and there was one card in protest.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark McGinty with SH Architecture representing Clark County School District. Commissioners, we were here before you, I believe, last meeting, and we went out, we heard you, we went out and had a neighborhood meeting. It was a great meeting. We had about 20 to 25 neighbors show up. they shared their concerns, and we talked to them about our extra 6 acres on the side and many other things. We came away from that meeting with there were some great takeaways. Number one is they were okay with our lifestyle course. They were okay with it not being a public use. We asked them specifically if there would be any other use they'd like to see there, and one young mother said maybe a bicycle course, which we can use our lifestyle course as a bicycle course at that point. But we do have that presentation with us today if you'd care to see it. This is the site plan that we presented, is much the same that you saw the first meeting. And since the first meeting, we also found out that there's some lease languages in the BLM lease that does not allow uses that doesn't directly support the school.
Yeah, I don't need the whole presentation, but that I think the commission might be interested in. I'm aware of that we're going to have this on other school sites that are BLM leases. So if you can give us some of those conditions, which came as a little surprise to me, but you know.
Yeah, for instance, if you go in and put in a public garden, if that doesn't support the school, that is not a use that's allowed. And we have Cheryl from the CCSD who can also speak to that directly. I can talk to you about some of the things that came up in the neighborhood meeting that I think is important. And some of the folks are here today to speak to you about it too. What came up, the biggest part and surprise of the neighborhood meeting was the traffic concerns. And they were very vocal, told us what was going on, and we listened to that and went back, and if you would, I'll pull that up. Bear with me. At Robindale and Valley View, this is Robindale down here. Oh, I'm sorry. This is Robindale down here. This is Arville, and Valley View is on this side. They're very concerned, the neighbors are very concerned about all the traffic in the neighborhood. And so from that meeting, we left that and came up with a traffic plan that would address those issues. Flashers and stop signs at Robindale and Arville, flashers and stop signs at Robindale and Valley View, and busing. The school district and the community, when we spoke, we do not want children to walk across Decatur. So any students that are west of Decatur will be bused, and any students north of Warm Springs will be bused, even though that's less than a mile away, and the school district's rules are usually 2 miles. So when the community came up and started talking about these traffic concerns, we addressed that. This is what's going in for our traffic approval, this plan right here. So with that, that's our big takeaway from the public meeting. Okay.
Perfect. Does that complete your presentation?
That completes the presentation.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 40. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 40, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Larry Morcivillo. I live at 74...
Larry, I got to ask you to speak in the microphone there. So
Good morning. My name is Larry Morcivillo. I live at 7460 Sherrills. I was in attendance at that meeting on the, I believe it was the 29th. In regards to the neighborhood concerns, it was basically, we were pretty much in an agreement in regards to a couple issues, and that is the safety of the children and the safety of the public. And again, as the school has addressed it and the developer, we are all pretty much in agreement with the school. Our major concern is the location of the school also is in an area where we have a big problem of homeless people. Due to the developments that went on Blue Diamond, we have several businesses in that area where the vagrancies that hang out and the people that hang out behind those areas cause a major problem. And because of that, they wandered into the area where this school will be. The wash is adjacent to these areas, and they live in that area. That is our number one concern. Number two is the public safety concerning traffic control. Being a retired police officer, I've dealt with traffic in this community, and it is a major problem. When the track housing developments went in on on Blue Diamond and Decatur, before the adequate proper signs and traffic control went in that area, we had several deaths. We don't want this to happen with the school. So what we're requesting is please take in consideration that in developing this school, it needs to be controlled in regards to the proper traffic control and assessment of Valley View and Warm Springs. In the morning, you could hardly cross Warm Springs if you're going east or west, and if you're coming from the north or south there. It's very, very difficult, just east of the school, of the equestrian park. So this is the major concern, is that, and number two is when you turn around and put in sidewalks or paths, such as the asphalt paths that are considered, we also must take in consideration, and I believe this board is very well familiar with the fact that we've argued for years to keep that area rural preservation. So when we get into a situation here now with pathways, we have to also consider the RMP and how this is going to be affected. So we appreciate that, and I hope that you also take in consideration, when we discussed this with the school board officials and the developer, they pretty much said it was not really in their hands. They couldn't do a lot about it. It'd have to go to an assessment and traffic control. And that's what we're asking you to do. Before you put this in, make sure that traffic control really takes a good look at this. Now, when I looked at the gentleman's plan up there, briefly looked at it, he is taking in consideration the pathways, et cetera, which we appreciate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 40?
My name is Jack Weaver. I live at 7685 Hinson Street. Our concern is not so much with the school, it's with the adjacent property to the north and to the east. That's vacant land, and that's under the control of the Clark County Parks Department. And what's happened over the years is this is now a mini apex out there. Every day, throughout the day, there's ATVers and off-road vehicles making extensive use of that property. We've been told by air quality control that that property is no longer in compliance with air quality standards because of the dust. It's absolutely horrible. After the meeting, the neighborhood meeting last week, I was watching one motorcycle rider out there on that northern parcel. There was one guy out there the next day after that meeting, and the cloud of dust was so thick that you couldn't see it, and it blew directly over where this school is going to be. And that happens all day long, all week long, constantly. And our concern is that the children are going to be in this school, they're going to be outdoors. We're even talking about the extra part of the property where we're going to develop it for outdoor use for the children. And it's going to, and when the wind blows now, you get that cloud of dust that usually blows over that school. And when you get one person out there on an ATV or something, it gets just 100 times worse. That cloud of dust that I saw that day after that was horrible. If my kids or my grandkids were at that school and I were to see that when they were outside, and we expect the kids to be outside getting exercise, I would be livid. So what I'm hoping that the county would do is require the Parks Department to do something to mitigate this. It's gone beyond just enforcement, because you can tell people not to go out there, and you can even arrest them or cite them or fence it off or do whatever, but the land is so disturbed now, the crust is just destroyed, that any amount of wind is going to continue to create the problem. And then anytime anybody else goes out there and rides a vehicle across that, it's going to be miserable for those children. Something has to be done. You've got to take care of the parcel to the north and the parcel to the east, and those are both under the control of the Clark County Parks Department. It's a serious issue for the students that are going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak on item number 40 during the public hearing? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Eric, what can we do about I've got 3 areas here, that the air quality with the parks land? Just notify Parks Department fencing it if he says it isn't going to happen if we got to cross.
Correct. Actually, Parks, not Parks, but RPM, who manages the land on behalf of Parks, I think they want to be coordinated with the school district. I know the school district is encroaching slightly to do a common entrance that lines up with Mesa Verde for this site. So I think it would be best if we just added a condition that they coordinate with RPM on this, and then RPM can address those issues.
Okay, and I know Tiffany has reached out to Parks and Air Quality, and we don't have an answer yet. So Nancy, if you could help along those avenues and try to get a handle on the air quality, it would be beneficial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, okay, I've got two more, and then I'll give it to you, Commissioner Giuliani. It's important that we get, according to what Larry brought up, the signage, whether it's traffic mitigation signage, in the entire area to notify the neighbors, and speed limit signs, so forth and so on, in particular in the Valley View Warm Springs intersection. I know that's a tough area.
Right, and we've been working with staff on that specific issue.
And since you were here the last time and we set this out a ways, I appreciate the fact that you had a neighborhood meeting. And everybody that's up here is going to tell you, you got 25 neighbors at a neighborhood meeting. It was a very successful meeting. So it might behoove you in the future to do neighborhood meetings on these sites ahead of time, so that you can get the input of the neighbors, because the community, obviously you've heard it from two speakers, are major priority is the children's safety. And to hear that from the neighbors and reach out, I think it says a lot, and it's part of being a good neighbor. So I appreciate you doing that, and hopefully you'll do it in the future. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Do you have an unloading zone for the buses to come in on your drawings?
Yes, we do.
I couldn't see that.
Commissioner, this is the bus zone comes right off of Arville, one direction, comes across and comes back out.
Okay.
We didn't mix the buses with the...
Yeah, that's a good idea, because that's something that helps. I know that some schools or some principals maybe, where they have this kind of constraint, have done slightly staggered school starting times. Is that something that you all bring up? Sometimes 5 minutes difference for the kindergarten and first graders to be dropped off versus...
Absolutely.
Okay, so
those are things that are the operation side and educational side look at doing, especially to break it up. And we did provide a lot more parking on this site than we did have in the
and then
past.
where are the parents loading and unloading then?
The parents, and if you recall, this is, because there's no effective street frontage on Arville, we were concerned about that. We developed our own drive lane.
Gotcha.
All the way around the interior against
so they can
the
move
curb
for
is
the
the
flow
drop
instead
off.
of stacking up into either Mesa or Arville. Okay, that makes good sense. And then, Commissioner, per your direction then with RPM, you're going to look at no trespass signs and those types of things so that at least there's notification, and maybe we can coordinate with air quality to get them out there as soon as they start seeing these people violating. But that's not just your issue. So then clarify, so you're doing this walk route that can be used for bicycle, but it won't be open to the public, is what you said?
It is open during
school
hours, not on the weekend and not at night. We talked to the neighbors about that too, and they were okay with that.
That's a BLM requirement on the language.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
And the other thing you did, I believe is you, Commissioner, that asked about the community garden. And we listened to you on that. We went back, followed the school district and speak to this. But also, there's issues with community gardens not being used at night and what happens in those gardens at night. So what we've done is this little area that I've highlighted in green, this is approximately, it's a 10 by 180 foot inside the security garden for the kids.
Okay, good, because then you could tie it into the curriculum part of it, which is not everything needs to be a community garden, but if there are places where we appropriately can locate them, so the access, you're absolutely right. But a lot of the schools, I know Jonas Park has one, they've really started to do their raised beds internally, and they tie it into the curriculum, which is part of it, so that makes good sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the maintenance of the additional acreage, is that school district?
That's school district.
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear. So the park, the walking trail is open during the school hours for the kids, and then when else is it open?
During the, it's not open on the weekends, and it's only open during school hours.
So and I understand the BLM piece of it, but currently now we have the open school open doors where we can go in, so different groups can go in and use it. So will that be the same process for them? Or is this just off limits altogether?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Linda Perry, 4190 McLeod Drive, representing the school district. The Open Schools, Open Doors, what we've discovered with that is it's all predicated upon the principal that's at that school. And some of the schools, unfortunately, in some of the schools they will open and have an open policy, and other ones they can't. And I think it's more or less regulated on the neighborhood. But we're looking into more and more of having that be an open area, because it is a public school, it is a public use, and it should be open to the public. So we want to at least make that. The only thing that we needed to check was making sure that the school, because it has to be locked down during the day, for access to come in. So we wanted to make sure that we have good points of access if they come off, and that's one thing we're probably still trying to work with because of that circular drive that goes around. We can't really open that. We have those gates there. So we don't want them actually walking on the north to the, I guess it would be this area here, outside of our area. In the dirt, we would want to have some sort of access point where they could come in, and they would have to go through the school site. So typically, we lock those schools down at night and.
Well, I'm just thinking about the parents, if they come, or the grandparents come to pick up the kids, would they be able to walk around the track while they're waiting for them? So there's access for them to get in, but on the weekends, it's entirely up to. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Brager?
No, I'm good. All the right questions were asked.
I'm going to recommend approval per staff conditions. Ms. Amundson, good? Eric, good? We have motion on the floor. Any further questions? Please cast your votes.
That's an aye.
Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 46, 47, and 48 are companion and can be heard together. BS 090715, vacate and abandon easements of interest to Clark County located between Buffalo Drive and Arroyo Springs Street and between Sunset Road and Rafael Rivera Way, and a portion of right-of-way being Tioga Way located between Sunset Road and Rafael Rivera Way within Spring Valley. UC 90615, use permits for the following: modify the pedestrian realm, reduce parking in conjunction with the proposed mixed-use development, waivers of development standards for the following: permit non-standard improvements within the right-of-way, permit an overlength cul-de-sac, design review for modifications to an approved mixed-use development on 9.9 acres in a UV urban village mixed-use zone in the CMA design and MUD 3 overlay districts, generally located on the east side of Buffalo Drive, 600 feet south of Sunset Road within Spring Valley. TM 002316, tentative map for a mixed-use project consisting of commercial lots and 2 residential lots on 9.9 acres in a UV urban village mixed-use zone. Staff recommended approval. The Spring Valley Town Board recommended approval.
Mr. Kempfer, it's nice to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chris Kempfer here on behalf of the applicant. I'll be brief. We have spoken to the chairman and Tiffany with regard to this project. The property is already zoned UV, so these are use permits, some waivers, design review, tentative map, vacation, all have been approved by staff, the town board, and the planning commission. We are no longer in need of use permit number 2 relating to the parking, because we have added additional parking as a result of our meeting with Commissioner Sisolak and Tiffany. So we would withdraw use permit number 2 relating to that parking, and we would very respectfully ask for approval of all applications.
Perfect. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on item number 46, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on item number 46. This is also in District A. I appreciate you meeting with me and Tiffany and showing us the lands. I don't think that the pictures and the plans do justice what this is going to look like when it's done. So to encourage Mike, it's really cutting edge what they're planning to do here. It's you got to get out there after it's finished. You'll be amazed with the parking garage and the lifestyle. So I'm going to recommend approval for staff conditions.
46, 47, and 48.
46, 47, and 48.
Thank you.
Rob, I need to open the public hearing on 46, 47, and 48.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to testify on 46, 47, and 48, please step forward. Seeing no one, I'll close all three public hearings. So I'm going to recommend approval on 46, 47, and 48 per staff conditions. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, thank you and Tiffany for working with us on this project.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Bye now.
Item 50, UC 00086T, appeal use permits for the following: proposed accessory structure, a storage container within the rear yard that is not architecturally compatible with the principal building, waive architectural enhancements, non-decorative metal siding, a flat roof without a parapet wall in conjunction with an existing single-family residence on 0.5 acres in an RE Rural Estates Residential RMP1 zone, generally located on the north side of Warm Springs Road and the east side of Hinson Street within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended denial. The Enterprise Town Board recommended denial. The Planning Commission approved this at their March 1st meeting, and this item has been appealed by numerous neighbors.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commission members. My name is Ed Dose. I live at 4080 West Warm Springs Road. I am here this morning to address the appeal to the Planning Commission's approval to place an accessory structure on my property in conformance with the conditions of approval. That it be painted to match the primary residence, that it be screened from view, that it have a wall around the building to protect it from view from Warm Springs Road, and it is completed within 18 months. I'm here asking for no waivers or deviations from what the Planning Commission ordered. I would like to ask the Commission to confirm the Planning Commission's approval for the accessory structure on my property per the above conditions. I do have a picture of what I would like to have the building look like later on in the future. I don't want it to be just a box on my property. So these are the plans. I don't want it to just be a square box on the property. I do want to make it look nice on this property. I have to look at it also. At this time, I'd like to ask for any questions from the Commission.
Okay, does that complete your presentation?
Yes,
Because
sir.
I know I've got speakers. Okay. This time I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 50. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 50, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And I know this got to be a very contentious item in the neighborhood. So I ask you to all, please, I know there's two really passionate sides on this. I'd ask you to all ahead of time, please be respectful of everyone here. Good morning.
Morning. Cami Knoll, 7205 Allum Drive, Las Vegas. I've been a homeowner in this neighborhood for 12 years, and I've come here today to voice my support for Ed Dose and him having this container on his property. I feel that Ed's been unfairly targeted by a HOA that is located within our community, and they're attempting to encroach upon us by having us follow the CCNRs that they've agreed to follow. Our community already has several of these containers at various residences, many which I've never even noticed the whole time I lived there until this became an issue. I'm a runner, so I'm on the streets every day, and I started actively looking and realized, I'm like, oh, there's one. They behind the wall, you hardly notice them at all. As a rural community, we as residents have chosen to live here so that we can fully enjoy the use of our properties without being under the thumb of the restrictions that come with being part of a homeowners association. And I thoroughly believe that granting this appeal would set a dangerous precedent for our ability to enjoy the freedoms that we've traditionally had by being part of this rural neighborhood preservation district. Ed has done a lot to improve this residence since he took possession of it. You can see him and his wife out there almost every day doing work themselves on the property, making it look a lot better than it used to look. And I thoroughly believe that this would not devalue any properties in our neighborhood and would not affect anybody's day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is George Lucis, 7171 Crown Top Circle. I'm in that little HOA community the lady mentioned. We're a block north of his house. Now, he intends to put a steel container on his property. Right now, it's open. You drive by on Warm Springs Road or Hinson's Road. He's got trucks there, trailers, RVs, two outstanding buildings. One's a like storage shed and one's like a Home Depot shed. Everything's to the open. He has not done anything to improve the property, and that steel container would just destroy the whole area there. I would tour the entire neighborhood from Decatur to Valley View, from Warm Springs to 215. There's not a single container there on any of those properties. All the homes are walled in, and what's in the back is compatible with the main structure there. So I don't think the steel container should be allowed in there. And if somehow you choose it, he should have a wall that blocks the steel container from being seen from Warm Springs and Hinson. Because he's got two driveways coming out on Hinson, how he's going to protect us from seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Tara Pike, and I live at 3440 West Arby Avenue. I'm here to support the sea container. I don't think that I could say it any better than the first speaker for what I believe is why I moved to this area, because it is a rural area without an HOA, and I think that he should be allowed to do it with all of the other things that are listed that he has to comply with within 18 months. I learned about this from the Nextdoor website that I've never heard of before, getting on and then finding out and promptly stopping being on that website anymore. And so I promised that I would come down and support him, and so I took the half day off work to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning. Wow, this is my first time doing this. I'm here in support of this project as well.
I'm going to ask you to identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
People all over the world are watching you from this camera above my head.
I'm anonymous.
Okay.
My name is Mary Mason, and we live at 4265 West Martin, so we're on the corner of like Martin and Arville. And I'm in support of this project. We lived for 12 years in Summerlin and loved it there. And my husband and I just recently moved to this area a year and a half ago. And one of the main reasons that we moved out here was because of the rural preserve community and the idea that there's a little fewer restrictions about what you can and can't do on your property, and we love that. We love that it's a little more free-flowing and it's not Summerlin. And I certainly respect the people in the HOA and their concerns, but they did plunk an HOA in the middle of a real rural preserve, and I think just in our family alone, we have about 4 or 5 of these already on our property, with none of the upgrades that this gentleman is going through. So I would just ask that you would just keep the integrity of the rural preserve out there and allow him to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jack Weaver, 7685 Hinson Street. I'm here to voice my support for this project. I've lived in the area for 22 years. We recognize that this is a rural preservation area, but things change. You know, the community changes, it grows, more development is coming in. There was a time when somebody would put a steel container on their property and nobody would say anything, and it's been that way for years. But times do change. This is not that type of steel container. That's not what he's proposing. If you drive around and you see the steel containers that these people are talking about and they don't like, they look like they belong on a ship or on the back of a truck. And we have no problem with that. We live there forever. But things do change, and we expect to have to change a little bit with them. This is exactly what he's doing. He is putting one of those type of containers, but he is changing it to conform to what is expected today as opposed to 30 years ago. And when it's landscaped and his walls are in and things like that, then it'll look nice. There's no comparison with what he's doing with what people are calling a shipping container. it's not a fair comparison when you look at what he's proposing. So I urge you to consider the actual proposal as opposed to just the verbiage, putting a shipping container on a piece of property, because that's not what he's planning to do. You can see by the picture that it's entirely different than what other people have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name's Steve Keene. I live at 3910 West Mardon, just down the street from the applicant, and I'm here to support his application. And I think what they've done with the property so far has been incredible, and I would encourage him to, keep up with it. It's looking great compared to what it was before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else before I close the public hearing?
Lattimore Osborne. I live at 7145 Henson Street. I'm here to support the applicant.
Thank you.
On the
My name is Weeby Weebowitz.
You can
I
pull
live
that down if you want.
at 7685 Henson Street. I am here to voice my support for this development of this property. Lived here for over 20 years. I've seen the house moved onto the property when it was moved off of Martin Street for the 215 Beltway. Through the years, it's been kind of an eyesore. Since this couple has bought the house, they've done mass improvements and landscaping, and I would love to see this type of an additional building within his property. A lot of people say they don't want this in a yard. Well, we live on rural estates. This is not a yard. It's on his property, and it will be in the back. It'll be covered with landscaping and have a wall all around it. And I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Hi, Dylan Labonte, 4535 West El Dorado Lane. Just here to support Ed.
Thank you very much.
Same reason.
Hello, my name's Nick Walker. I'm at 7130 Crown Top Circle. I'm also behind the wall, as they call it. But, when we purchased our property and built our home, I guess we built it about 5 years ago, we anticipated the county would attempt to enforce the rules that they're supposed to attempt to enforce. And we spent a great deal of time and money and stuff on our house, and we think it's only fair that the county do what they can to protect our investment. I'm from Texas, and I have some property there, but we live here, and this is our primary residence. We've lived here for 5 years. We want them to try to enforce the codes that are already set forth. There's a couple of, I guess there's like 4 new additions going in where we live now that are building $400,000 to probably $800 to $1 million houses. Our thought is where this lot is on the corner there, if there's not a wall around it and it's not constructed and it's not out of view, that it's going to deter from the value of what we've already done and what these other, I think D.R. Horton bought out Distinctive Homes, and I don't know how many lots. I think that they have about 40 lots left to build new homes on, and the houses they're going to be building are probably going to be at least $500 to $1 million houses. And we just think that because this is going to be right out in front without anything, that is our main concern, is that it's just going to be out in the open. We've heard other people say online and stuff that well, we didn't know this was allowed, so if this is allowed, then where can I go get one? So I'm concerned that now suddenly there's going to be 20 or 30 more of these containers pop up in the neighborhood. And I'm not saying, I don't run, but I ride bikes a lot, and I drive around the neighborhood a lot, and there are just a lot of containers. I don't know how many of them have been approved or how many of them have not been approved. I'm not saying that we need to take out the containers that are already there. Most of them are hidden behind a wall that I know of. There's some containers in the area that are temporary for construction and demo and that kind of stuff. There's some stuff, there's some pods in the neighborhood that people evidently come in storage, and they're coming in and they're leaving. I have no problem with any of that stuff. The problem we have is that if you're allowed to put a container on a corner lot where everybody turns, that it's going to detract from the value of what we've already done. My question would be, a half-acre lot, what are you allowed to do? Can you put, you got a 2-car garage, you got another detached garage, you got a shed, you got a 35-foot travel trailer, then you want to put a container too. This is a half-acre lot, guys. I mean, come on. That is my concern, is the values of what it's going to do to the 40 new houses that are going to go under construction in that neighborhood, and what it's going to do to those houses. So,
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? No? Mr. Marks. There's 2 microphones. You can each take one. That's fine. Okay.
Phil Marks. I live at 7360 Schuster Street, which is adjacent, if you will, to this home. I represent the Committee to Protect the Quality of Life and Enterprise, and as Commissioner Sisolak knows, and many of you know, I represent over 250 households. Our committee has sat down, we looked at this thing, and frankly, as an individual, I don't like containers. Having said that, I took a look at the code. The code provides that an individual may put a container on that lot, provided he asks for a use permit or gets deviations or waivers in accordance with that. He has followed through and done that. The Planning Commission came through and approved it with conditions to which he has taken no exception. Now, as to the people who have pointedly said that they're concerned about their homes, I've lived there since 1988. I live on a little over a half acre. My home's value is probably somewhat higher than the norm because of our landscaping, and I'm the only person that has a direct view of this property. This property was in so disrepair that there was a church that wanted to go in there and didn't want to do the work necessary. This man has invested a lot of money to turn this property around and make it, instead of being a blight on the community, rather a signpost for what you can do if you're willing to work at it. Now, I would also point out that the people who are criticizing this can't see this property. The only time they see it is if they drive down Warm Springs or make a turn on the Henson. Actually, the property next door has a burned out chimney and a burned out fireplace that has been there since 1988. And nobody has sought to have this blight on the community corrected. Why? Because it's on the property owned by an individual. If that's when we built, that property was there. The gentleman who was up here a moment ago, when he built his house or bought his house, that property was there. If you drive down from the airport down Sunset, you have a trucking company and a wrecking yard. If you drive from Valley View, make a turn onto Valley View to come into our R&P and cross the bridge, you pass BJ's Liquor Place. If in doing so, once you get over the bridge, you are now faced with several properties who have absolutely no... May I finish?
Briefly, please.
Thank you, sir. Several properties that their front yards are in disrepair, and there are horses that are grandfathered in on Arby. So looking at it in a fairness thing, to discriminate against this individual for a structure that other people have violated that over and over and over again, when he's willing to comply with your requirements, seems inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Karen Seavey. I live at 7330 Rogers. I can actually see his property from my backyard. I'm in support of it. The other thing is we have probably like 50 signatures that people wanted to sign that are at work, and so couldn't come here to support it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Walker. I live at 7130 Crown Top Circle. As homeowners and property owners in the neighborhood, actually within a block and a half of the property on which this container will be placed, we ask you kindly reconsider this matter and disallow a variance or a waiver as requested. The proposed site for this container is highly visible property that's the corner of Warm Springs and Henson. It has no wall, no fencing of any sort, or even any landscaping obscuring the property. Most speakers in support here today are not within the same proximity of those who have spoken in opposition. This homeowner is the fourth owner owner, and he did not do the major improvements on this property. We can supply pictures. Placing a container on that proposed site would make it clearly visible from 3 sides of his property. Other properties in disrepair in the neighborhood just don't justify this. I believe the picture was deceptive, as that was not a 40-foot container that they're showing you. I have viewed this owner's container, and it is definitely a metal shipping container of 40 feet and 9 feet high. I believe granting a variance and a waiver from the zoning codes to allow one such property owner to have a container as this is wholly unfair to those of us who have invested in our properties after reviewing the code enforcement and zoning laws and counted on those laws when we invested. This property owner was aware of the same zoning and code laws when he purchased his property, and he knew he wouldn't be allowed to have that container without this variance, making him exempt from the very codes and zoning laws that the rest of us have spent a great deal of time and money to adhere to, and that we appreciate and counted on when we invested in this neighborhood. The container has a great potential to become quite the eyesore on this visible corner of Warm Springs Road and Henson. We believe it will have a definite adverse effect on the value of all the properties within our neighborhood, and at that corner it's so visible when coming into the neighborhood. The property has no wall, it has no fencing of any sort to obscure the view of the already numerous accessory structures that he has, much less adding one that's 40 feet in length and some 9 feet high. He only recently added driveways, and they seem to be insufficient for the vehicles he has, as he continues to park on a vacant lot across Henson and use it for parking area. Last Sunday, he was actually doing RV repair business on that vacant lot. This proposed property that he's on already has a 2-car garage, a detached garage, and a recently constructed storage shed behind the home, and yet the homeowner is unable to park any of his numerous vehicles or recreational vehicles in any of these structures. There is a 35-foot fifth-wheel trailer. It is constantly relocated from the front yard, what should be the front yard, to directly behind the home and what should be the backyard. And that fifth-wheel vehicle is already a huge item that at all times is clearly visible from 3 sides of this property. We had an unsecured above-ground swimming pool he installed on the side of the house. It was clearly visible from 2 sides of the home. It was closer to the street than the house. It was eventually removed and drained into the street, which took almost a week. My strong belief is that this container has something to do with an RV repair business that would go in there, or with a tool business that he had listed in the yellow pages as Warm Springs Tools. We kindly ask that you do not grant this property owner a variance allowing him to deviate from codes and zoning laws that are in place to protect the majority of the residents of the neighborhood and our considerable investments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You read fast. Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Wellman. I live at 8240 Lindell, and I'm in support of number 50. He's a great
Thank you
guy.
very much. Anyway, how many more speakers do I have on this side of people? Want to line up along the rail, please?
Peggy Keene, 4715 West El Dorado Lane. I've lived there 26 years. We have 2 acres adjacent. It's a rural preserve. There's horses everywhere. The Connex box has been a standard method of storing supplies for horses, other items out on a rural preserve area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Vern Keene, 7515 Cameron. I'm in support of the number 50. It is a rural preserve. I'd like to support that.
Thank you.
My name is Cherie Reinhardt, and I support Ed Doze.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the brevity of the comments. Were you speaking too? How many more speakers do I have? Please line up along the rail. I don't think we have this many people in the audience.
I'm Karen Goff. I live at 7035 Hinson. I have 5 acres. It's horse property, and all the horses are inside in a barn that's air conditioned and heated. I don't have any cargo containers outside. It has 1 house and a barn that was approved by the county commission for the size, and it's air conditioned, heated, and everything's inside. I am not in favor of this cargo container.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Last chance. Seeing and hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing and call Mr. Dose back up. I've got a lot of comments here.
Yes, sir.
This is a very quiet neighborhood until this issue came up, needless to say. This website that got started, this Nextdoor thing, I don't know what it's about or where it came from, but some what's on there, I really hate to see the infighting between the neighbors that's going back and forth on this issue. It's just not suitable. It doesn't help anything, and it's unfortunate, some of the comments that have been made. What you showed us today, the picture, was not what was showed at the Planning Commission or the Town Board, the yellow.
No, it was just a current, what the building looks like. Yes.
Conex box, right. So
Yes.
I don't know what their questions would have been had that been shown, but I think it would have benefited you a little bit. I'm going to get a couple things out of the way quickly, and I don't know, Erica, Rob, next door to the property to the east, there is I was out there yesterday, spent a considerable time. Your wife took me around after she saw me wandering and kind of wondered what I was doing, I think, frankly.
We've had a lot of that.
You've had a lot of that? Okay,
Yes.
well, I was another one, so you can add me to the list. There is a burnt-out chimney that, I don't know if it's a danger on the property next door. It's full of graffiti now. There's some palm trees out along the road that the fronds have not been cut in 20 years. I mean, if the match hit those things, that's going to go up like a candlestick. It's just, I don't know what control we have on that. I don't know who owns that property, Rob?
Well, there's a general requirement that a property owner maintain its property, and I don't know if anyone, probably, it doesn't sound like anyone occupies it, but we can still
There's
send
no
out,
house.
we can still send out CC Pro and then perhaps have them take a look at it and then review the code and possibly send a notice to the owner of the property.
Okay, if we could direct CC Pro to go I'd like the chimney taken down if possible, and those palm trees. If they catch fire, there's so many fronds there that are dried for years and years and years. It'll go up like a torch. It's just not good. So to your project, and I appreciate you came to visit Tiffany and I, and we went through this, and like I say, your wife was very kind to spend quite a bit of time with me explaining the situation. And this is what I can support, and you got to tell me if you can live with it. You've got a lot of projects going on the property at one time.
Yes, sir.
You know, you've got the house that I don't know who did the repairs to get the house to where it is right now.
It wasn't me. I've never said I'm just doing the property, but the house was already done when we moved in.
No problem.
Yes.
The garage, you've got a bunch of stuff in. You've got another garage shed in the back that's built, and then
It's a
you've got
shop,
the little bitty, like, tough shed thing there. There's a boat and some other stuff, you know, a little rowboat and the fifth wheel that's back there and that sort of stuff. And I know Commissioner Junculani doesn't like fences, but you gotta get a fence up around this. There's gotta be a wall.
That's my plan.
There's gotta be a wall. And the wall's gotta be of sufficient height, which this container is 9 feet high?
8 feet. It's an 8 by 8 by 40.
Okay, so it's gonna be that, lot's kind of built up a little bit there. The wall's a little.
And I plan on dropping that down. I've talked to my construction manager. He's going to take that and drop it down so that we can build an 8-foot wall around the property, and I'm going to drop it down about a foot, so it will be about a foot above the wall. The wall will be a foot above the container. So
I
the
think you're
container
gonna
will
need
not be
it higher
seen.
than an 8-foot. If you can put in stronger footings and make it a 9-foot wall, because I don't want the container visible, okay?
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to drop the container, and to have an 8-foot wall, the container will be a foot below
Pads
them.
are already poured for the container.
I'm going to lower them. That's what I'm
So
saying.
you're gonna have to take out the pads and put in new pads?
I'm going to redo the pads.
Can I make that a condition there? Okay. The fence has got to go all the way around the property. You're going to have to put in gates or something to get in the front and to get in the side, because I don't want it visible from either Hinson or Warm Springs.
This is what was planned, is the east side of the property where that fireplace is. There's an existing wall to my neighbor. I'm going to put a 8-foot wall along that to the front of the house. And then along
Your property doesn't align with that wall. Well, that's what your wife told me.
Well,
That
I'm
your
sorry?
property goes a little west of that wall, that it's not a clean line because of the power pole. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's what-
but it's going to, the wall is going to be along that side of the property.
Okay, if it's contiguous with the wall, I don't want to get her in trouble.
No,
But if it's I don't mean to do that.
Well, let me
She might have
can I show you
misspoke. I might have misunderstood, but.
Can I show you the property? That way we can, instead of trying to talk about it, we can see it physically. This is where the proposed container site is. This is the east wall. The fireplace is over here.
Okay, if you look to the north of where you've got that line, is your wall going to be
from here?
Going north, move your finger up. No, the other way. Right, other way. Go to the top. Nope, up north. Right, yeah. There's a wall there now for your neighbor.
Yes.
Is your wall going to be on the same line as that property?
Yes.
That wall?
Yes.
Okay,
So
then
it's
it is the same property line that the neighbor had, which is what I thought. So that's good. I
And it's
assumed it would
going to
have been.
go south to this line right here to the house.
Okay.
And this
And then where's the wall going to go? Connect to the house or connect down by the street?
right here. No, it's going to. This is the street down here. It's going to go to the just to the property or the edge of the house line, and then there's going to be a gate here, and then on this side of the house, I'm going to have a fence along this way that's going to go to right here along the side of the house.
And now how are you going to get in the garage for the?
There's going to be a gate here, and there's going to be a gate here, and then, of course, the gate here. This is going to be open. There's an existing driveway now right here that's not on this drawing. This was done before all that was done,
Right.
sorry.
Okay.
But there's a nice concrete driveway here now.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
And so the wall, and then from here, there's going to be a fence, so it's going to be completely blocked
Okay.
from view.
Now, I don't know, Eric, you're going to have to help me out here. I don't know how I can condition this. I don't want the container there until the wall is built.
Acceptable. I completely accept
So
that.
you can't bring in and say I'm going to do the wall in 15 months because every 18 months, because that's not going to work. The wall's got to be up to the 8-foot height so that the container is not visible.
Understood.
Okay? Ms. Amundson?
How about if we say an 8-foot high wall around the property or a wall of sufficient height to totally screen the container prior to the container being placed on the property?
Yes.
Good with that? Okay. Then how long is it going to take you to put that roof and that patio on the container?
Once I get it there, shouldn't take more than, with time working a regular job and everything else, maybe 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. And I know you're pretty handy because your wife was very proud of the trailer you had in your backyard that you welded together.
And I do want to mention,
Very nice.
I know some things were stated about things that are on that property about a tool company. That's not me. I don't know. We were kind of surprised. If you zoom in on my house from Google Maps, it shows that it's Warm Springs Tool or something like that. That is not me. I have no idea.
We got to do what we can to get the neighborhood kind of back together here because this is.
Oh, I agree.
It's crazy that neighborhood is fighting over the storage shed in the backyard. I'm sorry. It's just,
Completely agree.
So that's really unfortunate. So I'm going to recommend approval with those conditions, Nancy, okay, that it can't come in until the wall is built of sufficient height to obstruct the view of that trailer, the box, rather.
I know we're saying a wall around. I'm going to put a wall here, block, and I'm going to be putting
I got to get the screen back up. Could the booth put the screen back? Okay.
A wall here.
Right.
And this is going to be a decorative fence here with roller gates. It's not going to be a block wall, but it's going to be a sufficient height.
There's got to be a wall that you're not going to be able to see through.
Yes, I understand that.
Well, what do you call a decorative wall if it's not blocked?
Like a slat, not a slat, but a fence, wooden fence that does not allow to be, you can't see through it. It's going to be pieces of wood to wood fence.
Well, I don't think wood's going to work.
Okay, well, if it comes to
I want a block wall. Bring a block wall all the way down Hinson to the front, okay?
All right.
Block wall down Hinson, block wall on the east side, the block wall connecting with the house in the front, okay? That's a sufficient height, and make it look good. It's a beautiful house. You've done a lot with the house. I give you credit. You've done a lot with the house.
Thank you.
Okay, so that will be, and then on a separate note, if we put in a call to CC Pro, I want the chimney taken down and those trees either trimmed or removed because I don't want a fire in that neighborhood from that stuff. Okay, so do you understand those conditions?
I understand.
Okay. I'm recommending approval with those conditions. Any questions from the board? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I know now what you were trying to do with the fencing, but with the block wall having to go in, you'll still be able to do your rolling gates, though, in order to be able to, you had 2 places you were looking at
That's
on
fine.
your map? Okay.
That's
all right.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I found the conversation interesting because in District C, where we have a very long-standing RNP with a lot of newer development coming in, I can speak to some specific issues. One is there's a real sense of those people that have lived out in the RNP for 10, 15, 20 years or longer that literally moved out into the middle of the desert and have built their homes and have their horses and their sheds and everything else. And then over the last decade, a lot of the merchant builders, the D.R. Hortons, the Toll Brothers are coming into this area because it's such a high demand area in the valley. And to the comments that I heard as far as property values, I can speak specifically from experience over the last 5 years that those two homeowners are compatible. The values in the Northwest, this, I think, from Texas, brought up $500 to $1 million. I agree.
Yes.
They're coming into the Northwest. Before you get in the door, you're paying $500,000-$600,000 across the street from more traditional rural properties like your own. So if the Northwest is similar to this area, and I'm not real familiar with this neighborhood, but they are compatible. And people that come in and buy the more newer developments we are seeing absolutely no impact or adverse impacts on those values. In fact, it's that diversity that makes these areas so unique, and protecting those that have been out there for decades and balancing the new investment, it's working well. And I commend the commissioner and the neighbors, because you can live together. Horses can be compatible with a more traditional cul-de-sac development.
I want to be in harmony with everybody else out there also. I'm trying to bring up the value of the, I mean, the house was, the whole property was dilapidated when I moved in. I've done an incredible amount of work there, but it's a lot more and a lot of money,
Right.
you know, as it comes in.
We understand that. I understand that. So you understand the conditions, correct?
I do, yes.
Okay, do we have any further commissioner questions? Seeing, hearing none, please cast your votes.
That'll be a yes.
Motion passes. And I would appreciate the neighbors putting this behind them and getting back together, because it's a nice neighborhood. So much has happened out there over this, and it's not worth it, folks. Believe me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next item.
Item 51, UC 1716, appeal use permit to waive the minimum 48-inch wide pedestrian access around the perimeter of an outside dining area. Design review for a restaurant with drive-through within an existing shopping center on 0.6 acres in a C2 general commercial zone in the Mud 4 Overlay District. Generally located on the east side of Maryland Parkway, 800 feet south of Silverado Ranch Boulevard within Enterprise. Background is described in your agenda. Staff recommended approval. The Enterprise Town Board recommended approval with safety bollards to be incorporated into the fence design. The Planning Commission approved this item on March 1st, 2016, and this has been appealed by Commissioner Sisolak.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jim Gallegos at 1515 Falcones Drive, Austin, Texas. I'm with Pure Partners. I'm a partner with Pure Partners. We're looking at purchasing this tract. We have it under contract to purchase it in the next, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. We develop for Starbucks, not all their sites, just some sites for them. This is one of them. I've been developing here in the Las Vegas area and in the county now for a couple of years. We have a couple of stores already open, and we have a few proposed for this year as well. First of all, thanks to the town board and to PC for their approval of this project, and also staff's recommendation. I just want to go through three things. One, I'm going to talk about what we're doing here with this project, and then I'd like to talk about the requirements, and then I'd also like to talk about what's most important to me, which is Chairman Sisolak's concerns. So this project, first of all, the waiver, also we've withdrawn that waiver. We adjusted the site plan to where we do not have, well, we do have the 48 inches now required from the back of curb to the outside seating railing. So this is only for a design review at this point. So the site plan I have sitting here that you can see on the screen indicates that. It's actually right about here where I'm pointing. This is where the concern was before. The railing was all the way up to the edge of pavement. So we've adjusted that. I'm going to show you an aerial of the entire center that we're part of. And explain the project a little bit. There's an existing Starbucks right here in this building right now as one of the tenants without a drive-through. It's about 1,400 square feet. They're parked at 4 per thousand, which is what's required by the code, because it's I believe it's a one commercial map designation for a commercial shopping center. So it's got, like I said, it's parked at 4 per thousand right now, and it's about 1,400 square feet. So we're looking at relocating that Starbucks to this location on a separate parcel. Still part of this center and part of the one commercial map zoning designation. So as we're looking at doing this, what we've done is we're purchasing this tract from someone that owns these. There's actually 4 tracts here that they own, 4 parcels. I don't know how usable they are. They're not my property. All I care about is really the property that I'm looking at developing right now. So we met with Commissioner Chairman Sisolak and Tiffany as well, and brought a Starbucks representative with us, and we understood their concerns. The parking, like I said, for this pad is actually, because it's the map one, or the, what is it, one commercial map designation is 4 per thousand. Now we've come in and offered 10 per thousand parking. So not only that, we knew that you all had Title 30, I believe is the proper term for it, which is, will probably be adopted or accepted and revise your code, which would require an outdoor seating area to park 4 per thousand. So what we have before you is a site plan that is already doing that, and also parking 10 per thousand and not 4 per thousand, as what the code would require. Staff report shows 22 spaces, and that's what's required, but that's not what we proposed. So anyway, like I said, the most important thing here is Commissioner Chairman Sisolak's concerns and Tiffany's, which is to try to park better, because as we all know, Starbucks requires a lot of parking. So, which is very good. Believe me, I'm glad they're my client and my tenant. But so what we've done here is we created a site plan that has 9 stacking queues for the drive-through, which I believe is a couple more than what would be required. And it's an area that most of the people that come to the store ask for a drive-through. So they're trying to provide that, trying to increase the size of the store to create that. The concern that we understood from meeting with the chairman was that he wanted to see more parking, and so we've had a couple ideas we threw out there, and during our discussions, at the end of the discussion, we discussed that if there's a shared parking agreement, not just access, but most importantly, parking, that we'd come up with that and show that. So we did. There is an existing parking agreement with the entire center, and there's also one within these parcels. And so what we did was we made sure that in the last 2 weeks since we met with them, we had to get with our attorney and their attorney and the property's attorney and make sure that everyone could accept that as well. And so we've done that. And what we also, since just discussing this about 2 hours ago with the chairman and Tiffany as well, because I believe that the agreement is not acceptable by the chairman, is I've talked to my tenant. I left this room a couple minutes ago and a little while ago and talked to them, and they have agreed that if it's acceptable by the chairman, that they'll make it a condition of this approval as well to park the employees will have to park in the shopping center parking, so that they'll be the ones walking across these other parcels that are there today but not developed today, but they would have to park outside there, which would free up the spaces next to the actual development. So I would like to propose that at this point, and would love to answer any questions you may have. I really appreciate all the time from everybody. I've also reached out to each of the commissioners as well, as, out of respect for everybody. Thank you.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir, it does.
Perfect. This is a public hearing. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item number 51. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 51, please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. And while I appreciate you meeting with me and Tiffany, Mr. Gallegos, a couple weeks back with your colleagues, I can't support this application, and I can tell you why. This area here, from my colleagues that you're seeing, there are 4 pads that right now it's used for parking. There are 4 pads there. To the immediate north is going to be a car wash. I don't know what they're going to put to the south, and to the east is another site that's going to be developed. Not only are you going to remove footprint that's currently used for parking, it's going to require more parking that doesn't exist. I'm in a lot of Starbucks. All of us up here have meetings in Starbucks because some meetings we can't have in our office. Every Starbucks I go to, I've told you, is underparked. Every single one is underparked. You can see where the Starbucks is now in the other building. It's underparked. Those spaces are all full, and that's from the Starbucks. I've got 2 areas in my district. I've got Rainbow and Badura, and I've got Eastern and Serene that have become nightmares. There are so many pads and fast food restaurants and Starbucks and those things that the traffic is clogged, ingress, egress, there's not enough parking. We have one coming back on Rainbow Badura with an outdoor patio and parking. It's just an absolute nightmare. So this, and it's not your fault, it's the property owner that divided this into 4 sites, that it's just can't support 4 sites. It's not a big enough parcel to support everything that he wants to put on there. So, sorry you had to go through all this, but I'm going to recommend denial on this application. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I try not to do chains, but we've got a lot of Starbucks, and I have witnessed what's happening. It's not your fault. It's the pad people that restrict what's going on. And Commissioner Kirkpatrick just mentioned, should we maybe be looking at parking for the whole site so that we know?
This is what we do, and this is why we brought up the outdoor dining issue a couple of meetings back, if you remember it. You know, I don't want to say that these employees have to park 2 blocks away, where then they're going to be walking through a parking lot that's busy early morning and late night, going back and forth to their cars. There needs to be, when they put all these pads out in front, we've got another one out by, now I'm thinking of another area, Las Vegas Boulevard and Warm Springs, where the outlet mall is. They put so many pads along the front that there's just, people can't park, and it causes a problem with the traffic. And there's got to be, this would have been better divided into 2 parcels, or maybe 3, but not 4 parcels. It just doesn't work. And with a car wash already going to the north, it's just not going to be sufficiently parked. And I just, I wish there another way, but I just can't support it.
So legally then, and this may be to Rob, as we try to grapple with property owners presuming certain things that are going to go in before they've even come to us, that which then impact the potential parking, what can we look at zoning wise?
You can look at the larger picture, including the adjacent parcels, and look at the overall parking picture and the access issues that all the development creates.
Right, and so maybe developers need to be put on notice that they're going to have to start thinking before they start pouring pads of what is most appropriate for those. And I don't know how we legislate that, but they're going to have to be aware that we don't want to do business that way anymore because it creates future problems. I have to be more sensitive now. I just approved something on Charleston, but I did make them have to do cross-access and a few other things, but I have to be sensitive as a commissioner on that part of it too. Nancy, do you have any thoughts?
The one, and this isn't this gentleman's fault, but the problem that we have is when a commercial subdivision map is recorded, they can parcel it out and there is nothing we can do about it because state law doesn't allow us to do anything about it. So they can cut it up any way they want, and then these pieces are coming in piece after piece after piece. And that's what our problem becomes.
So under the new home rule, could we do something?
Yes, if it does not conflict with state law.
Could we take a look at that then? Because that might get us where we're going, so that we're looking, so what we require out of the commercial mapping would then give us that initiative to be able to add some policies maybe. If that's okay, Mr. Chair, if we could maybe have.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair. I've got one more commissioner. Now, Commissioner Scott, and the 2 commissioners.
Just one thought and a question. Well, it seems like this almost would help the congestion of the other Starbucks. But with a drive-through, is there any data that shows there's less parking with a drive-through situation?
My experience at Starbucks, it doesn't make much difference. People that go to Starbucks, they're great community partners. They give free Wi-Fi, and you get a lot of people going in there, sitting there, and they give free refills. I mean, it's just people stay a long time. It takes up a lot of spaces.
It was that question to me too, as well. Could I attempt to answer that a little bit? I do have some information. Is it all right if I answer?
Let me do Commissioner Weekly, and then I'll.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, you got another one? Go ahead.
And this is within its. It has designation for enough parking spaces for this one business, but if we had 4 businesses when the other sites are filled. From what I understand, they have the number of required by percentage of code, correct?
But they don't have parking for the outside.
But for the outside.
Yes, we do.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Because I don't think you do. But how big? The building's 2,200 square feet.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir,
you
that's
need
correct.
10 per thousand.
That's correct.
That's
22 spaces.
Right. And you got patio with 10 tables on it.
It's 700 square feet. The requirement is 4 per 1,000. I have 3 extra spaces.
Okay.
Per the proposed code.
Rob, do I have discretion?
I think it depends on the impact of those other parcels on this parcel, and then on the parking problems the other parcels could create, and the access problems it might create.
I try to have them speak to the landlord, move the ingress egress from where it is. There's one further south here that cuts right into this other parcel. I don't know how they're going to develop that one. When you get to the one south, the ingress comes right into that other parcel. So I just know this is going to be a bottleneck. It's going to be a nightmare, and I'd rather do it now than do it after we have the problem.
May I respond? May I respond?
Go ahead.
Okay. So that specific question right there, I can't control what the adjacent properties do. I know you all will be able to control it. They're going to all have to come in before you. Every single one of them will have to come in before you. We're an existing use in that center. So we're trying just to stay in that center, keep the jobs in that center, and try to improve that parking lot that's sitting there. That was one of these questions about the parcel. When this plan was first done, this whole gray area, this whole area surrounding the Starbucks was shown as one multi-tenant building with about 14 tenants in it. That's how this was developed. Now there's going to be 3 tenants here versus those tenants that was originally planned in this plan. So that's the parcel part of it. My background is I'm a civil, I don't practice.
I'm going to let you answer the question. I'm not going to let you argue your case again.
Yes, sir.
Because, and this is just what we talked about, there's a parking problem. I don't want to approve this and then have the other people come in and go, you approved Mr. Gallegos for Starbucks, why won't you approve me for In-N-Out Burger, or approve me for, no, you got to talk, okay? So I don't want to start and set the precedence with this first one. That's why I'm saying no.
You don't want to set a precedence for following code and above code. That's what you don't want to set.
Okay. I'm not going to get in an argument with you.
Well, then the other items, the 2 items I'd like to address is that the drive-through does show that it probably brings down about 20% of what your parking need is, because you end up with people that aren't going in, especially when you have 9 queue spaces versus 7. Okay, so you have actually a couple more spaces in where you can get people into that drive-through. It's not even blocking spaces. We made sure it didn't. The other questions you had, or that you expressed, which I appreciate, like I said, is parcel size. My background, civil engineering, I've done this, for 25 years in my career, and I'm going to tell you that these 3 parcels that they came in and developed, like you said, they're going to come in with the same requirements that I have, and they're going to have approval as well. They're going to have to park their lot. I'm parking my development. I'm parking it, like I said, even with a proposed requirement. And I did go to the neighbors, and I expressed it to you. I actually went to the people and said, listen, can I come in here and lease more spaces? And the guys there said, nope, you're buying this tract, and this is what we have it as right now. You have to come back through for a new subdivision.
Okay, I'll let you answer the question. I explained to you, I gave you an option to buy the piece to the north or to the south. The piece to the north is sold to the car wash. To buy the piece to the south, and you'd have adequate parking, and you said the rent would be too high for Starbucks then, and they weren't going to lease the property. So you're choosing to not invest the money so that I'll have to deal with the parking problem. I can't support it. I'm sorry. Commissioner Weekly.
Question. Yesterday, Commissioner Scow and I met with some other folks with Starbucks.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And I can't remember how they phrased it. Is this independent, or is this an independently owned Starbucks, or is this?
Okay, what Starbucks isn't. Starbucks is not franchised, which I know that's not the question, but I'm going to go there. And so they own their own company. But I come in and buy the land, and then I'll develop it, and they'll be my tenant. So it's each project is independent of the other. Yes, sir. And so Starbucks is very concerned and wants to make sure you are happy with this. But when I come in with a site plan and it has it, parked to code, and I go through planning and get there.
Okay, well, that's a conversation for Commissioner Sisolak. But my other question would be, let's just say hypothetically, if this were to have been approved, but we're hearing that he's not going to approve this.
Yes, sir.
Would you then be coming in asking for this new evening experience, because that would have that would also pose some parking problems?
Yeah, and I don't have that in my, like I said, I don't have that in any stores that I'm the owner of the site as a tenant for me. So I don't have that. I'm not sure of what Starbucks has proposed for that. They'd have to come back in and ask you for that too, though.
Yeah, no, they've come to me and they want to bring more of the evening experiences into the district. So, Mr. Warhol.
Yeah, I talked to Nancy, and she says the other parcels around it are not approved yet for anything, that they're vacant parcels. So I was thinking maybe we ought to take a step back, maybe give us 2 weeks, take a look at this, maybe discuss with planning some issues, and maybe come up with some alternatives if we can't, relating to all the parcels somehow, at least look at it, and then come back and take a look at it.
You need 2 weeks, Nance?
I'm sorry, sir, you're talking to me?
No.
Oh, okay.
You're talking to me.
I mean, I do have concerns. They're meeting all parking requirements, and there are no other approvals around this parcel.
Right.
I thought that there were other approvals, that there are other pad sites, and it's going to create.
There are other pad sites.
Are they approved though? That's what I'd
As
like to
pads?
research. The other pads around this parcel.
Yeah, I think so.
They're not.
Nancy
They're
said there were.
parceled out into 4 different parcel numbers.
Right, but I mean, are there proposed uses in those parcels?
There's a car wash on the one to the north.
But all of these parcels were approved as something else, so they're going to have to come in and
one by one.
One by one.
I do have concerns. He is meeting his parking requirements. He is including the outdoor dining area, and he is the first here. So I would like to take a step back and just look at all 4 parcels and see if we can't come up with something to address those parking issues.
Okay. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rob, if the 4 parcels are there and the first one comes in, meets all the codes, then what kind of discretion do we then have if the other 3 come in and they independent meet the code, but when you look at all 4 together or the bigger shopping center, we know it's going to be a traffic issue? What kind of, are we then legally bound because we approved the first one independent, the second one independent?
The answer is, in my opinion, you are not. You can look at all 4 parcels, but my concern is that we don't know exactly what is planned for those other 4 parcels. And I don't know if we can find out or not, but I'd like to look at the whole bigger picture. If because of the, each one coming in independently, they meet requirements, but in the larger picture, they cause a problem with parking and access, I think we can consider that and then deny or add conditions to those future applications coming in. So a lot of that could be addressed with cross-access agreement, cross-parking agreements, downsizing some of their other applications coming in and other things. But you would have discretion, but I'm just concerned we don't have enough information right now is what I'm saying. Commissioner Sisolak said there's a car wash to the north, but I think that was something that...
And the other thing, if Rob is concerned, maybe we should step back and look at the overall commercial center, see how it was originally approved, what kind of pad sites, and see that if you look, there's a lot of different uses in there. It may not be parked for all of these pads to come in, and that might be helpful for you to have that information as well, Commissioner.
And I'm not saying right now you don't have discretion tonight. I would like to have more information before we move forward with this.
Okay, then why don't I hold it for 60 days to give you, is that?
It's up to you, that'd be fine.
I'll have you just study the whole parking of all the facilities there.
If Rob feels we need to step back, I want to look at everything.
I want to look at everything then if we can.
The whole, yes.
Okay. I'll recommend hold this item and bring it back in 60 days, in 2 months. Any discussion on the motion? Cast your votes.
Me? No.
That's an aye.
Motion passes. See you in... Are you mouthing something?
Yes, sir. I thought I'd be asked as the applicant if that was acceptable as well. And, we're trying to relocate an existing tenant, and it's in 60 days. They were asking for 2 weeks, but I accept that, I guess.
It's up to the board. It's within the discretion of the board.
Yeah, no, I should want to do something for the whole shopping center, and I don't think that this is the only item that staff's got to work with.
60 days is what you've
60 days. June, first meeting in June. That'll give them time to do the study and bring it forward to us, and we can meet again. Next item.
Item 52, AG 24916, is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners discuss whether to open a filing period for the acceptance of special use permit applications for certain medical marijuana establishments and direct staff accordingly. We had a request for someone who has a very unique and innovative way to do cultivation, but they need to move to a new location. So if the board so wishes to open the application period, I would request that it be very short because we are on a timeline with the state.
Item be brought forward, and this is, I don't know if any of you have seen the all-metal agricultural modular grow houses that Extreme Containers has built. They're a local company that employs about 700 or 800 people locally. They're these big, huge metal things that you put on a truck, and you take them out there and you assemble them like with bolts. And it's a whole building. It's got the lights and the sprinklers and everything is in it. You just put it down on the property, and then it works. And the plan is to sell these things nationwide as a, you could grow tomatoes in it, or you could grow marijuana, or you could grow whatever else you choose. And I don't, and I've told the individuals that want to bring this forward, we're not going to, this isn't going to affect any state deadlines, whether or not the state extends anything or doesn't extend anything. But these are built. I saw them in a parking lot, and they want to put them on a trailer, take them out there, put them down on the ground, and they can start growing marijuana in the building. So I wanted to open up the filing period. For how long do we need open for? A week?
It could not be more than a week, starting today.
Okay. Can we open it for a week? And if they can get it done within the same constraints that they have now, let they be allowable. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. But do they meet our code for a type of structure that we're allowing just because they've
talked to Ron Lynn, and from a building standpoint, it's fine. And for our standpoint, cultivation, the only thing we don't want were the one thing that we had said, or the board had said, you didn't want the membrane structures, I believe.
Yeah.
But
this is like the Pawn Star thing.
Right, I just don't want to,
I
don't want to create, because some of our cultivations, we are next to or near residential. I just don't want to create another.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. This is not anywhere.
And they would have to still meet all the requirements for separation and request waivers and that sort of thing. It would be a full application for a new site. And I would request that the applications could only be from someone who has a state provisional and an existing use permit that wants to.
Do we know that the state will approve it, because they denied a few things?
The state has approved this structure for this, and it's
really,
the one thing is just for these folks, but two is if this works the way that it was described by me, that it's going to work. The potential of selling these things nationwide could be enormous, and that's a lot of local people that would be working building them. So it takes a couple of weeks to build one. So they're really unique looking.
Yeah, I was just, because I know the state denied a couple of things, and I thought, why were you doing that? It's actually going to cost people more to do it. So I don't know what they're.
One of the appealing things about this, my understanding was, when so many of these cultivators have leased warehouses and put in millions and millions of dollars, this way they'd be able to lease vacant land, pour a pad, put these containers on it, and then if it didn't work, they could pick up their own containers and take and move them somewhere else.
As long as no one can steal them off their property, I guess that's.
You can't lift these things up and steal them. You can't. So Commissioner Brown and then Kirkpatrick.
So do they resemble a shipping container?
That's what I was.
No, they don't resemble a shipping container, other than the fact that they're metal. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're not going to. There's not going to be a level of expectation that the folks that are close to opening, that have been investing all of this, would have to do something like this to get on to meet the deadline, right?
No,
May 3rd is fast.
No, that is not our expectation.
Okay.
Okay. You just want direction?
Yes, sir.
Is there adequate direction to go ahead with this? Any objection? You got direction?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item. Item 53 is an ordinance for.
That's what we were just talking about. Go ahead.
Is an ordinance for introduction. Ordinance 18916 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance modifying the outside dining and drinking parking requirements within Title 30 and direct staff accordingly. We request this be set for public hearing April 20th, 2016 at 9 a.m.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 20th, 2016.
54, ordinance for introduction. 22516 is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners introduce an ordinance to amend an existing development agreement with Resorts World Las Vegas, LLC for a resort hotel generally located on the northwest corner of Las Vegas Boulevard South and Resorts World Drive within the boundaries of the town of Winchester. We request this be set for public hearing April 20th, 2016 at 9 a.m.
I'll introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for April 20th, 2016.
The next 6 ordinances for introduction can be introduced together. The recommendations that the Board of County Commissioners introduce ordinances to amend the official zoning map for classifying certain properties as approved by the Board of County Commissioners through various zone change applications on September 16, 2015, October 21, 2015, November 18, 2015, December 2, 2015, December 16, 2015, and November 30, 2013. We request that these items be set for public hearing on April 20th, 2016 at 9 a.m.
I'll introduce the ordinances related to items 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60, and set the public hearing for April 20th, 2016 at 9 a.m. Almost lost it there. Thank you.
Item 61 is an ordinance for public hearing. It's a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing for an ordinance to consider adoption of a development agreement with Town Storage Apache LC and Star Storage Apache LLC for a commercial development, Town Storage Fort Apache.
This is a public hearing. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on item number 61. Anyone wishing to address the board on item number 61, please step forward. Identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing hearing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Turn this over. Commissioner Brager, are you with us?
I am. And I
don't mean maybe. Hey, hey, I never knew what love was all about till I met you. Blow your horn, baby. From winter to spring, when you kiss